Chapter 151 Empress Dawn and number 039, TB too curious, who is he? After Liu Beichen said in his heart, I believe you are a ghost, he responded, Little Empress, everyone is just each other, I only have a lot of appreciation for you. Thank you senior. Empress Wu Mingkong said so politely first. Immediately, she tentatively said, according to what I know about the Chinese palace, there seems to be no seniors in the Chinese palace. Therefore, I would like to ask, are you a newcomer to the Chinese palace? Or an old man in the Chinese palace? It's just that you are not well known, so I haven't heard of you. After a pause, she was afraid of offending Liu Beichen, so she deliberately added, of course, it's not convenient for you to say it, but I can understand it. Little Empress, don't I know about your thoughts? Liu Beichen smiled and said, as for the identity of the old man, I won't tell you now. You can only wait for the time to come, and you will know it naturally. Is it so mysterious? Empress Wu Mingkong rarely showed the gesture of a little daughter, now I know that you are from the Chinese palace, so it should be fine for you to tell me your identity. Something wrong? Liu Beichen refused, Little Empress, as a man who keeps his word, this old man won't tell you even if you act like a baby to this old man. Empress Wu Mingkong did not give up and said, Senior, if it is really inconvenient for you to tell me your identity, can you reveal a little bit about the head office? Liu Beichen responded righteously, sorry, this is a matter of principle and cannot be changed. Host, I suddenly discovered that you have double standards. The Destiny villain system couldn't help but spit out, you keep telling the Empress Wu Mingkong that the principle cannot be changed. But since I was bound to you, you don't know how many times you have tried to ask me to change the rules. System, shut up. It's two different things, isn't it? Liu Beichen retorted, it's a bit outrageous to talk about it together. The Destiny villain system disagreed, Host, don't argue, it's obviously the same principle. Okay, I won't ask you to change the rules in the future. Liu Beichen directly threw out his trump card, anyway, no matter what I say, you won't change it. Destiny villain system. Hearing what the host said, why does it feel like it is the wrong party? Well, when it comes to matters of principle, you can't change it easily. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, however, give me a hint and let me guess, it should be possible. Liu Beichen said in astonishment, Little Empress, I always feel that you are playing tricks on the old man, but I can't find evidence for a while. Senior is joking. Empress Wu Mingkong laughed dryly and said, I have only respect for you, how could I have the guts to play tricks on you? Is it? Liu Beichen glanced at her suspiciously, and said, okay, Little Empress, today the second Prince Wu Yuanyun's plan to intercept and kill you here is a perfect solution, it's over, and it's time for the old man to leave. Empress Wu Mingkong said with a little bit of reluctance, Senior, please stop. I haven't treated you well yet. Little Empress, we will meet again in the future, let's talk about it then. After Liu Beichen finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. The strength of the senior of Chinese Wangfu is indeed strong. With her divine sense, she couldn't find out how she left. After thinking about it, Empress Wu Mingkong asked Qin Zhengqing who was not far away, Qin Gongfu, I wonder if it is convenient for you to reveal the identity of the senior from the Chinese palace just now. Your Majesty, it's not a matter of inconvenience. Qin Zhengqing responded with a wry smile, the key is that I also don't know the identity of the senior from the Chinese palace just now. Is there such a thing? Empress Wu Mingkong said in surprise, aren't you the chief priest of the Chinese palace? How come you don't even know anyone in the Chinese palace? Your Majesty, don't talk about you, even the humble minister himself feels very strange, very inexplicable. Qin Zhengqing first replied helplessly. Immediately, he roughly explained the process of the last time the second Prince Wu Yuanyun arranged for a masked man in purple to lead a large group of troops to intercept and kill Fang Chen. Empress Wu Mingkong said thoughtfully, it turns out that the senior of your Chinese prince's mansion is here to protect Chinese prince's son Fang Chen. For some reason, seeing that Qin Zhengqing also didn't know the identity of the masked man in silver, the depression in her heart dissipated a lot. Refused to reveal your identity, pretending to be mysterious, right? Empress Wu Mingkong swore secretly in her heart, one day, Zhen will discover your flaws and guess your identity. Yes, if it wasn't for the incompetence of the humble minister at that time, he would not be able to protect the son. Qin Zhengqing nodded and said, I'm afraid I don't even know that this senior exists. I have to say, that senior of your Chinese palace is really mysterious. Empress Wu Mingkong exclaimed, I'm not afraid to tell you, before today, I knew nothing about him. Qin Zhengqing said regretfully, actually, His Majesty the Empress didn't ask him about the identity of the old man. I also feel a little disappointed. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, and continued to ask, Qin Gongfeng, do you really have no impression of this senior from the Chinese palace who just appeared out of thin air? No. Qin Zhengqing responded affirmatively, from the time I saw that senior until now, I have checked the people in Jenny's palace one by one in my mind, but I can't find any similarities with him. And the most difficult part of it is the incomparably terrifying strength of that senior. It's really not like a super strong man who can come out of a small force like the Jenny's palace. Perhaps your Jenny's prince's mansion won the grand prize and accidentally won over this super strong man. Empress Wu Ming air-conditioned said, otherwise, how to explain all this happened? In fact, to be honest, she also has the feeling of winning a big prize in her heart now. The Jenny's prince's mansion who married her is nothing more than a small warlord, a local separatist force. Now there can be a strong man who can easily kill the two guardians of Kongming Tiangong? This is really like chess, the game is new. Many things happen suddenly. For example, she didn't expect Wu Yuanyuan to find Kongming Tiangong as a backer, and sent two guardians, Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, to intercept and kill her. What's more, she didn't expect that she might lose to Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong. A superpower from Jenny's palace suddenly appeared and helped her easily kill Zhao Nanlong and Lian Yingzhong respectively. Chapter 152 Is Fang Shizi not as simple as the legend says? Your Majesty, your statement is quite appropriate. Qin Zhengqing was stunned for a moment, and then he agreed, with the size of the Jenny's palace, being able to recruit such a powerful practitioner is indeed like winning a big prize. In addition, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe that such a super strong man would be from Jenny's palace. Yup. Empress Wu Mingkong felt the same way. Qin Gongfeng, don't talk about you, even I, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there is such a super strong person like that senior in Jenny's palace. In normal times, if she heard similar news, she would probably scoff at it, right? I think this should be a story deliberately fabricated by someone to achieve some ulterior purpose. After all, it is not likely that a small warlord like Jenny's Wangfu will be able to emerge a strong man whose strength can exceed the 7th level of the king-conferring realm. Qin Zhengqing said with a strange expression, Your Majesty, I feel that if all the news about what happened here today is aggregated and spread out, I am afraid that in addition to causing a large-scale shock, most of them will not believe it. This possibility is very high. Who said things are a bit unbelievable? Empress Wu Mingkong laughed dumbly and said, Perhaps some people think that this is a lie deliberately fabricated by the Jenny's palace in order to promote itself. Qin Zhengqing nodded and said, The appearance of that senior has indeed greatly increased the overall strength of the Jenny's palace. What more? This has simply changed everyone's inherent impression of Jenny's palace. Empress Wu Mingkong said with emotion, The existence of that senior alone can greatly increase the overall strength of the Jenny's palace. From today onwards, no one will dare to underestimate the Jenny's palace. Many people from the major forces in the Skyvoid realm will even regard the Jenny's palace as a powerful force that is no less powerful than the Kongming palace. Because they can't guarantee that apart from that senior, there are other masters who are as strong as that senior, or stronger than that senior. Is not that right? Qin Zhengqing also said with emotion, the idea that our Jenny's prince's mansion is actually a superpower came to Weiken's mind just now. You need to know that in the Skyvoid realm, there are forces that surpass the 7th level powerhouses of the king-conferring realm, and you can count them on one hand. That's right, Qiangguo is an example. Empress Wu Mingkong said, as one of the big countries in Bizhu, apart from Zhen, there are not many strong people who can reach the king-conferring state. From this we can see how strong the Jenny's prince's mansion is, and how much people underestimated the Jenny's prince's mansion before. Ah this. Qin Zhengqing smiled wryly and said, It seems that I have stayed in the Jenny's palace for so long for nothing, but I have such a superficial understanding of the Jenny's palace. It's not your problem. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, and said, I think Jenny's Wang didn't want the Jenny's palace to attract too much attention, so he deliberately hid most of his power. That's it. Qin Zhengqing shook his head, and said, We can only ask him clearly after seeing the prince at that time. Yes, you want to ask King Jenny's about this matter. Empress Wu Mingkong said solemnly, If I and the Jenny's palace were not considered allies now, and the senior from the Jenny's palace just now helped me kill the left and right guardians of the Kongming Tiangong, maybe I would think that the Jenny's palace is trying to plot something wrong. After all, the powerful power hidden in the Jenny's palace is enough to pull me down from the throne of Jian Kingdom. It's impossible to plot against the law. Otherwise, there is no need for the prince to send his son to the capital of God to marry you. Qin Zhengqing defended the Jenny's palace, as the saying goes, if a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. The reason why the prince hides this powerful force is probably because he doesn't want the tree to attract the wind. Maybe. I don't have any intention of blaming Jenny's palace. Empress Wu Mingkong said as if thinking of something, and asked, By the way, Qin Gongfu, I forgot to ask before, where is Fang Shizi now? For the sake of your son's safety, I did not bring him with me when I came to support you this time. Qin Zhengqing responded respectfully, however, if you want to see him, you only need to send a signal from Weiken, I believe he will come to see you soon. On the battlefield, the sword has no eyes, and no one cares about anyone in the fight. It is appropriate for you to make such an arrangement. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, after I finish dealing with the matter of second emperor brother, you can send a signal to Fang Shizi and ask him to bring someone to join us. By the way, I am quite interested in this so-called empress. In the tone, there is a hint of inquiry. Since the background of the Chinese palace is unexpectedly strong. So Fang Chen, the son of Prince Chinese, is not as simple as in the legend? This thought flashed in her mind, she was really looking forward to seeing Fang Chen soon. Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Qin Zhengqing didn't think much about it. Because his eldest son and Empress Wu Mingkong are going to get married sooner or later, isn't it normal for Empress Wu Mingkong to want to see her elder son? Besides, something happened to Liu Beichen, he brushed off his clothes, and after hiding his achievements and fame, he took off the silver jacket in the dark and changed back to the original clothes. Then, he turned around and returned to Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui not far away. Hello everyone, I'm back. Liu Beichen showed up and greeted Fu Xiaoyu, Li Linhui, and others. Immediately, he looked at the scene, pretending to be surprised and said, what's the situation? What about the second Prince Wu Yuanyun and the others? Why are they missing? My lord, it's been too long for you to go out this trip to relieve your mood, right? Fu Xiaoyu couldn't help but teased, this battle is over, you just came back? Why are you asking in a daze? After a pause, she continued, during the time you were away, I probably saw that Her Majesty the Empress is not the opponent of Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, and the senior who came out to save you specially showed up. What? The senior who came out to save me showed up again. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, then he patted his thigh and said, I told you to depress your mood and go out and relax. Now that you've recovered, you can't even see the demeanor of that senior. Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui looked at each other, and they both saw the expression on the other's face as expected. They just say it. When the son comes back, if he knows that he missed the process of witnessing the appearance of the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion to help the Empress Wu Mingkong deal with the guardian of Kongming Tiangong, he will definitely feel very sorry. No, Shiza's current performance just verified their previous conjecture. Chapter 153 Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. After regretting for a while, Liu Beichen continued to ask, Xiaoyu, please tell me the ins and outs of the matter. Okay, Prince. Fu Xiaoyu nodded, and didn't give a damn. After sorting out her language, she slowly explained how Liu Beichen came out in the form of a masked silver-clothed man to support the Empress Wu Mingkong, killed the left and right guardians of Kongmingtian Palace, and then slowly narrated the process of leaving the scene. Liu Beichen showed a shocked and unbelievable expression very cooperatively. It's incredible. When Fu Xiaoyu finished speaking, Liu Beichen couldn't help but exclaimed, the senior of our Chinese palace can easily kill Zhao Nanlong, who is a strong man at the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, with a single sword. Doesn't it mean that his strength has reached above the 7th level of the king-conferring realm? Yes, my son. Fu Xiaoyu echoed, slaves dare to say that the senior of our Chinese prince's mansion, his strength is definitely above the 7th floor of the king-conferring realm. You have provided too much information. Let me slow down first. At this time, a puzzled look began to flash on Liu Beichen's face. It's strange, I searched through my memory, but I couldn't find the existence corresponding to that senior in the Chinese palace. Is it because I can't remember it for a while, or that senior has never appeared in front of us? The servant thinks that the senior has never appeared in front of us before he came out to protect you last time. Fu Xiaoyu affirmed, otherwise, with that senior's strength, no matter what we say, we will be more or less impressed. The humble official agrees with Xiaoyu's statement. Li Linhui interjected, that senior should be the superpower hidden in our Chinese palace. He won't show up easily unless necessary. That's why we know so little about his old man now. Xiaoyu, Linhui, according to what you said. Liu Beichen touched his chin and guessed, could it be that the father is hiding a powerful force that even we don't know? This possibility is very high. Fu Xiaoyu agreed, otherwise, how can we explain that such a powerful master suddenly appeared in our Chinese palace? Those who agree with the humble job cannot agree again. Li Linhui took it seriously and said, from the inferences drawn from various signs, our Chinese palace is definitely not the kind of small power that people think. Incredible. So, our Chinese palace is considered a big force in Bizhu. Liu Beichen said excitedly, and I am the young master of this great power, the future ruler. Yep. Fu Xiaoyu also said excitedly, regardless of whether the lord is hiding a powerful force in the dark or not, with that astonishingly powerful senior around, our Chinese prince's mansion can be regarded as a powerful force. Li Linhui also followed excitedly and said, as long as the news of what happened here today is spread, I am afraid that no one will dare to underestimate our Chinese palace and treat our Chinese palace as a small force in the future. It can be said that the masked silver-clothed man incarnated by Lu Beichen was born out of nowhere, raising the morale and self-confidence of everyone in the Chinese Wangfu motorcade to the highest point in history. All right. Fu Xiaohu seemed to have remembered something, and asked a little unnaturally, Your Majesty, thanks to the help of that senior, the crisis facing Her Majesty the Empress has now been resolved. I wonder if you would choose to meet her. Even though she has a certain amount of admiration for Empress Wu Mingkong. But Empress Wu Mingkong is her rival in love. As long as she thinks that Empress Wu Mingkong will meet with Fang Chen soon, she will feel uncomfortable. It's not something we can decide, is it? Lu Beichen thought for a while, and responded, If Her Majesty the Empress wants to see me, she will definitely ask Qin Gongfu to send us a signal. Fu Xiaohu nodded and said, Then let's wait for the news of Qin's envoy. Ro. Lu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and asked, The senior of our Chinese prince's mansion killed the two guardians of Kongming Tiangong one after another, isn't he afraid that Kongming Tiangong will cause trouble afterwards? Not afraid. Fu Xiaohu shook his head, and said, The senior of our Chinese palace should have considered this. The old man still chose to kill the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong one after another. He must have the confidence to fight against Kongming Tiangong. Since that's the case, what do we have to be afraid of? Xiaohu, it seems that you have a lot of confidence in our senior from Chinese palace. Lu Beichen smiled and said, Unfortunately, I also have great confidence in him. Nonsense. The person who successively killed the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong was himself. If he didn't have confidence in himself, how could he do this? Fu Xiaohu and Li Linhui also laughed. They never thought that the Chinese palace would one day be so powerful that they would not even be afraid of offending Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu. So impossible things happened. I don't know if they are witnesses to history. Those who didn't take the Chinese palace seriously, once they learned that the Chinese palace had a super strong man like that senior, how would they react? Shocked, unbelievable? Or will he regret what he did at the beginning and fail to make friends with the Chinese palace before the real power of the Chinese palace exploded? However, no matter what, this will not change. The Chinese palace is no longer the small power it used to be. It is a behemoth that can compete with the largest power in Bizhu, such as Kongming Tiangong. Besides, with the decisive order of the female emperor Wu Mingkong to kill, including Tang Yuda, the people brought by the second prince Wu Yuanyun were all killed or injured under the pursuit of Li Weiwei and others. Wu Yuanyun lost the strength to resist and was arrested on the spot. It's too brutal. Wu Yuanyun complained with grief and indignation, Wu Mingkong, you bitch is a tyrant. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Empress Wu Mingkong sneered, and said, Second brother, don't forget, this is the truth you taught me. You. Wu Yuanyun was silent for a long time before he said a word, That's right, His Highness said such a thing, but there is no need to kill them all like this. Since they chose to rebel against you, they should expect to end up like this today. Empress Wu Mingkong responded noncommittally, Second brother, if I were to perish here today, the people who followed me might end up even more tragic than them. In addition, I will bring you back to the capital of God for trial, so that the world can see what will happen to those who dare to harm me. There was an indescribably astonishing killing intent in the tone. Chapter 154 The Emperor and Empress will meet soon. Hearing Wu Mingkong's murderous words, Wu Yuanyun's heart suddenly turned cold, and he quickly played the emotional card, 12 imperial sisters, don't you care about the brother-sister relationship between us at all? Speaking of brother-sister friendship, do you deserve it? When you colluded with the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong to intercept and kill me here, why didn't you talk about brother-sister friendship? When you are at the end of the mountain and I have already gained the upper hand, don't you think it is ridiculous for you to say such a thing? Empress Wu Mingkong smiled disapprovingly, and said, As for my so-called brother-sister friendship before I ascended the throne, it was just a show for my father and the people of the world. In addition, at that time, I hid my true cultivation talent and acted weakly. You didn't regard me as a contender for the Qian kingdom's throne. Of course, you were willing to treat my 12 imperial sisters kindly. Second Emperor brother, I don't know if you agree with my long speech. I don't want to say whether I admit it or not. Wu Yuanyun hesitated for a moment, then said, 12 royal sisters, just say that before you ascended the throne, you disguised yourself as a cultivator with extremely poor qualifications, isn't it shameful? Where is the shame? The disguise I made is just to protect myself. After all, as the saying goes, if a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If I show my true aptitude too early, I'm afraid it's still unknown whether I'll survive the moment of enthronement. Empress Wu Mingkong responded noncommittally, but you, in order to deal with me, are willing to be the puppet of Kongming Tian Palace. I'm afraid that including the deceased father, the ancestors of the Qian Kingdom's royal family will be ashamed of your behavior. My Highness does not want to be a puppet of Kongming Tiangong. Wu Yuanyun argued, it's just bearing the burden of humiliation, and I want to wait for His Highness to ascend the throne, and then put aside the temporary cooperation of Kongming Tiangong. If you say leave it alone, then leave it alone. Empress Wu Mingkong sneered again and said, second brother, it's not that I underestimate you, it's because your thinking is too naive. Take me as an example. Although my aptitude can be regarded as extremely monstrous, but facing the Kongming Tiangong, which is the largest force in Bizhu, is also under tremendous pressure. Your aptitude is far lower than mine. If you want to escape the control of Kongming Tiangong, you are probably daydreaming. This. Wu Yuanyun was speechless. Empress Wu Mingkong continued to pierce his heart, also, Kongming Tiangong will choose you as a puppet who is far inferior to me in qualifications. What is the reason for this? Could it be that you have no points in your heart? Wu Yuanyun said with an ugly face, no one can predict the future, it is too arbitrary for you to make inferences now. Okay, if it weren't for the fact that you worked so hard in the past to show the brother-sister relationship in front of everyone, I wouldn't talk so much nonsense to you. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand impatiently, and said, come here, put the second emperor brother under my custody, and deal with it after returning to God City. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. For the next few days, Empress Wu Mingkong inspected the embankment in the lower reaches of the Liuhe River non-stop, and found many cracks. Long Yan couldn't help being furious, and dealt with many officials who did nothing. Only then did the people in the lower reaches of the Lu River know that Empress Wu Mingkong had come to inspect the people. Unlike some panicked officials, most people clapped their hands and applauded. And some officials who wanted to make a difference immediately put forward their own suggestions, thinking that the embankment should be reinforced as soon as possible, and the people in the place where the embankment might burst should be evacuated in an orderly manner. Empress Wu Mingkong gave instructions and agreed with this approach. After paying attention to people's livelihood, Empress Wu Mingkong had time to think of her so-called Empress Fang Chen. Come here, go to Xianzhen Nenwang Mansion's chief enshrinement, Qin Zhengqing, to come and see him. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. After a while, Qin Zhengqing came. After saluting to Empress Wu Mingkong, he asked curiously, Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me here? My trip not only resolved the internal worries of the possible embankment breach in the lower reaches of the Liuhe River, but also accidentally solved the hidden danger of the second emperor brother. Empress Wu Mingkong stated her purpose, I have nothing to do now, I want to meet Fang Shize before returning to the capital of God. Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Qin Zhengqing responded respectfully, I will send out the signal, so that the prince and the others can come and join us. The beautiful eyes of Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Qin Gongfeng, it's been a few days, and you haven't asked Fang Shize and the others to come and meet you. Didn't you say earlier that Shize Fang was attacked many times on his way to the capital of God? Don't you worry about his safety. Don't worry. Qin Zhengqing explained naturally, don't forget, there is that senior from the Chinese prince's mansion, who can go past him to hurt the prince. That's why I'm so relieved, I don't plan to meet the prince before you summon him. That's true. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay, Qin Gongfu, then I trouble you to send the signal now, let Fang Shize come over to meet you, and let me meet him by the way. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Qin Zhengqing was ordered to leave. Little did they know that Fu Xiaohu also had such doubts. Fortunately, Li Linhui knew Qin Zhengqing's personality better, and he quickly thought of the reason. My master probably thinks that the son is protected by that senior, so he is not in a hurry to contact us. Li Linhui guessed. Li Weiwei, your reason is more pertinent, and it is likely to be the case. Fu Xiaohu thought about it, otherwise, Qin Gongfu wouldn't be so big-hearted, and didn't mean to ask us to meet up at all. My master, isn't he big-hearted? Li Linhui shook his head and said, it's just that senior gave him the confidence to do so. After a pause, he suddenly pointed to the front, and then said, Xiaohu, look quickly, is that a signal from my master? Fu Xiaohu looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, this wasn't a signal that they had agreed with Qin Zhengqing to meet up, what else could it be? Whatever you say, come here. After Fu Xiaohu came to her senses, she responded, I'll go to Shize and tell him about it. Host, your acting skills are getting better and better. I think if you can return to Blue Star, you will definitely be called an actor. System, don't think I can't tell that you are stepping on me around a corner, and you're a showman? Bah. Lu Beichen and the Destiny villain system were in daily communication, and Fu Xiaohu ran over to him and said, Your Majesty, the Qin priest sent a signal to tell us to go and join him. Lu Beichen was slightly taken aback. After many days. Is he finally going to have a real meet with Empress Wu Mingkong? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 155 He is not that kind of person. How? Others say that being close to home is timid. Host, you are about to see the Empress Wu Mingkong in her true colors, but you suddenly hesitated. The Destiny villain system teased, you are the empress of others, there will always be a day when we will truly meet each other, what does it matter if it is later or sooner? Besides, your current strength is so much stronger than that of Empress Wu Mingkong. When it's time to serve you, you don't have to be forced to be under her pressure. So why have you any reason to be afraid of meeting her? System, you said it well. But there's a lot of flirty talk in the back, right? Lu Beichen responded angrily, if you don't talk about serving the bed, you won't die, will you? If you don't die, you won't die. The Destiny villain system said, it's just a little less fun. Lu Beichen was very speechless and said, System, please step back. My son, the enshrined Qin is now with His Majesty the Empress. This time it was Fu Xiao who spoke, are you afraid that you will see Her Majesty the Empress then? No. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, I just feel a little complicated when I think about seeing her. What a joke, when he turned into a masked man in silver, he called Empress Wu Mingkong the Little Empress. How can one be afraid of seeing the Empress Wu Mingkong? Fu Xiao first glanced at him suspiciously, and then expressed his understanding, the son and His Majesty the Empress are a fiancé couple. If you see Her Majesty, it's not surprising that your emotions will be a little complicated. For some reason, Lu Beichen felt a bit sour from her words. What should come, will always come. Lu Beichen said, it's useless to think too much. After getting along for this period of time, Fu Xiao's careful thinking, needless to say, he can guess it. All right. Fu Xiao nodded, feeling a little depressed. Because it is still unknown what the Empress Wu Mingkong, the main palace, will think of her personal maid of the prince. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. Lu Beichen stretched out his hand and rubbed Fu Xiao's beautiful hair, and said, Your Majesty, the Empress, will not even give me any face, and force you to drive you away from my side. Hard to say. Fu Xiao replied silently in her heart. Who told Empress Wu Mingkong to look like a strong woman character? However, seeing Lu Beichen protecting her like this made her feel warm in her heart. Fu Xiao suggested, Your Majesty, if you see Her Majesty the Empress, when you mention slaves and maidservants, you should speak softer, and don't be tough with Her Majesty the Empress. Okay, no problem. Lu Beichen agreed, no matter how bad it is, there is still the unpredictable senior in our Chinese palace. At that time, I will invite him out. Your Majesty the Empress must give me some face, right? Fu Xiao's eyes lit up, and she said, My lord, can you contact the unpredictable senior in our Chinese palace? Sure. Lu Beichen made up, I tried to call that senior to come out last night. I didn't expect that the old man finally came out and told me to work hard in the future, so as not to lose the prestige of the Chinese palace. Isn't it? My lord, you actually met that senior last night. Fu Xiao was both surprised and regretful and said, It's so annoying, why didn't the servants be there at that time? I guess that senior doesn't want to see anyone other than me. Lu Beichen guessed, after all, the old man told me not to disturb anyone. Is that so? Fu Xiao said with some worry, then you will tell the servants about seeing the old man, will you make him angry? Don't worry, the old man is not so stingy. Lu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, Don't scare yourself here. That's good. Fu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, saying, that senior is so powerful, and has helped His Majesty the Empress kill the two guardians on the left and right of Kongming Tiangong, I think Her Majesty will give him face. Yup. So you have to be happy, don't frown. Lu Beichen reached out and rubbed Fu Xiao's hair again, and said, I still like the little maid who always smiles. Hearing this, Fu Xiao first smiled at Lu Beichen. Immediately, she rolled her eyeballs, and a sly look appeared on her pretty face, Your Majesty, you are about to see Her Majesty the Empress, so you must be very nervous, right? Why don't you help me relax now, how about this slave? Ah this. Lu Beichen rolled his eyes involuntarily, and responded angrily, Xiao, you've only been serious for a while, and you're restless again, right? If you put your thoughts of doing bad things to me all day long on cultivation, you would have become a peerless powerhouse long ago. Fu Xiao smiled charmingly, and said, let's not say that the qualifications of slaves are limited, and they can't become some peerless powerhouses. It's just that in the heart of the servant, whether the son will be able to do well, and whether he will be happy in the future, is far more important than the servant becoming a peerless powerhouse. Lu Beichen. Listen, what are these words? My lord, please don't refuse the servant's kindness. Fu Xiao looked at Lu Beichen resentfully as he spoke, you need to know that after you see His Majesty the Empress, it will be inconvenient for the servants to do something with you. There is the Empress Wu Mingkong, the main palace staring at it. How dare she be as presumptuous as before, encouraging the son to do bad things. Your kindness, this request is not reasonable. Lu Beichen frowned and said, Xiao, quickly put away your unhealthy thoughts. Sir. Fu Xiao acted coquettishly, I beg you, Let this servant do it for you again, it will be the fulfillment of my servant's wish, okay? No. Lu Beichen refused heartily, I may see Her Majesty the Empress today, think about this situation, and help me do bad things again, is it appropriate? It seems a bit inappropriate. Fu Xiaohu tilted her head to think for a while, and said, a master like Her Majesty the Empress is always sensitive to smells. If this servant does something bad for you, the probability of being discovered by her will be very high. At that time, Her Majesty the Empress, Long Yan will be furious, that scene is terrifying even if you think about it. Yes. Lu Beichen nodded solemnly and said, therefore, I advise you to stop thinking about it, so as not to offend Her Majesty the Empress. In fact, what he said just now was not what Fu Xiaohu thought. But in order to dispel Fu Xiaohu's idea of doing bad things to him, he went down the donkey and pretended to mean it. All right. Fu Xiaohu bit her pink lips, and said with some disappointment, Your Majesty, it's such a pity, this servant wants to use a different method from before to let you relax. Lu Beichen. What the hell? He is not the kind of person who likes to say, Fairy, I want you to help me practice. Chapter 156 The first meeting between Lu Beichen and the Empress. After Lu Beichen, Fu Xiaohu, Li Linhui and others rushed to join Qin Zhengqing. Qin Zhengqing told Lu Beichen that Empress Wu Mingkong wanted to see him. Why is it so sudden that you don't give me time to prepare? Lu Beichen thought for a while, and said, Qin Gongfeng, did Your Majesty the Empress say that she was looking for me for something? No. Qin Zhengqing shook his head and said, His Majesty the Empress did not say the specific reason for looking for you. After a pause, he continued, however, Your Majesty the Empress and you are a fiancé. Isn't it normal for her to want to see you? That's true. Lu Beichen nodded, and thoughtfully said, Her Majesty has never seen me before, so it is reasonable to be a little curious about me. Well, that's the reason. Qin Zhengqing smiled, and said, Your Majesty's aura is so great that most people tremble even when they say a word in front of her, and they dare not go beyond the slightest. My son, as the future heir of Chinese Palace and the future Empress of His Majesty the Empress, you have to stand up and communicate with Her Majesty on an equal footing. Qin Gongfeng, what you said about Her Majesty the Empress is a bit scary. Lu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, Don't worry, I've always been quite courageous. In front of Your Majesty the Empress, I will never lose the prestige of Chinese Palace. That's good. Qin Zhengqing encouraged, My son, I know you can do it. Seeing that Lu Beichen's leaving back disappeared, Fu Xiaohu finally said, Qin Gongfeng, my son met the senior from our Chinese Palace last night, and I feel very confident in my heart. When he faces His Majesty the Empress, he shouldn't be stage frightened. What? My son met the senior from our Chinese Palace last night. Qin Zhengqing was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he suddenly realized, no wonder the son is so much more confident than before. When it comes to matters involving His Majesty the Empress, he doesn't hide it. It turns out that the senior from our Chinese Palace gave him such confidence behind him. Is not that right? Fu Xiaohu interjected, Don't talk about anything else, let's just say that with the help of that senior, our Chinese Palace and the Imperial Court are equal existences. That's why when the son sees Her Majesty the Empress, he doesn't need to lie down and be a petty person, he just needs to maintain a certain attitude of respect. Xiaohu, you think so clearly. Qin Zhengqing praised this first, and then he guessed, which senior from our Chinese Palace will show up to see the prince, there must be a deep meaning behind it. After all, as long as the son tells His Majesty the Empress that he met the senior from our Chinese Palace last night, Her Majesty the Empress will not choose to despise the Empress. Qin's worship is absurd. But Fu Xiaohu sighed, and said, It's a pity that the aptitude of the son is too far from that of the Empress. It is not a long-term thing to always rely on the confidence given by that senior. You're right. Qin Zhengqing nodded and thought, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. The son's aptitude is not good. For so many years, the prince has tried various methods, but he can't improve his aptitude. At this time, Fu Xiaohu seemed to have remembered something, and said, By the way, I forgot to ask that senior about whether he can change his aptitude. Why are you so surprised? Qin Zhengqing said angrily, If you forget, forget it. What's the big deal? When the son comes back after seeing the Empress, you can ask him again. In addition, the prince is now reacting more calmly when encountering anything. Maybe he has already consulted that senior about this matter. Fu Xiaohu stuck out her tongue and said, Qin Gongfeng, I just reacted subconsciously, don't blame me. Qin Zhengqing said meaningfully, I don't blame you, anyway, you can't calm down about anything involving the son. Qin Gongfeng, what are you talking about? Fu Xiaohu's flawless face was burning hot. Be good, Qin Gongfeng didn't find something, did he? You won't find out that she once helped the prince to do bad things, will you? This thought flashed through her mind, and it was related to the theory of smell that she had discussed with Lu Beichen. The more Fu Xiaohu thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very strong. Qin Zhengqing looked at Fu Xiaohu's reaction, and thought that Fu Xiaohu, as the son's personal maid, could not have broken through to that point in his relationship with the son, right? Thinking of this, Qin Zhengqing's eyes became kinder. Regardless of Fu Xiaohu's aptitude or status, as long as he can become one of the masters of Zhenyi's palace, he must have a bright future. After all, the background revealed by the Zhenyi's prince's mansion is probably no less than any force in Bizhu. Besides, Empress Wu Mingkong was browsing through the suggestions from the officials below. Suddenly, a guard came to report that Fang Chen, the son of Prince Zhenyi's, asked to see him. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, "Very well, let him come in to have an audience." "Yes, Your Majesty the Empress." Not long after the guard was ordered to leave, a handsome young man walked in. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lu Beichen? "My minister Fang Chen has seen Her Majesty the Empress." Lu Beichen saluted respectfully. "Don't be too polite." Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand, then looked Lu Beichen up and down, and praised, "Shiza Fang is such a handsome young man." She still doesn't know what the aptitude of Fang Chen, the son of Zhenyi's prince, is as unbearable as in the legend. All she knows is that the other party's appearance, height and figure are all in line with her requirements for the other half. "Her Majesty the Empress has praised you, you are peerless and unparalleled in the world." Lu Beichen also inadvertently looked at the Empress Wu Mingkong. Compared with the last incarnation of the masked man in silver, this time he met the Empress Wu Mingkong as Fang Chen, the heir son of Zhenyi's prince, and there was something more that could not be expressed in words. Who told him that he and Empress Wu Mingkong are now a fiancé couple? "Oh." Empress Wu Mingkong asked with great interest, "Fang Shizi, what do you think about your marriage contract with me?" Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, obviously he didn't expect Empress Wu Mingkong to ask such a straightforward question. After reacting, a look of admiration flashed on Lu Beichen's face. "Since I was sensible, I have been famous for you for a long time, and I have been looking for a chance to meet you. I never thought that I would be able to conclude a marriage contract with you one day. Do you know?" At that time, Wei Chen was extremely ecstatic when he heard the news. "So now you ask me what I think, I can only say that I don't know how many times I have cultivated the blessings, so that such a good thing can happen to me." "Really?" Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, and said in disbelief, "But why do I always feel that you are a little insincere when you say these words?" Chapter 157 Who Does and number 039, T like such an empress? What the hell? Empress Wu Mingkong is too sensitive, right? Lu Beichen laughed dryly and said, "Your Majesty, the insincere words are definitely your illusion. What Beichen said just now is all sincere, and I don't have the slightest intention to perfuse you." Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously again, and said, "Fang Shizi, you are dishonest. Because I didn't have a good reputation before I ascended the throne, many people don't know that there is a 12th imperial daughter in Qiangguo. In addition, there are quite a few people who don't take me seriously, such as the second emperor brother, he doesn't regard me as a contender for the Qian kingdom's throne. Under such circumstances, how have you been known to me for a long time since you were sensible, and you have always wanted to find a chance to see me?" "Ah this." Lu Beichen directly opened his eyes and said, "Nonsense, Your Majesty the Empress should have heard of something like the sixth sense, right? Beichen's sixth sense tells me that you are not as simple as you appear to be, and you will definitely ascend to the throne of Qian Kingdom in the future. That's why Beichen just said that he has admired you for a long time." "Fang Shizi, what you said is a bit mysterious and far-fetched." Empress Wu Mingkong asked with a half-smile, "According to what you said, should I believe it?" Lu Beichen replied cheekily, "Her Majesty is so wise, she must be able to perceive the sincerity in my words." "Fang Shizi, I don't know if you have any other special skills." Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help teasing, "But now I have a deep understanding of your ability to put a high hat on people. His Majesty the Empress is joking." Lu Beichen immediately called out to Chu and said, "This is what I say from the bottom of my heart, how can it be regarded as putting a high hat on someone?" "Okay, let's cover this topic first." The Empress Wu Mingkong asked curiously, "Shiza Fang, I heard from the envoy Qin that when you were in distress last time, a senior from the Chinese prince's mansion who turned into a masked man in silver came out to help you. Is it true?" "It is true." Lu Beichen nodded and said, "If that senior wasn't there last time, I might not be able to stand in front of you and talk to you now." So, the situation that Fang Shiza faced at that time was quite dangerous. Empress Wu Mingkong sighed first. Immediately, she continued to ask curiously, "Yes, I wonder how much you know about that senior? Is it convenient for Fang to tell me his identity?" "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Empress, I actually don't know much about that senior." Lu Beichen shook his head and said, "I only know that the old man was sent by the emperor to protect the humble minister." After a pause, he seemed to have remembered something, and then said, by the way, Beichen was lucky enough to meet the old man last night, and asked the same question as you. The old man replied to Wei Chen that when Wei Chen should know, he will know naturally. That senior is mysterious, that's what he told me last time. Empress Wu Mingkong first echoed helplessly. Immediately after she realized it, she couldn't help saying in amazement, Fang Shizi, you actually saw that senior last night? Could it be that you can contact him? It's just a fluke. Lu Beichen explained, last night, I tried to call that senior, but I didn't expect that the old man really appeared and communicated with me. As for whether it is possible to contact his old man, Beichen replied that he could not. If you want to see that senior again, unless the old man takes the initiative to show up, or the minister has encountered some unsolvable crisis. What should I do? Empress Wu Mingkong spread her hands and said, I can't just put Fang Shizi in danger if I want to see that senior. Lu Beichen was stunned. When he saw Empress Wu Mingkong's pretty face was full of jokes. Only then did he realize that Empress Wu Mingkong was joking with him. Therefore, Lu Beichen smiled, and followed Empress Wu Mingkong's words and responded, if your majesty the Empress really wants to see that senior, it doesn't matter if I take a little risk. After all, with that senior around, no matter how big a crisis my minister encounters, he will be able to solve it. Is that so? Empress Wu Mingkong stared at Lu Beichen for a long time. It wasn't until she looked at Lu Beichen a little uncomfortable that she said noncommittally, Shizi Fang has a heart. However, I am not a tyrant, how could I put you in danger just to meet that senior? Isn't Wei Chen saying that because of the protection of that senior? Lu Beichen explained again, otherwise, a person who cherishes his life so much, I would never dare. Fang Shizi, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. Empress Wu Mingkong interrupted forcefully, I can't pass this test in my heart, understand? All right. Lu Beichen did not continue to insist on his own opinion. Although with his current strength, he couldn't encounter anything that could endanger his life. But under the objection of Empress Wu Mingkong, he was crazy to use himself as bait. Besides, he himself is the so-called senior. If the time can't be staggered, and if he doesn't know the avatar technique, that senior may not be able to appear at that time. Fang Shizi, please take care of yourself. Empress Wu Mingkong reminded in a deep tone, you are not that senior, you don't have great strength, you need to act calmly. If it wasn't for the fear that the Empress Wu Mingkong would explode, Lu Beichen really wanted to reply on the spot. Your Majesty the Empress, you are not the mother of the humble minister, what kind of trouble is this way of teaching the humble minister? Beichen understands. Lu Beichen responded with a moved face, thank you, Your Majesty the Empress, for your concern for my minister. Your Majesty Fang, you are welcome. Empress Wu Mingkong showed a teachable look on her pretty face, you are my fiancé, the future Empress of Jian Kingdom, so I should care about you. A strange feeling flashed in Lu Beichen's heart. Who wouldn't like a woman like Empress Wu Mingkong who has a beautiful appearance, a graceful figure, and a monstrous aptitude, plus she knows how to care for others. Next, Empress Wu Mingkong pretended to be casual and talked to Lu Beichen about her own strength. Knowing that Lu Beichen's strength is around the 5th level of the divine ability realm. In addition to being a little disappointed in her heart, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was beyond her expectations that a strong man who could easily kill the 2 guardians of Kongmingtian Palace and whose strength surpassed the 7th level of the king-conferring realm appeared in the Chinese Palace. If the aptitude of Chinese Prince Fang Chen could compare with her, or even surpass her, she would really doubt her life. Chapter 158 Dawn and number 039, T know the true face of Mount Lu. If someone asks, what is it like to have a fiancé with a noble status, cold outside and hot inside, 360-degree beauty with no dead ends, and a good figure? Lu Beichen could only tell him that no matter what, he just felt good anyway. Tisk tisk, host, your evil taste is too great. The destiny system couldn't help but tease, for you, the female Emperor Wu Mingkong has a beautiful appearance, a powerful figure, and long legs, but it's second. Her status as the Empress of the Qian Kingdom is what touched your heart, right? Because when you think of the high-ranking and noble Empress Wu Mingkong, when she gets married, because she is not as strong as you, she can only be crushed by you. You should feel very excited, right? Lu Beichen. The mandate of heaven villain system he is bound to is becoming more and more unscrupulous, and the kind that cannot be corrected. In other words, should he return it? Wait online. System, every time you come out now, you like talking nonsense, don't you? Lu Beichen responded angrily, I just think that this real meeting with Empress Wu Mingkong is very satisfactory. Where did you think? Sorry, I was speaking too bluntly. The destiny villain system continued to tease, however, there are no outsiders here, and the communication between you and me will not be discovered by others. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Empress Wu Mingkong will know your little thoughts? TCH, I don't bother to talk to you. Liu Beichen no longer paid attention to the mandate of Heaven Villain system. Instead, he glanced back at the conference hall where the Empress Wu Mingkong was, before he walked away. As for the Empress Wu Mingkong in the meeting hall, she was recalling all the details of her meeting with Liu Beichen. Fang Shizi is very handsome and has a good figure. He is a rare handsome man in the world. I don't know what it's like to have her under my body when I get married. What are I thinking now? As soon as this charming thought flashed through his mind, Empress Wu Mingkong quickly put it aside. After the mood calmed down, Empress Wu Mingkong concluded again, Fang Chen's aptitude is not too bad, nor is it too good, it can only be regarded as a medium level. But Chinese King Fang Qingyu attaches great importance to Fang Chen. Not only did he send people headed by the chief enshrined Qin Zhengqing of the Chinese palace to escort him to the divine capital, he also sent that super strong man with unpredictable strength to protect him in the dark. Therefore, based on emotion and reason, my marriage contract with Fang Chen is not considered a loss, and even a big profit. After all, if it weren't for that super strong man with unpredictable strength in the Chinese palace, I might have fallen to my death in the last attack. Also, since the superpower with unpredictable strength in Chinese palace doesn't care at all whether Kong Mingtian palace will retaliate afterwards. Thinking of this, Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled, then it shouldn't matter if I reveal a little bit about what happened at the scene at that time. In her current imagination, the Qian Kingdom court represented by her, combined with the Chinese palace represented by Fang Chen, will become a super existence that cannot be underestimated by all the major forces in Bizhu, and even the entire Sky Void realm. Besides, when Liu Beichen came back from seeing the Empress Wu Mingkong, Fu Xiao quickly asked him how he felt. Liu Beichen thought for a while, and said, Her Majesty's aura is very strong. If I didn't have the confidence from that senior behind me, I would have to feel ashamed. My lord, this is not what this servant wants to ask. Fu Xiao couldn't laugh or cry, what I want to ask is how are you getting along with Her Majesty the Empress? Very harmonious. Liu Beichen responded, although it is only the first time I have met Her Majesty the Empress, we chat like old friends without any sense of strangeness. My son did it. Fu Xiao said with relief, you don't act tremblingly or cautiously in front of Her Majesty the Empress like other people. Instead, you treat Her Majesty the Empress with an equal attitude, and you don't lose the prestige of the Chinese palace. It's all thanks to the senior of our Chinese prince's mansion. Liu Beichen smiled, and said, without the support of the old man, how can I hold my head up in front of her with my aptitude far inferior to Her Majesty the Empress? The senior of our Chinese prince's mansion is really awesome. Fu Xiao bit her pink lips, and said, this slave has decided, next time I see the old man, I must beg him to accept this slave as a disciple. Forward. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and then he tried to dispel Fu Xiao's thought, when I saw that senior last night, I asked him to accept me as an apprentice. But the old man rejected me with the words temporarily no idea of accepting apprentices, which made me feel very disappointed at the time. My son, I don't have the idea of accepting apprentices for the time being, but it doesn't mean I never have the idea of accepting apprentices. Fu Xiao said with a firm expression, as the saying goes, where there is sincerity, gold and stone are opened. As long as the senior feels the sincerity of the servant, I believe that the old man will accept the servant as a disciple one day. Liu Beichen. Don't know the true face of Mount Liu. Please, I am that senior. Whether or not to accept disciples, I have the final say. However, Liu Beichen can't tell the truth to Fu Xiao now. So he had no choice but to respond, Xiao, then I wish you good luck to be accepted as an apprentice by that senior. Okay, thank you for your blessing. Fu Xiao said this first. Immediately, she asked a little nervously, by the way, did the prince mention slaves in the communication with His Majesty the Empress? No. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, the conversation I had with her didn't involve anything about you. Is that so? Fu Xiao said thoughtfully, then it is estimated that His Majesty the Empress does not know that you have such a personal maid as a slave by your side. How can that be? Liu Beichen disagreed and said, since Her Majesty the Empress agrees to my marriage contract, she must have investigated my situation before that. As a personal maid who grew up by my side, it's hard for her to know. Makes sense. Fu Xiao nodded, and said, Your Majesty, according to what you said, Her Majesty the Empress probably doesn't take slaves seriously, or doesn't care about the existence of slaves. Don't forget, Your Majesty the Empress grew up in the palace. Isn't something like this commonplace? Liu Beichen said as a matter of course, it's strange if she cares, okay. Makes sense. Fu Xiao approached Liu Beichen, blinked her beautiful eyes, exhaled and said, Her Majesty is so beautiful, with a good figure, and the legendary long legs. When you saw her, did you have any bad thoughts on the spot? Chapter 159 My practitioners want to live longevity with heaven and earth. Liu Beichen gently pressed Fu Xiao's white and smooth forehead with his fingers, and then opened the distance between them. What is going on in your little head? Liu Beichen responded angrily, it's obviously a normal thing for me to meet His Majesty the Empress, but now that it's in your mouth, it suddenly changes. As the old saying goes, food and sex are also sexual. Fu Xiao said disapprovingly, Your Majesty the Empress is so attractive, it's quite normal for you to have bad intentions towards her. Even as a maidservant, as a woman, when she sees the peerless grace of Her Majesty the Empress, she will be fascinated by her for a moment, let alone you as a man. Listen to you. I don't even know if you are comparing your heart with your heart, or using your own heart to save my belly. Liu Beichen responded, but in the process of getting along with Her Majesty the Empress, I really didn't have any intention of blaspheming her. Fu Xiao rolled her eyes and asked, what about after you meet Her Majesty the Empress? There is such a little strange feeling. Liu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and responded truthfully, after all, as you said, Her Majesty the Empress is so outstanding, and she is also my fiancé, it is impossible for me to have no feelings for her, right? Fu Xiao grabbed Liu Beichen's finger and put it down, then leaned forward again, still exhaling and saying, My lord, you are exposed, the fox's tail has come out. Expose a ghost. The fox tail ran out. Liu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, First, I didn't pretend to be anything. Second, in the process of communicating with Her Majesty the Empress, I didn't have the bad thoughts you think. Third, I have never concealed my fondness for Her Majesty the Empress, and the slight strangeness I have in my heart. Your Majesty, as long as you have feelings for Her Majesty the Empress. Fu Xiao didn't know what to think of at this moment. She looked at Liu Beichen sympathetically, this place is not far from God, and the day of your wedding with His Majesty the Empress is coming soon. And because your strength is not as good as Her Majesty the Empress, when you are sleeping, you will always be under the pressure of Her Majesty the Empress. Now that you can have feelings for Her Majesty the Empress, that's better, at least you won't be too aggrieved by then. Liu Beichen. What the hell? What's the situation? If it wasn't for Fang Chen's personal maid, Fu Xiao, who existed beside him since he was a child, he might still think that the mandate of Heaven Villain system turned into an adult and ran out. Because some of the remarks made by Fu Xiao are too similar to the mandate of Heaven Villain system. Not to mention very similar, they are exactly the same, okay? I said it before. The Destiny Villain system laughed out loud, this wave is called heroes who see the same thing. Shut up. Liu Beichen said suspiciously, System, you don't have any avatar skills. You created a avatar system to bind Xiao, and used similar words to brainwash her like crazy. That's why her comments are similar to yours. Host, aren't you? The Destiny Villain system laughed out loud again, you can think of such a whimsical thing? Do you still have the avatar system? Seriously? Liu Beichen said, otherwise, please explain to me why there is such a coincidence. There are too many coincidences in the world. The Destiny Villain system replied in a non-committal tone, explanation or something, there is no need for this at all. Then when Xiao and I were talking, why did you interject? Liu Beichen cut off the communication with the Destiny Villain system, and then he said to Fu Xiao, you talk about this kind of thing, it's getting more and more outrageous. Fu Xiao replied straightforwardly, Your Majesty, for matters related to your lifelong happiness, of course this servant will talk about it. Ah this. Liu Beichen said perfunctorily, forget it, let's talk about the future. Fu Xiao rolled her eyes again, and said, Your Majesty, since you said that after meeting His Majesty the Empress, you really had some strange thoughts, are you feeling very uncomfortable now? Do you need my servant to help you solve it now, so that you can relax? After a pause, she continued, also, don't worry, as for the smell, it will be gone after washing, and Her Majesty the Empress will not find out. It's coming again, isn't it? Liu Beichen rolled his eyes, and responded viciously, if you do this again, be careful, I will eat you up. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Fu Xiao puffed out her chest, and said provocatively, Your Majesty, if you have the guts, just before marrying His Majesty the Empress, you will eat up your slaves and servants in a real sense. Liu Beichen. Listen, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? I'm going, can't I go? Liu Beichen said helplessly. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would not be able to keep the bottom line, and he would really wipe out Fu Xiao. After all, he is not a eunuch, but a man of blood. Have lust, but no lust. Fu Xiao hastily stretched out his hand to hold Liu Beichen's arm, and said, My lord, there are some things that you cannot escape. Because if you suffocate yourself, in addition to being the slave's fault, some disharmony in life will also affect your relationship with Her Majesty the Empress. Think about it carefully, is this the truth? It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Liu Beichen disagreed and said, It is necessary to know that my generation of practitioners seeks to improve their strength, live the same life as the world, or live with my fate is up to me. Whether it's a Taoist companion or something else, it's all secondary. Also, Your Majesty the Empress is the Emperor of the Qian Kingdom, and she cares more about whether it can make the Qian Kingdom stronger. That's what it says. Fu Xiao argued, but we don't know much about Her Majesty the Empress, who knows if she values this matter. Also, son, isn't it a good thing that you can satisfy Her Majesty the Empress in this regard? Liu Beichen didn't know what to say at the moment. Before Liu Beichen could respond, Fu Xiao pointed to the soft seat and continued, "Come on, good boy, lie down and let this servant see if you're exhausted." In the end, Liu Beichen was finally moved by Fu Xiao's perseverance, and he rejected Fu Xiao's proposal again justly. Just a few days after Liu Beichen and the Empress Wu Mingkong met for the first time in a real sense, the Empress Wu Mingkong had already dealt with all the things that existed in the lower reaches of the Liuhe River, and was about to set off to return to her senses. Then, what Liu Beichen didn't expect was, he will happen to meet Ye Fan, the son of destiny in the script of Empress Wu Mingkong's life. Chapter 160 Invitation from Empress Wu Mingkong. Knowing that Empress Wu Mingkong was about to leave for the capital of God, Liu Beichen originally wanted to stay in the carriage with Fu Xiao. However, Empress Wu Mingkong sent Li Weiwei, the commander of Jin Yiwei, to invite him, saying that she would ride in the same chariot with him. A chariot? Liu Beichen asked with some doubts, "Commander Li, what's going on?" "Fang Shizi, the matter is like this." Li Weiwei explained, "When I came to the lower reaches of the Liuhe River, Her Majesty the Empress specially dressed in plain clothes in order to inspect the people's situation, and behaved very low-key. Now that the embankment crisis in the lower reaches of the Liuhe River has been eliminated, all the officials who have done nothing have also been dealt with. In the process, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has also been caught. This means that the goal this time has been overfulfilled. That's why Her Majesty the Empress returned to God's capital on this trip, and she was going to go all the way back in a high-profile way, so she asked someone to drive over her giant chariot." "I understand. Thank you, Commander Li, for explaining my confusion." Liu Beichen nodded, and said, "The king of every country likes to tour his country from time to time, so as not to be forgotten by his own people after a long time. His Majesty the Empress is taking advantage of the opportunity of inspection, and wants to let the people in the lower reaches of the Lu River get to know her and show her existence. After all, Her Majesty the Empress has not been on the throne for a long time, and many Chinese people don't know her well." What Fang Shizi said is true. Her Majesty the Empress wants to return to God's capital in a high-profile way, because she wants to achieve such a goal. Li Weiwei said with a smile, "No wonder His Majesty the Empress praised Fang Shizi after meeting him. It turns out that Fang Shizi not only has a clear mind, but can also quickly understand the deep meaning contained in His Majesty's every move. In fact, there were some things she didn't say." These days, Empress Wu Mingkong ordered her to disclose a lot of details of the battle on the banks of the Liuhe River to the outside world, causing the outside world to become a buzz. Many people know that Empress Wu Mingkong was attacked by the second Prince Wu Yuanyun and the guardians of Kongming Tiangong. At this critical moment, a super strong man from Chinese palace appeared. Not only did he strike a single sword, but he also killed Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, who was a strong man at the 7th level of the king conferring realm. He also killed Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, and said that he was not afraid of Kongming Tiangong's troubles afterwards. All these signs show that the Chinese palace is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface, and even the Chinese palace may be as powerful as the Kongming Tiangong. And Fang Chen, the eldest son of Chinese prince, has a marriage contract with the Empress Wu Mingkong. The combination of Chinese prince's mansion and Qiangguo court is probably much stronger than Kongming Tiangong. Empress Wu Mingkong deliberately created this atmosphere, and she also has unknown ambitions in her heart. Therefore, Empress Wu Mingkong sent her to invite Liu Beichen to ride in a chariot together. "I'm just guessing. I didn't expect to be able to guess so accurately." Liu Beichen also smiled and said, "Commander Li said that His Majesty the Empress has praised me a lot, which makes me very flattered." "Yes. Fang Shizi, this commander has personally heard Her Majesty the Empress praise you." Li Weiwei said with an inexplicable look on her face. How would Fang Chen feel if he knew that His Majesty the Empress praised his appearance and figure? Seeing Li Weiwei's reaction, Liu Beichen felt that it must be weird for Empress Wu Mingkong to praise him. But he didn't say anything, he just pretended to be happy and said, "That's great. I'm really honored to be praised by Her Majesty the Empress." Li Weiwei changed the topic a little unnaturally, "Your Majesty Fang, I believe you have also heard that when Her Majesty the Empress was attacked last time, it was thanks to the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion who came to the rescue. I wonder if you can contact his old man?" Her Majesty the Empress ordered this commander to prepare a gift not long ago, which is to be given to his old man. "Commander Li, I'm afraid this will disappoint you." Liu Beichen shook his head and said, "When I met Her Majesty the Empress, I told you that I can't contact that senior. I can only wait for that senior to contact me, so if you want to give the gift that His Majesty the Empress asked you to prepare to the old man, then you have to wait. Is that so? Li Weiwei thought for a while, then handed Liu Beichen a storage ring, and said, Fang Shizi, it is said that the senior was specially sent by Chinese king to protect you. Her Majesty asked the commander to prepare the gift. If I give it to you, it should be easier to give it to the old man than if it is in the commander's hands. Commander Li, it's better to store it with you. Liu Beichen refused. Let's not talk about that senior, as a super strong man whose strength has reached the 7th floor of the king conferring realm, he has a lot of cultivation resources in his hands. He won't care about this little gift. Just put it in my hand, if something is missing from the storage ring, I can't afford it. The words fall. He also roughly told Qin Zhengqing that the man in silver mask had found Qin Zhengqing and given Qin Zhengqing countless panacea. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, Okay, since Fang Shizi has such concerns, then this gift will be temporarily stored here by the commander. Ro. Liu Beichen said, Commander Li, don't worry, if I can see that senior again, I will definitely mention this matter to him. Yeah, thank you Fang Shizi. Li Weiwei said gratefully, the commander has said everything that should be said. If there is nothing else, the commander will leave first. Okay. Looking at Li Weiwei's leaving back, Liu Beichen couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Although the young commander of Jin Yiwei is not as talented and powerful as Empress Wu Mingkong, but among his peers, he is considered the best. When Fu Xiao learned that Liu Beichen was going to share a chariot with Empress Wu Mingkong back to the capital of God, she immediately felt very disappointed. She also thought about teasing Liu Beichen in the carriage halfway, to see if she could do something bad again. After all, with Empress Wu Mingkong not far away, just the thought of it can make her feel very exciting. Who knows that the plan can't keep up with the changes? Empress Wu Mingkong's impromptu decision made her secret plan fail. What happened? Liu Beichen asked in surprise, a look of being out of your mind. Don't tell me, are you jealous? My lord, this servant admits that she is jealous. Fu Xiao responded with resentment, before I go to the capital of God, I haven't even had the chance to be alone with you. If you go to the capital of the gods, you will have no chance. Maybe it will be difficult for the slaves to see you. Liu Beichen reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and declared, Don't worry, with me here, the kind of thing you think will never happen. As long as his strength returns to the level of Yuan Shen realm, he will no longer hide his strength. When? No one dared to stop him from doing anything. Chapter 161 The Empress and Liu Beichen sent candy online? Looking at the Empress Wu Mingkong in full attire, Liu Beichen had to admit that she was much more imposing than her in simple attire. How should I put it, it can be said to have a special flavor. What happened? Empress Wu Mingkong noticed Liu Beichen's strange gaze, and couldn't help asking with some doubts, is there something wrong with my current clothes or the makeup on my face? No. Liu Beichen shook his head, and said, the dress of Her Majesty the Empress is not only more magnificent than before, but also makes me fall in love with it. Are you exaggerating? Empress Wu Mingkong said in disbelief, Fang Shizi, don't be perfunctory to me. His Majesty the Empress is joking. Liu Beichen responded with a sincere face, Weichen's words are not exaggerated, nor are you perfunctory. After a pause, he continued, if you really don't believe me, you can ask Commander Li to see if her opinion is the same as Wei Chen's. The corners of Li Weiwei's mouth couldn't help twitching. Zindao, Fang Shizi, aren't you? Changing tricks to please Her Majesty the Empress, even flirting with Her Majesty the Empress is fine. Why did you have to pull on this commander? Seeing Empress Wu Mingkong turn her gaze to her, Li Weiwei quickly responded, Your Majesty Fang is right, Your Majesty Empress is more elegant than before. Weiwei, with your words, I feel relieved. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, waiting for Zhen to show his existence in front of the people of the Qian Kingdom, if there is something wrong with his dress or makeup, it will be ridiculous. Not to mention that I won't be able to accomplish my goal then, it might even have a counterproductive effect. Your Majesty, I dare not agree with your words. Liu Beichen retorted loudly, with your monstrous aptitude and unique demeanor, no one can ignore your existence even if you don't dress up or go out in costumes, right? Fang Shizi can really talk. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled, and said, I just want to present my best side to the people of Qiangguo. Her Majesty the Empress has praised you. Liu Beichen said this first. Immediately, he continued, I can assure you that Her Majesty's attire will definitely shock the people in Qiangguo who are lucky enough to see Tianyan, and will never forget it in their hearts for a long time, and will even remember it for a lifetime. That's good. Empress Wu Mingkong said in a good mood, I believe in Fang Shizi's vision. So I decided to face the people of Qiangguo with my current outfit and makeup. Your Majesty the Empress is wise. That's what he said, but what Liu Beichen was thinking in his heart was. He can't care so much about the reaction of the people of Qiangguo who were lucky enough to meet the Empress Wu Mingkong. Anyway, Empress Wu Mingkong's current dress and makeup conform to his aesthetics as long as he does. Listening to the conversation between Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong, Li Weiwei next to her felt that she seemed a little redundant. Had she eaten a mouthful of dog food? Hello, Your Majesty the Empress, Prince Fang. When you fiancés are flirting, have you ever thought about the feelings of this single dog? Inadvertently meeting Li Weiwei's gaze, Empress Wu Mingkong seemed to realize something, and felt a little shy in her heart. From an unpopular princess to the Empress of the Qian Kingdom, she has experienced a lot of ups and downs. But she is still a little inexperienced in communicating with a man, especially if this man is her fiancé in name. After calming down his ups and downs, Empress Wu Mingkong asked Li Weiwei, "Have you checked the car I'm going to go on tour? Is there any problem?" Li Weiwei responded respectfully, "Whether it's the chariot or the 9 bloody BMWs with special bloodlines, I've checked them all, and there's nothing wrong with them." Her words immediately aroused Liu Beichen's curiosity. "Your Majesty, how big is your car? Do you want to use 9 bloody horses with special blood to pull it?" "It's pretty big." Empress Wu Mingkong smiled mysteriously, and said, "Because you will see each other soon, I won't describe any more here." "Your Majesty the Empress, why did you suddenly sell yourself?" Liu Beichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can't you just satisfy Wei Chen's curiosity a little bit?" "Cannot." Empress Wu Mingkong refused. "Sir Fang, you don't mind waiting for a while, do you?" "Okay, I will wait patiently." Liu Beichen nodded, and said, "After all, some things are far less shocking than seeing them." That. He suddenly discovered that Empress Wu Mingkong was inexplicably cute. What should he do? That's the reason. After the Empress Wu Mingkong finished speaking, she turned her head to communicate with Li Weiwei. How to arrange the tour? Who's in the front, who's in the middle, and who's in the back? She explained everything to Li Weiwei. Liu Beichen didn't make a sound, just quietly watching the beauty of the Empress Wu Mingkong. After about a while, Empress Wu Mingkong discussed with Li Weiwei about the tour, and then said to Liu Beichen, "Fang Shizi, I kept you waiting for a long time, let's go, I will take you to see the patrol car." "Okay, Your Majesty the Empress." Seeing the car mentioned by Empress Wu Mingkong, which is the giant chariot that Empress Wu Mingkong specially asked people to drive over from the capital of God, Liu Beichen showed his shock at the right time. This giant chariot is big. But Liu Beichen is a traveler from Blue Star after all, and has seen too many high-rise buildings and the legendary heavy aircraft carrier. My heart has long been calm. However, compared to the people of Qiangguo, who are far less experienced than him, it would be shocking to see the Empress Wu Mingkong on such a giant chariot. Empress Wu Mingkong was very satisfied with Liu Beichen's reaction. She pointed to the giant chariot in front of her and said, "Fang Shizi, before the time for my planned tour, would you like to go on a tour with me?" "Okay." Wei Chen has exactly this intention. Liu Beichen responded, unexpectedly, it was proposed by His Majesty the Empress first. Empress Wu Mingkong felt strange. Could it be that the legendary tacit understanding does not work at all? Quickly putting aside this thought in her mind, Empress Wu Mingkong said calmly, "Since Fang Shizi has the same idea as me, please do so." After the words fell, she took the lead in walking towards the giant chariot. "Okay, Your Majesty the Empress." Of course Liu Beichen would not spoil the scenery, so he followed after seeing this. Should I give Her Majesty the Empress and Fang Shizi some time to spend alone? Or should we continue to guard Her Majesty the Empress? Seeing this, Li Weiwei struggled for a moment, and finally decided to follow. The duty of this command envoy. Your Majesty the Empress, Fang Shizi, if you bother you, please don't blame the commander. Chapter 162 Companion to a king is like a tiger, and everyone wants to see the sky. On the giant chariot. Empress Wu Mingkong stopped, turned her head and saw Liu Beichen following up, and couldn't help jumping up in her heart. Immediately, she saw Li Weiwei behind Liu Beichen again, and felt a little depressed for no reason. No, no, no. Her Majesty's eyes, as if she is about to kill the commander. Seeing Empress Wu Mingkong's slightly unfriendly eyes, Li Weiwei subconsciously moved her figure to Liu Beichen's side to hide. Noticing the small movements of Empress Wu Mingkong and Li Weiwei, Liu Beichen was thoughtful. Empress Wu Mingkong probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to stay alone with him and cultivate their relationship. And Li Weiwei didn't know whether it was because of her duty or some other reason. She followed up and acted as a light bulb, disrupting Empress Wu Mingkong's plan. That's why they act like they are now, right? In other words, Weiwei's loyalty is loyalty. Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded when she saw this, but you are too ignorant, and you are so stupid. What a shame. Your Majesty, I am very curious about your car. Liu Beichen broke the embarrassing atmosphere at the scene. I wonder if it's convenient for you to introduce to Wei Chen. Of course it's convenient. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, Fang Shizi, even if you don't ask, I'm going to introduce you to this super chariot designed by me and then built by the Ministry of Industry. Feeling Empress Wu Mingkong's sharp eyes moving away from her body, Li Weiwei couldn't help but glance at Liu Beichen gratefully. She thought, fortunately, Fang Shizi rescued her. Otherwise, she doesn't even know what to do. With this thought flashing through her mind, Li Weiwei took a step back, desperately reducing her sense of existence. Liu Beichen pretended to be flattered and said, Okay, then there will be your majesty the lady. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled, and began to explain to Liu Beichen the structure of the giant chariot and what materials it was made of. Liu Beichen nodded vigorously. He nodded and exclaimed, praising Empress Wu Mingkong's wonderful design. It was probably Liu Beichen's reaction that pleased the Empress Wu Mingkong, and the smile on her pretty face became brighter and brighter. Watching the exchange between Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong, Li Weiwei took another step back. At this time, she already regretted her behavior of following up. After all, with the perverted strength of Empress Wu Mingkong, if she really meets an assassin, who will protect who? Please. I can't see my commander, I can't see my commander. Li Weiwei worked hard to be the background card. Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, and asked, Weiwei, what are you muttering about? Li Weiwei shook her head like a rattle, no, I'm not mumbling about anything. Damn it, why did she inadvertently say what was in her heart? Is it? Empress Wu Mingkong gave her a suspicious look before continuing to communicate with Liu Beichen. Didn't find out last time we met. Liu Beichen laughed secretly, so Commander Li still has such a cute side. Li Weiwei first continued to take a step back, and then breathed out a sigh of relief. No wonder there is an old saying that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Today, she has a deep understanding of this sentence. I don't know how long it has been. Empress Wu Mingkong and Liu Beichen got off the giant chariot, followed by Li Weiwei's little tail. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your popular science, which opened my eyes. Liu Beichen said with emotion on his face, otherwise, I have thought so much, I would never have imagined that there is such a mysterious chariot in the world. Your Majesty Fang, you are welcome. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and said, no matter how you say it, you are my fiancé, the future Empress of Jian Kingdom, and I should do this. The words fall. A bit of shyness suddenly flashed in her heart. His Majesty the Empress can say that, I am really happy. Liu Beichen and the Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but looked at each other and smiled as they spoke, everything was said without saying a word. Isn't it? Here again. Her Majesty the Empress and Fang Shizi are giving out dog food again. Li Weiwei wanted to plug her ears now so as not to hear these words. Qiangguo, Yangzhou. Build Nanfu and rejuvenate Dragon City. At this time, there were many people standing densely on both sides of Zijing Yuan Avenue. They received the news that Empress Wu Mingkong's patrolling team would pass by here today, so they came early and waited in order to see Empress Wu Mingkong's sky. Also, these days, they heard that the Empress Wu Mingkong was in danger by the Lu River and was rescued by a mysterious strongman from the Chinese Palace, and they all wondered whether the background of the Chinese Palace could compete with the Kongming Tiangong. And it is said that Empress Wu Mingkong will share a chariot with Chinese Wang Shizi Fang Chen on this tour. So they absolutely do not allow themselves to miss such a grand event. Otherwise, they might regret it for life in the future. However, some people from other countries sneered at this, thinking it was just fake news. After all, they have more or less known the background of Chinese Palace. It is impossible to recruit at all, or have a super strong man whose strength exceeds the 7th level of the king-conferring realm. Therefore, they felt that this was deliberately fabricated by someone with a heart, and it was just a trick to elevate the status of the Chinese Palace. As for the reaction of the largest force in Bizhu, Kongming Tiangong, most people will come out and declare that this is a rumor, and the possibility of going to war for it is very small. The so-called caring people probably thought of this level, so they made up stories with such confidence, right? Many Chinese people also have slight doubts in their hearts. Who told them that their understanding of Empress Wu Mingkong is limited to legends? In addition, the people of Qiangguo who believed the news were all overjoyed. Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude is unparalleled, and she has cultivated her strength to the astonishing 2nd level of king-conferred realm at a young age. Let's just say that her marriage contract with Fang Chen, the heir son of the Prince of Chenese, represents the union of the two great powers of the imperial court of the Jian Kingdom and the palace of the Prince of Chenese. Looking to Bizhu, looking to the world of the sky, which faction dares to say that they can take it lightly? Correspondingly, those in other countries who believed the news were worried. I'm afraid that after the rise of Qiangguo, it will attack or annex various forces and countries. Of course, no matter whether everyone at the scene was happy or worried, there was a consensus. That is, under the leadership of the Empress Wu Mingkong, Qiangguo embarked on the road of strong rise. Besides, Li Weiwei's arrangements were properly made, and she didn't find any problems, so she went to report to Empress Wu Mingkong respectfully. Your Majesty Empress, everything is ready, you and Fang Shizi will get on the chariot before you can start patrolling. Chapter 163 Really let the little Empress kneel down and sing conquest to him? Seeing Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong boarded the giant chariot together, Fu Xiaohu's expression suddenly became a little sad. Oh, I don't know if that counts as. But seeing the newcomers laugh, how can you hear the scene of the old ones crying? Liu Beichen noticed Fu Xiaohu's reaction, and couldn't help but pause. What happened? Empress Wu Mingkong followed Liu Beichen's gaze. Immediately, she said thoughtfully, Fang Shizi, is that little girl your personal maid? You actually call her a little girl? Wu Mingkong, you don't seem to be much older than Xiaohu, right? Liu Beichen first complained in his heart, then he nodded and replied truthfully, that's right, she is Fu Xiaohu, Weichen's personal maid. Looks good and looks good. It's just that the aptitude and strength are a little bit worse. Empress Wu Mingkong commented, however, to be your personal maid, I'm barely qualified. Your Majesty the Empress doesn't mind. Liu Beichen was very surprised and said, you must know that Xiaohu is the personal maid of Weichen. Say you don't mind, it's a lie. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head and said, but I sent someone to investigate your situation before, and I know that you have a personal maid by your side. So I can still accept it. Liu Beichen put a high hat on the Empress Wu Mingkong and said, Your Majesty, I have to admire you so much. It's cheaper for you. Empress Wu Mingkong said with a smile that was not a smile, Fang Shizi, if I don't pursue this matter, you must be flattered in your heart, right? No. Nothing like that. Liu Beichen quickly denied, Weichen is just impressed by your generosity and relieved. Really? Empress Wu Mingkong gave him a suspicious look, then nodded and said, I believe that Fang Shizi is not lying. Liu Beichen replied with a smile, thank you Your Majesty the Empress for trusting me. Although Li Weiwei was a little far away, but she still listened to the conversation between Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong completely. My God! Your Majesty the Empress, you are generous and understandable. Maybe we can stop giving out dog food, I'm already full. Li Weiwei rolled her eyes, looking like she couldn't bear it. Qin Zhengqing first showed a look of relief on his face, and then he sighed meaningfully, it's good to be young. Soon, Liu Beichen suddenly discovered that the temperament of the Empress Wu Mingkong had undergone an astonishing change at some point. If we talk about the former Empress Wu Mingkong, she still has the taste of a girl next door. At this moment, the Empress Wu Mingkong is a domineering king looking down on the world. The weirder thing is, such a female Emperor Wu Mingkong, on the contrary, suddenly raised a sense of conquest in Liu Beichen's heart. The Destiny villain system noticed Liu Beichen's strong mood swings, and couldn't help but come out and tease, host, your bad taste is worse than mine. You actually thought about letting Empress Wu Mingkong kneel down and sing conquer for you. I have to say something to you here, Niobe. Liu Beichen was taken into consideration by the Destiny villain system, and he couldn't help responding angrily, System, you have great powers, I know that, but it's still the same sentence, can you please focus on helping me improve my strength? Helping you improve your strength, I've been doing it all the time. Otherwise, where did you get the Destiny value to exchange for cultivation? The Destiny villain system first refuted it like this, and then it asked, you just say whether you have that kind of thought. Okay, can I admit it? Liu Beichen responded impatiently, you have the answer, step back. After finishing the communication with the Destiny villain system and returning his attention to the Empress Wu Mingkong, Liu Beichen not only looked more intensely, but also felt his tongue dry up. Because at this time his mind flashed. The female Emperor Wu Mingkong mentioned by the Destiny villain system knelt down and sang to him the evil scene of conquest. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at Liu Beichen with feeling, and asked, Fang Shizi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Liu Beichen shook his head, and said, Your Majesty the Empress is too magnificent, she's making me crazy. What the hell? Fortunately, Empress Wu Mingkong didn't know what he was thinking now. Otherwise, you have to cut him with a sword, or take him directly to the dungeon. Fang Shizi, if you can talk more. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled and said, after all, no one else would dare to be so glib in front of me except you. Liu Beichen probably understood the temperament of the Empress Wu Mingkong, and replied, it is a great honor to be the number one to praise the Empress. Empress Wu Mingkong's eyes were full of smiles, after hearing this, people who don't know the truth will still think you are a courtier who can only flatter you. His Majesty the Empress is joking. The humble minister just praised you a few words, how did you become a courtier? Liu Beichen called Chu and said, if you think this way in your heart, then my minister is really wronged. Wu Mingkong, how dare you call me a courtier? Well, sooner or later, I, a sycophant, will make you kneel down and sing about conquering. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Liu Beichen quickly suppressed it. Namo Amitabha Buddha, so good. He just has this kind of thought and is not ready to act. Yup. I'm just kidding you. The expression on Empress Wu Mingkong Qiao's face became serious. Why did Fang Shizi react so strongly? Could it be because of a guilty conscience? The humble minister feels wronged, it's just arguing a few words, why is he guilty? Liu Beichen responded straightforwardly, if nothing else, just say that I can stand up to your investigation. Wu Mingkong, if you bring up this topic again, be careful of me in the future. Stop it, stop it. I can't keep thinking about that. At this time, Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming, and she smiled again, well, I believe Fang Shizi is a man. Your Majesty, my heart can't bear your way of doing things like this. Liu Beichen exaggeratedly covered his heart, and said, maybe one day, Weichen kicks his feet directly, and the person is gone. Is it so serious? Empress Wu Mingkong said in surprise, Fang Shizi, you are not scaring me, are you? Liu Beichen responded, you were the one who frightened the minister first. Oh, I didn't expect Fang Shizi to hold a grudge. Empress Wu Mingkong patted the seat with her hand and said, come, in order to appease your wounded heart, I am going to let you sit beside me and accept the review of the people of Qiangguo together with me. Liu Beichen asked, Your Majesty, are you slapping this official and then giving him a sweet date? Empress Wu Mingkong spread her hands and replied, if you think like this, I can't help it. All right. On the surface, Liu Beichen sat down calmly, but in his heart he was thinking about how he would settle this account with Empress Wu Mingkong in the future. Or, let the little empress kneel down and sing conquest for him? Chapter 164 Heaven does not give birth to Empress Majesty, eternity is like a long night. Empress Wu Mingkong didn't know what bad idea was in Liu Beichen's mind. All she knew was that she was a little nervous at this moment. After all, since she was sensible, she has never had such close contact with a man. Liu Beichen slightly turned his head to look at the Empress Wu Mingkong who was close at hand, and suddenly felt that the compensation for Empress Wu Mingkong to let him sit with her to accept the review of the people of Jian Kingdom was not bad. Isn't it? What does Her Majesty the Empress think? Seeing this, Li Weiwei couldn't help being stunned. Sharing a chariot with Fang Shizi is already a bit out of line. Now the two are still sitting together, going on tour in full view. I have to say that the scene in front of her had a big impact on her. I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous. Seeing this, Fu Xiaoyu said silently in her heart, her expression became more and more gloomy. Including Qin Zhengqing. Although the other people at the scene were a little surprised by this, they couldn't help exclaiming in their hearts, what a couple. Empress Wu Mingkong can far throw most women out of Jia Street no matter in terms of appearance or qualifications. However, Liu Beichen's aptitude and strength were indeed a little lower than that of the female Emperor Wu Mingkong. But in terms of appearance, he is not inferior to the Empress Wu Mingkong. The two are sitting side by side now, which is extremely pleasing to the eye. Empress Wu Mingkong forcibly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and asked, Fang Shizi, why are you looking at me like this? Do you have anything to say? It's nothing. Liu Beichen shook his head slightly, and replied, I'm just admiring your beauty. Cough cough cough. Then enjoy it slowly. Empress Wu Mingkong said to Li Weiwei, it's getting late, you can arrange a tour. Li Weiwei responded respectfully, yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Originally, she wondered if she would personally drive the giant chariot for Empress Wu Mingkong. After thinking about it, it is better not to steal the limelight, let it be the guards in iron armor. So, the huge team that couldn't see the end began to head towards the avenue. Everyone, look! On Zijing Yuan Avenue, suddenly a scholar in white pointed at the front and shouted in surprise, is that the convoy of Her Majesty the Empress? Hearing his words, everyone present looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a huge convoy slowly approaching from a distance. Look at the flag hanging on it, isn't it a symbol of Empress Wu Mingkong's tour, what else could it be? As the patrol team got closer, everyone at the scene could already see Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong sitting side by side. Oh my god! Your Majesty the Empress is indeed as magnificent as in the legend. I am so lucky to be able to meet her today. Isn't it? Her Majesty's looks are so striking, I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't find words to describe her beauty. The more important thing is that Her Majesty the Empress is not only beautiful, but also has an incomparable talent for cultivation. She is only about the age, and she has become a super strong man at the second level of the king conferring realm. This situation reminds me of a sentence, the sky does not give birth to Your Majesty the Empress, eternity is like a long night. Our country has Her Majesty the Empress, who will rule the world and shake the North Continent, and even look down upon the heavenly void realm. Seeing the Empress Wu Mingkong in a golden robe and going on a tour, everyone at the scene couldn't help getting excited and discussing constantly. Who told Empress Wu Mingkong to be an extremely legendary figure in their hearts? Of course, although Empress Wu Mingkong stole the limelight, many people still noticed Liu Beichen's existence. Someone asked puzzledly, strange, who is that guy? Why is he sitting next to Her Majesty the Empress? The words fall. Immediately someone responded to him and said, nonsense, except for Chinese Prince Fang Chen, who has the qualifications to share a chariot with His Majesty the Empress and sit together. That's true. Everyone who heard this had thoughtful expressions on their faces. From this point of view, the rumors that Her Majesty the Empress is engaged to Fang Chen, the heir son of Chinese Prince, must be true. Otherwise, how could Her Majesty, such an unparalleled empress, allow a man to come into contact with her so closely? Therefore, the people of some dry countries can't help showing knowing expressions. Thinking of the news that has been circulating recently, they were extremely happy to see the marriage between Empress Wu Mingkong and Prince Zhenyi's son Fang Chen. I also look forward to what a powerful force will be formed after the Qiangguo court and the Chinese palace are united. As for those who were not happy to see the scene, their expressions instantly became extremely dignified. Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of Qian Kingdom, colluded with Kongming Tiangong, and launched an attack on the Empress Wu Mingkong on the bank of the Lu River. Empress Wu Mingkong encountered the greatest crisis in her history. At this moment, the mysterious superpower from the Chinese palace appeared to save her, and easily killed the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong. Regarding this news, they now have doubts in their hearts and are unable to verify it. But the evidence of the marriage contract between Empress Wu Mingkong and Prince Zhenyi's heir Fang Chen was clearly laid out in front of them. If the background of Zhenyi's palace is really not weaker than that of Kongming Tiangong, then it will be in big trouble. In addition, there are still many people who are slightly jealous of Chinese prince's heir Fang Chen, thinking that he is only from a good background to win the favor of Empress Wu Mingkong. If it were them, with the same background, they would definitely be more pleasing to Empress Wu Mingkong than Chinese Wang Shi's Fang Chen. It should be known that their aptitudes are all much better than Chinese prince's heir Fang Chen. And some young women, apart from being envious of Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful appearance and enchanting aptitude, as well as having Liu Beichen as a handsome fiancé, they are still slamming the CP of Empress Wu Mingkong and Liu Beichen. Sometimes it even discusses who is above and who is below when Empress Wu Mingkong and Liu Beichen are doing certain things. Besides, in the crowd at this time, there was a young man in brocade clothes who was slightly inferior in appearance to Liu Beichen. While feeling jealous and envious, he couldn't help but said with yearning, so powerful and powerful, if you really behave like Your Majesty the Empress. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately resonated with everyone on the scene. They all wished that they were the Empress Wu Mingkong, who could ascend the throne, control the Qian Kingdom, possess unparalleled aptitude and abnormal strength. Liu Beichen didn't care what the people of Qiangguo thought. So his attention was on Empress Wu Mingkong the whole time. Empress Wu Mingkong felt a little uncomfortable under Liu Beichen's fiery gaze. It's just that, now that she's on a tour, it's hard for her to say something out loud. However, the remarks of the young man in Jinyi finally attracted Liu Beichen's attention. Because as usual, generally, people who can say such words are definitely not things in the pool. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 165 Encountering the Child of Destiny, Bold Thought Resurrection. Name, Ye Fan. Identity, young master of the Ye family in Xinglong City. Boundary, the third floor of the Great Energy Realm. Favorability, -10. Fate, Son of Destiny, Purple. Bloodline, Yin-Yang Divine Body. Luck Point, 900. Recent Turning Point. In Xinglong City, I happened to see the Empress Wu Mingkong on a tour. His vision was greatly broadened, and his mood changed suddenly. After this rare encounter, not long after, his strength was greatly improved to an unimaginable level. Good guy. What a coincidence. Did I meet the legendary Son of Destiny Ye Fan by chance? Even though Liu Beichen was prepared, he couldn't help being taken aback when he saw the life script of the young man in Jinyi. Although he had guessed in advance that the other party was definitely a man of great luck. But I didn't expect it to be Ye Fan, the Son of Destiny in the script of Empress Wu Mingkong's life. However, Ye Fan's identity, strength, bloodline, and luck did not surprise him. The only thing that feels a little speechless is, didn't Ye Fan say he didn't have a good impression of him, still a weird negative number? It seems that today is the first time he and Ye Fan met, and the two sides didn't have any grievances before, right? But Ye Fan has a bad feeling for him? Could it be that he, who has the fate of a villain of destiny, is born to be incompatible with a son of destiny like Ye Fan? Otherwise, how to explain that Ye Fan's favorability towards him is -10? Also, from Ye Fan's recent turning point, it can be concluded that the female Emperor Wu Mingkong played an extremely important role in his life. After all, with so many people present, only Ye Fan got such a big benefit afterwards. Thinking of this, Liu Beichen's heart moved, and he began to examine his own life script. Host, Liu Beichen. Identity, Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, Holy Son of the Yaokai Holy Land, descendant of the Liu family of the primordial immortal clan in the Upper Realm, and Prince of Chinese, Pseudo Realm, the 9th floor of the King Conferring Realm. Fate, Destiny Villain, Purple. Bloodline, Demon Heart Deo Body. Luck Point, 1875. Mandate, 0. Rewarded Product, Friendship Talisman *1. Recent Turning Point. The host was favored by the Empress Wu Mingkong, married her in the capital of the gods of the Qian Kingdom, and became the Empress of the Qian Kingdom. His destiny has not changed, he is still the villain of destiny. It's just that blue has changed to purple, which should be due to the doubling of luck. There is a way to heaven, but you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. Liu Beichen asked the destiny villain system in a deep voice, System, I now have a lot more luck points than Ye Fan. If I choose to kill Ye Fan immediately, is there any problem? Host, you are bold enough to kill Ye Chen. The destiny villain system was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect you to want to do more daring things now. Ye Fan has so many luck points, so you are not afraid of being backlashed. System, I just want to get a clear answer. Liu Beichen continued to ask, if I choose to kill Ye Fan immediately, is there any problem? No. The destiny villain system responded affirmatively, with twice as many luck points as Ye Fan and your strength far surpassing Ye Fan, there is no problem at all if you want to kill him. After a pause, he continued, however, host, you don't want to keep Ye Fan as a treasure hunter? Slowly pluck his wool. First, I don't have that free time. Secondly, I don't think there are any opportunities in the Void Realm worth grabbing for me. Third, I still have Empress Wu Mingkong, the daughter of destiny who continues to increase my destiny value. Liu Beichen didn't hide his thoughts, as for Ye Fan, the son of destiny, just provide me with a large wave of destiny points after death. Host, I have to say, your wishful thinking is really brilliant. The destiny villain system responded, since you are not going to keep Ye Fan as a treasure hunter, then choose to kill him immediately. After all, it is also a good idea to use the large wave of destiny points to quickly restore the original cultivation base. Okay, system, with your words, I feel relieved. Liu Beichen sighed, after all, the so-called son of destiny is so beloved by the heavens. I'm a little afraid that he will suddenly explode and surpass me in strength. About whether Ye Fan will suddenly explode and become stronger than you. You can rest assured. The destiny villain system prompted, for details, please refer to what I just said. Okay, understand. Liu Beichen made up his mind and said, after this tour is over, I will start to act immediately. Thinking of beheading the son of destiny, Ye Fan, who can immediately get a large wave of destiny points to exchange for cultivation, and quickly recover his strength, he is still a little excited. Because the sooner he recovers to his original strength, the sooner he can get the little empress to kneel down and sing conquest for him. No, that's wrong, the more confident you can face the wrath from Kong Ming Tiangong's loss of the left and right guardians at the same time. Ye Fan is expressing his feelings and ambitions. The black ring on his finger suddenly emitted an unknown fluctuation. Boy Yet, be careful, the old man seems to have sensed someone looking at you maliciously just now. What? Is there such a thing? Ye Fan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he hurriedly asked, Old Xiao, who is it? Do I know that person? Not sure. That man's malice towards you is not very obvious. Xiao Lao replied in a deep voice, if the old man is not sensitive to this aspect, I am afraid I would not have discovered it. But... Ye Fan scanned the surroundings, but found no suspicious targets. It's strange, there seems to be no one who has a grudge with me here now. Don't be afraid of Dash, just be afraid of what happens. Boy Yat, although your current strength is relatively good compared to your peers. Elder Xiao reminded, but this does not mean that you are safe, maybe someone wants to kill you before you grow up. I understand what you mean. Ye Fan asked, then how should I deal with this matter now? Immediately choose to stay away from Xinglong City. Elder Xiao suggested, this has become your place of trapped dragons. You have to leave and wander around, this is your future path. In addition, you can also use this to avoid some forces that are hostile to you. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Ye Fan solemnly declared, I will follow your suggestion and leave Xinglong City for a while. When I return again, I must have already become famous in Bizhu, and even in the entire Sky Void realm. Elder Xiao agreed deeply, Boy Yet, with your current aptitude and the hard work of this old man, it's not difficult to achieve your grand goal. Chapter 166 The Embarrassing Empress. Ring? Grandpa? Although the communication between Ye Fan and Mr. Xiao can be hidden from others, it cannot be hidden from Liu Beichen. After all, Liu Beichen's strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, and the power of his consciousness is far beyond what ordinary practitioners can compare. Of course, it was not to the extent that Ye Fan and Xiao Lao could clearly understand every sentence in the conversation. However, that's enough. because he deduced from it that Ye Fan's portable grandfather might be stronger than his peak before he fell and became a soul body. But it is definitely not strong enough. So even when he was beheading Ye Fan suddenly exploded, and his grandfather possessed him with him. His strength grew wildly, and it could not threaten his safety. These thoughts flashed across his mind. Beichen suddenly felt stable. Ye Fan, the son of destiny, will die within a few days. Whoever comes can't save Ye Fan's life, he said. Even with the guarantee of the mandate of Heaven Villain system, Beichen still decided to attack Ye Fan after simulating various scenarios. This made the Destiny Villain system marvel at Beichen's growth. Host, your mind is becoming more and more careful, and your behavior is becoming more and more cautious. The Destiny Villain system couldn't help but praise. No way. Beichen responded naturally, it's rare to have the opportunity to travel through time, become a practitioner, and live the same life as the world. I don't want to die young. Therefore, no matter what you do now, don't be impulsive. You have to consider whether I can bear the consequences. So good. The Destiny Villain system agrees, without the strength to crush everyone, it is not advisable to blindly be arrogant and think that God is first and Lao Tzu is second. It is not advisable to act without fear. Your current aptitude and strength are far superior to those of your peers, and I am very pleased that you can still have such an idea. System, why are you talking so politely? This doesn't look like you anymore. Beichen joked, people who don't know, think you are a literary system. That's amazing. The Destiny Villain system said in amazement, you can joke with me, it seems that you are really in a good mood. When I think about it, there will be a large wave of destiny points arriving soon. Beichen responded meaningfully, it's no wonder I'm in a bad mood. That's true. The Destiny's Villain system said, then I'm here to congratulate the host on his success, beheading the son of destiny, Ye Fan, and getting what he wants. Good talk, good talk. System, I accept your words. At this moment, the Empress Wu Mingkong, who noticed that Beichen's eyes had moved away from him, couldn't help asking curiously, Fang Shizi, what's wrong? Why don't you want to look at her anymore? This seems a bit abnormal. It's nothing. Beichen shook his head slightly, and said, it's just that I just saw a very interesting junior. Junior? Fang Shizi is about the same age as her, right? Why do you sound old-fashioned when you talk? Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, and continued to ask, listening to what you said, you are not looking at some young and beautiful woman, are you? How is this possible? Beichen laughed dumbly and said, when it comes to the beauty of appearance, I don't think anyone can compare to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress Wu Ming gave him a blank look, and then said angrily, Fang Shizi, look at your slick tongue, I don't know how many women you have cheated. Beichen hurriedly called out for injustice, Your Majesty, this minister is just speaking from his heart, you can't wrong me. Empress Wu Mingkong said in a low voice, you talk nonsense and make me lose my composure in front of the people of Qiangguo. This account will be settled with you when I go back. She was so busy talking to Beichen just now that she almost forgot that she was still on tour at this time, so she had to retain the majesty of the king. Beichen also realized this, so he also whispered, Your Majesty, you can't put all the blame on this minister. Because this is not what I wish. Hearing this, after Empress Wu Mingkong glanced at him, she looked away and resumed her original dignified posture. Seeing this, Beichen didn't speak anymore, but quietly used the Qi machine talisman on Ye Fan who was not far away. Then continued to focus back on Empress Wu Mingkong. What's going on with Fang Chen? From the beginning of the tour to now, except just now, have you been staring at me all the time? Could it be that my charm is really that great? It's big enough to make him unable to take his gaze away. Although the Empress Wu Mingkong was calm on the surface, she was a little unnatural in her heart, and she was a little bit secretly happy. After all, she didn't have any bad feelings towards her fiancé, Fang Chen, the future Empress of Jian Kingdom. If Fang Chen is obsessed with her stunning beauty, no matter how you look at it, it can be considered a good thing. Besides, Ye Fan looked at Beichen who was sitting side by side with Empress Wu Mingkong, and wished he could replace him. No matter who is the female Emperor Wu Mingkong's identity, appearance and figure, as well as aptitude, they are all very attractive to him. Similar to Beichen's idea of wanting the Empress Wu Mingkong to kneel down and sing to him about conquering, Ye Fan also more or less had it. It's just not as evil as Beichen's. I hope that before Her Majesty the Empress marries Fang Chen, I will have a strength far beyond that of a king, and maybe I can come to snatch a kiss or something. Such thoughts even flashed in Ye Fan's mind. Of course, he also knew that this was not realistic. Because of the friendly attitude of Empress Wu Mingkong towards Fang Chen, the day of their wedding will not be too far away. He thought that it would be very difficult for him to cultivate his strength above the king's ceiling level in such a short period of time. Dreams or something, you still have to have it. What if it comes true? Ye Fan watched the convoy of Empress Wu Mingkong, Lu Beichen, and others go away expectantly. As long as Her Majesty the Empress does not marry Fang Chen for a day, I will have a chance to step in and embrace the beauty of Her Majesty the Empress. Xiao Lao didn't think there was anything wrong with Ye Fan's grand wish. Boy yeah, then you have to work hard. Elder Xiao encouraged, you need to know that it is not an easy task to accomplish the goal you set. It's not easy, it's more challenging. Ye Fan said confidently, besides, the ultimate goal of being famous in Bizhu and even in the virtual world has come out, and I don't care about one more such goal, do I? Ro. Elder Xiao responded with relief, since you have set 2 goals in succession, it should not be too late, so hurry up and achieve them. No problem. Ye Fan looked back at the convoy of Empress Wu Mingkong and Lu Beichen. After I bid farewell to my parents, I will leave Xinglong City immediately. Chapter 167 The Empress wants to settle accounts with Lu Beichen. After the tour, Li Weiwei respectfully asked Empress Wu Mingkong if she was satisfied with some of the arrangements she had made this time. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while and replied that she was quite satisfied. Her high-profile tour this time. Not only did the people of Jian Kingdom in Xinglong City see her beautiful face, but they also confirmed her marriage relationship with Fang Chen, the son of Prince Zhenyi's. The only unsatisfactory thing is, during the tour, Fang Chen was so glib that he lost her composure, making it impossible to maintain the unique majesty of a king. Thinking of this, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help looking at Lu Beichen, and said very bluntly, Fang Shizi, I want to settle the account with you. So you said it yourself, what kind of punishment method do you want? Your Majesty, I won't take you to settle accounts like this. Lu Beichen replied with an innocent face, although your gaffe has something to do with this official, but I can't be guilty of praising you, right? It's not up to you whether you're guilty or not. I have the final say, understand? Empress Wu Mingkong snorted coldly, and said, Fang Shizi, you praised me, according to usual, you are indeed innocent. But you praised me regardless of the occasion and made me lose my composure in front of so many people, you are guilty of that. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Lu Beichen said this first. Immediately, he put on a face of confession, and said, okay, since you think I am guilty, then you can punish me however you want. I will not resist. Good attitude. If you know something wrong, you can change it. Empress Wu Mingkong pondered for a while, and said, well, what are you going to punish? Or, you are limited to say it 100 times within a few minutes. I was wrong. Lu Beichen. Little Empress, is your punishment serious? Li Weiwei staggered on the solace of her feet, and almost fell down. Your Majesty, although Fang Shizi is your fiancé, it is not surprising that you will treat him preferentially as the future Empress of Jian Kingdom. Can Fang Shizi be given such a punishment? Is it too childish? People who don't know, thought it was a young couple having a temper tantrum, and the man was begging the woman for forgiveness. Oh, right. To be precise, Her Majesty the Empress and Fang Shizi can indeed be regarded as a couple. This thought flashed through her mind, and Li Weiwei's mood finally eased a lot, and she could barely accept the punishment that Empress Wu Mingkong made to Lu Beichen, which was not like a punishment. At this time, the Destiny villain system laughed outright, host, I didn't expect that you haven't asked Empress Wu Mingkong to kneel down and sing Conquer for you, but Empress Wu Mingkong asked you to kneel down and admit her mistake 100 times. System, is there a problem with your comprehension ability? Lu Beichen responded angrily, Empress Wu Mingkong never asked me to kneel down as long as I confessed my mistakes to her 100 times. Aren't they all the same? The Destiny villain system continued to laugh and said, stop fooling yourself here. What are you kidding? Can this be the same? Lu Beichen replied speechlessly, is the difference between heaven and earth good? Forget it, host, we won't argue about this. The mandate of heaven villain system asked directly, you just said that you want to accept this punishment from Empress Wu Mingkong. Accept? Why not accept it? Lu Beichen responded without hesitation, this is nothing to be ashamed of. Host, aren't you? The Destiny villain system was stunned, in order to please the Empress Wu Mingkong, you don't even want your dignity. This has nothing to do with dignity, does it? Look at me. Lu Beichen approached the Empress Wu Mingkong, and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I have just silently said in my heart 100 times that I was wrong. You should relieve yourself now, right? What, there is still this operation. Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. After a while, she looked at Lu Beichen absurdly, and said, don't fool me, has there been such a way of performing punishments throughout the ages? Not only her, but even Li Weiwei and the Destiny villain system were confused by Lu Beichen's sudden coquettish operation. Isn't this praying to God and worshipping Buddha, and paying attention to sincerity and spirit? Not before, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Lu Beichen responded naturally, isn't Wei Chen a good example? Fang Shizi, do you think you are the first to do so? Empress Wu Mingkong looked at Liu Beichen fixedly. To be honest, I have never seen such a brazen person like you. Liu Beichen also looked back at her steadfastly. Your Majesty, it's because you misunderstood me too deeply that you think so. The gaze between the two is like thunder stirring the fire. For a moment, Li Weiwei had the illusion that Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong were about to fight. After a while, Empress Wu Mingkong was the first to show a smile and said, "It seems that Fang Shizi is not only thick-skinned, but also quite courageous." Liu Beichen also laughed, and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress, has won the award. It is thanks to your generosity and the courage you gave me. According to what you say, it's all due to me." Empress Wu Mingkong was overjoyed and said, "What a trickster." After a pause, she seemed to think of something, and then asked, "By the way, when you were on tour, you didn't accept the inspection of the people of Qiangguo, and you kept staring at me. What bad idea is going on in your mind?" "Your Majesty, what is the reason?" "Didn't I tell you the reason?" Liu Beichen replied with a sincere face, "Without him, I just want to see more of your prosperous beauty." "No way." Empress Wu Mingkong didn't quite believe it and said, "Is the reason that simple?" "Yes, Your Majesty the Empress, the reason for this humble minister is that simple." Liu Beichen replied truthfully, "Because in the eyes of Weichen at that time, nothing is more important than seeing your beauty in the prosperous age." "Is that so?" Empress Wu Mingkong inadvertently ticked the corner of her mouth, showing her good mood. Fang Shizi's explanation really won my heart. I believe you are not lying, and there is no need to lie. Thank you, Your Majesty, Empress, I will not disappoint your trust. Liu Beichen felt that he got along well with Empress Wu Mingkong. And the most important thing is that the Empress Wu Mingkong is not like many other women, she is unreasonable, and she will pursue a little thing to the end. Li Weiwei stretched out her hand and patted her face, feeling her teeth a little sour. In other words, she shouldn't have come to see Her Majesty the Empress with the presence of Chinese Prince's son Fang Chen. Otherwise, there is no need to eat so much dog food now. One bite at a time, it's so full. I'm afraid I won't be able to slow down in a few hours. Chapter 168 Ye Fan runs, Liu Beichen follows long distance. After appeasing the Empress Wu Mingkong, Liu Beichen began to make preparations to intercept and kill the Son of Destiny, Ye Fan. Originally, he wanted to show his true colors to others regardless of so much. After thinking about it seriously, his strength is not at the point where he can ignore anyone unscrupulously. So some camouflage is still necessary. Therefore, he decided to turn himself into a masked man in black and send Ye Fan on his way. Besides, after Ye Fan reluctantly bid farewell to his parents, he embarked on the road to the Demon Mountains. Although the Demon Realm Mountains are extremely dangerous, there are all kinds of powerful monsters. But with Mr. Xiao present, and his confidence in his own strength, he felt that the Demon Mountain range could help him improve his strength quickly. Besides, he set the goal of cultivating his strength to a level above the kingship level before Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong got married. How could it be possible without taking some risks? Also, Mr. Xiao didn't object, so he was given a reassurance. It's strange, why did this guy Ye Fan suddenly go to the Moyu mountain range? Liu Beichen followed the instructions of the Qi machine talisman and found that Ye Fan not only left Xinglong City, but was also advancing towards the Moyu mountain range. He was stunned for a moment, and then showed a thoughtful expression. If he's right, 9 times out of 10, it may be that Ye Fan's grandfather noticed his malice towards Ye Fan and gave Ye Fan some advice, which made this happen. If it weren't for the Qi machine talisman, I really wouldn't be able to find Ye Fan's trace. Liu Beichen couldn't help but feel a little lucky, it's just a little bit, I won't be able to complete the planned goal. Also, Ye Fan is the Son of Destiny, if he can't be killed as soon as possible, after a long time, no one can guarantee how far Ye Fan's strength can be enhanced. Host, let me say that your thoughts are getting more and more careful, and your actions are getting more and more cautious. The Destiny Villain system praised, first, with your divine sense, it is actually not difficult to find Ye Fan in Xinglong City. But still for the sake of prudence, he used the rare Qi machine talisman on Ye Fan. Second, you can realize that you don't have the capital to fly, choose to act low-key and pretend, I am really relieved. There is a kind of pride of old parents seeing their son grow up. System, what you said earlier is quite normal. Liu Beichen frowned and said, but what you said later, are you sure you are not taking advantage of me? It's just a metaphor. The host doesn't have to care about this detail. The Destiny Villain system gave a dry laugh, and replied with some embarrassment, in short, I want to tell you, about your current growth, as long as I am happy to see it. Okay, anyway, a big wave of destiny points is just around the corner, and I'm in a good mood, so I won't worry about the language errors in your words anymore. As Liu Beichen said, he forcibly cut off the communication with the Destiny Villain system, put all his strength into motion, and quickly followed Ye Fan's trail. Boy yet, for some reason, this old man suddenly has an ominous premonition, as if something bad is about to happen. Xiao Lao said suddenly. During the tour of Her Majesty the Empress last time, you felt someone's malice towards me. Do you feel something is wrong now? Ye Fan thought for a while, and then said, this time, it won't be that there are some overly powerful monsters nearby, or some kind of dragon's pond or tiger's lair that can put me in danger. Possible. Old Xiao hesitated for a moment, and said, you have to be careful, this happened when the old man unfortunately passed away earlier. So serious? Is it related to your unfortunate demise? Ye Fan suddenly became a little nervous, don't you be too suspicious and scare yourself. Boy yeah, the old man lived for such a long time before his unfortunate death, would he be surprised if nothing happened? Elder Xiao asked a rhetorical question first. Immediately, he continued in a serious tone, for your safety, this old man advises you to leave here immediately, the farther the better. Out of his trust in Xiao Lao, Ye Fan decided to follow Xiao Lao's words and immediately come to escape. Okay, listen to you, how far away is it from here before I'm safe? This one. Old Xiao thought for a while, and replied, when the old man no longer has that ominous premonition, you will be safe. Okay, if you feel all right, give me a squeak. After Ye Fan finished speaking, he immediately exercised his agility with all his strength and left the place. Hey, why did Ye Fan's speed suddenly increase so much? Could it be that his golden finger carry grandfather can still find out my arrival? If that's the case, then there seems to be something about this portable grandfather. However, no matter what, Ye Fan can't escape from my palm. Beichen learned about the strangeness of Ye Fan's whereabouts through the locking of the Qi machine talisman, and drew inferences in his mind. Of course, it cannot be ruled out whether Ye Fan encountered some powerful practitioners or monsters attacked him, and in order to temporarily avoid the edge, he made such a move. In short, for the specific situation, we still have to wait until Beichen is very close to Ye Fan's position to determine the reason. Ye Fan ran his body with all his strength and left the spot so fast. But compared with Beichen's tracking speed, it's not as good. So it doesn't take long at all. The distance between Beichen and Ye Fan was less than 1 kilometer. Boy yeah, it's not good. Old Xiao reminded in a deep voice, why does this old man feel that the ominous premonition in his heart is becoming more and more obvious? Old Xiao, don't scare me. Ye Fan said in surprise, I'm so far away from where I was just now, and the ominous premonition in your heart has not disappeared, but it has intensified. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something, and lost his voice, damn it, you felt that the source of my disadvantage is not nearby, right? Possible. Elder Xiao responded with a wry smile, maybe you didn't run in the right direction and delivered the goods yourself. Ye Fan only felt that there was something Xuan said in his heart at this moment, and he didn't know whether he should say it or not. After running for a long time, he became more and more dangerous. Is it too unlucky? Ye Fan thought for a while and asked, Old Xiao, can you now feel where the source of the disadvantages to me is, so that I can avoid it? You wait a moment. The situation is unclear now. If you continue to run, you may unfortunately fall into a source of danger. Elder Xiao replied like this first. Immediately, he continued, in the south. The old man feels that the source of danger that will threaten you is in the south of you. The distance is less than 1 kilometer. South. A place less than a kilometer away from me. Ye Fan was a little surprised and said, I came from there just now, and I don't seem to find anything wrong. Could it be that the person who gave you an ominous feeling was a powerful cultivator, or a monster, who is following me right now? The words fall. Not only was he taken aback, but even Mr. Xiao became very vigilant. After all, everything was so coincidental that they all felt that the possibility was very high now. Chapter 169 Preemptive Strike, Think Too Much, You. Boy yeah, the old man thinks you are very unlucky and guessed the truth. Old Xiao said in a deep voice, perhaps from the very beginning, during the process of Empress Wu Mingkong's tour, the malice I felt towards you came from her. Although you chose to leave Xinglong City to avoid the limelight for a while, he refused to let you go and pursued you relentlessly, until now he is about to meet you. I understand. Ye Fan nodded solemnly, and said, the other party is a human practitioner, and he came after me. That's why the ominous premonition in your heart is getting stronger and stronger. After a pause, he then asked with some doubts, it's just, why did he know my whereabouts and follow me without any mistakes? There are many magical things in this world that can do this. Elder Xiao responded, since the other party is a person who can even give this old man a bad feeling, he must be strong. It's not surprising that he has the means to track your location. According to what you say, am I in big trouble? Ye Fan asked with a wry smile, it's not right for me to run now, or not to run now, what do you think I should do? I can't run away. They know your whereabouts like the back of their hands, even if you continue to run now, they will catch up to you. Elder Xiao responded, now you can only be blocked by soldiers, covered by water and earth, and just kill those who follow you. That's what it says. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment, and said, but you said it just now, the opponent's strength may not be weak, and I may not be his opponent. Let's call first and then talk. Old Xiao comforted, if you really can't beat the opponent, then this old man will help you. Although he used the method of possessing himself to help Ye Fan, it would cause some harm to himself. But if Ye Fan was in danger, he wouldn't care so much. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Ye Fan said gratefully, meeting you in this life is really a blessing that I don't know how many lives I can cultivate. Silly boy, what are you doing so sensational? Elder Xiao replied, you have known the old man for a short time, how could the old man abandon you? Also, if you hadn't accidentally picked up the ring containing the old man's soul in the ancestral hall, and accidentally awakened the old man, I don't know if I have a chance to see the sun again. Old Xiao, no matter what, I want to thank you. Ye Fan didn't take any credit for it and said, without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Besides, Beichen was not far from Ye Fan at this moment. It's just that Beichen concealed his aura and hid it in a dark place. With Ye Fan's current strength, he couldn't find it. He who was able to more or less hear the conversation between Ye Fan and Xiao Lao couldn't help showing such an expression. Ye Fan's portable grandfather is indeed a rare golden finger. Not only guessed that he was going to be unfavorable to Ye Fan, but also gave Ye Fan a suggestion to stay away from Xinglong City. If it weren't for the rare Qi machine talisman in his hand, which was used on Ye Fan in advance, maybe Ye Fan could have escaped this catastrophe. In addition, his previous worries were not wrong. With the help of his grandfather, things like Ye Fan's explosion will definitely happen. If it were someone else, if they met Ye Fan, the son of destiny, they would have to turn around and go back the same way, and dare not compete with him. It's a pity that what Ye Fan met was that his strength had reached the 7th level of the king conferring realm, and he was a coward. Ye Fan, I'm sorry. Even if you have the help of your grandfather, you will die today. Beichen said silently in his heart, if you want to blame, blame your bad luck. You happened to meet me in Xinglong City. To be honest, if you think about it carefully, Ye Fan's luck is not so bad. Because if he hadn't met Ye Fan, the son of destiny, by chance during today's tour, he wouldn't have moved to kill him and earn a lot of destiny points. Boy yet, we are all too polite. Xiao Lao responded with emotion, there is no need to say thank you in the future, let's make each other better. Okay. Ye Fan nodded and said, you help me quickly improve my strength, and I will help you quickly recover your strength, so that we can achieve each other. That's right. Elder Xiao replied, however, let's talk about it at this time, we have to go through the level from the unknown strong man first. After a pause, he then said in a deep voice again, boy yet, be careful, according to the ominous premonition in the old man's heart, the other party may have come nearby. Ye Fan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he used his spiritual sense to search the surroundings, but found no abnormalities or signs of anyone's existence. Out of trust in Elder Xiao, Ye Fan looked cold, and deliberately said, which fellow Taoist is here, please show up quickly, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Pretentious. Beichen immediately appeared and said, don't be afraid to tell Mr. Ye that I'm here to kill you today. It seems that Mr. Xiao didn't lie to me. Someone really wants to deal with me. Seeing Beichen dressed in black without showing his face, Ye Fan knew that the visitor was not kind. May I ask who you are? Ye Fan calmed down and said, I don't remember that I have never offended someone like you, let alone to the point of shouting and killing. Master Ye, you don't care who I am. Beichen didn't want to reveal his identity and explain to Ye Fan, just know that I'm here to kill you. You. Ye Fan frowned, and said to Xiao Lao, he called me Mr. Ye, he must know my identity. I'm afraid I won't be able to hide in this calamity, so I can only face the difficulties. Boy Ye, the old man can feel the other party's intention to kill you, so he is very determined. Therefore, you can't have any luck. Elder Xiao first reminded him like this, and then he suggested, you go and test the opponent's depth first, and once the old man finds that you are no match for the opponent, he will immediately help you. Okay, understand. Ye Fan felt that since the other party might be stronger than him, then he will implement a preemptive strike strategy to see if he can recover some disadvantages. Preemptive strike. You think too much. The corner of Beichen's mouth curled up, revealing an imperceptible playful smile. The so-called preemptive strike. That's because the difference in strength between the two sides in the fight is not big, so it will be effective. His current strength is far superior to Ye Fan's by how many ranks? When Ye Fan met him, he would only be the one who was instantly killed by one move. Seeing Ye Fan directly attacking him without making a sound, Beichen was not afraid to say anything, and a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face involuntarily. Ye Fan, I guess even your grandpa couldn't guess what level my current strength is in, right? Chapter 171 + 1 = 2, you know too much. Ye Fan saw that his attack was almost in front of Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was still motionless, without any reaction to this. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Xiao and I guessed wrong, and the other party is not some powerful practitioner? Then, the other party didn't expect that I would implement a preemptive strike strategy, and he was frightened stupid by my fierce attack. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ye Fan couldn't help feeling elated. If so, that's great. It seems that without bothering Mr. Xiao to make a move, he can kill the masked man in black in front of him by himself. By the way, did Ye Fan misunderstand something? Liu Beichen saw Ye Fan's appearance of winning, and after a little thought, he understood what Ye Fan was thinking at the moment. I just didn't take your attack seriously. Do you think that I was frightened by your attack because my strength is not as good as yours? Liu Beichen smiled evilly, and his figure finally moved. As the saying goes, experts watch the way, and laymen watch the fun. Ye Fan, who had been trained by Mr. Xiao many times, knew that he had underestimated Liu Beichen just now when he saw Liu Beichen start to fight back. Damn it, I'm going to die. Ye Fan smiled wryly in his heart. The opponent's strength is far beyond his imagination. Even if Mr. Xiao wanted to help him, he might not be able to recover. It's just, when did I provoke such a strong man? Under Liu Beichen's ordinary move, which doesn't even have a name. Ye Fan's heart was full of unwillingness and unsolvable doubts, and he quickly ended up with the end of all souls. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. Before Xiao Lao had time to react, Ye Fan died in Liu Beichen's hands. Boy yet! Elder Xiao let out a cry of grief. At this moment finally, he realized that the masked man in black in front of him was not something Ye Fan, or himself with only his soul body left, could deal with it. Therefore, he immediately chose to remain silent, trying to prevent Liu Beichen from detecting his existence through some signs. Boy yet, please rest assured. Once the old man regains his original strength in the future, he will definitely find out the masked man in black and avenge you. Elder Xiao swore silently. From the traces of Liu Beichen's attack just now, he deduced that Liu Beichen's strength had definitely reached the king ceiling stage at least. So now it is impossible for him to choose to possess Ye Fan, fight with Liu Beichen, and fight to the death. We can only wait for Liu Beichen to leave first, and wait quietly for a while before making any plans. Although Liu Beichen didn't know what Xiao Lao was thinking at this time. But his style of doing things has always been to eliminate danger in the bud, not to let the tiger go back to the mountain, and not to leave any future troubles. Don't hide, come out. Liu Beichen looked at the quaint ring on Ye Fan's finger, and said meaningfully, a certain Xiao Lao who has a deep affection for Ye Fan. Hearing the previous words, Elder Xiao thought that Liu Beichen was cheating on him. Therefore, he was not moved at all. It wasn't until he heard the last sentence that he realized that Liu Beichen obviously knew of his existence. Otherwise, I wouldn't call him old Xiao. Even so, Xiao Lao still pretended not to hear, and did not make any reaction. Up to now, you are still pretending to be dead, right? Liu Beichen snorted coldly, and continued, if I destroy the ring on Ye Fan's finger, you, the soul body, will lose the carrier, so you don't want to show up, so you have to show up. There was a strong sense of threat in the tone. His words were like hitting a snake with an inch, forcing Mr. Xiao to respond. Floating out of the simple ring and attached to Ye Fan's body, Xiao Lao asked in a deep voice, Who is your excellency? Why did you kill Ye Zizi? Why are you so clear about Ye Zizi and the old man? There are so many whys. Liu Beichen smiled noncommittally, and made up a random reason, because there is nothing in this world that I don't know. As for me wanting to kill Ye Fan, it's purely because he knows too much, which makes me feel uncomfortable, so if you say he won't die, who will die? Can you tell me in detail? Elder Xiao said with a puzzled face, what Ye Zizi knows, the old man also knows more or less. I just don't know what things touched your bottom line, and made you so persistent to kill him and then quickly. Can. Liu Beichen nodded and said, however, before I say it, can you answer me a question first? Elder Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said, what's the problem? Please tell me, Your Excellency. How much is 1 plus 1? Liu Beichen said seriously, you have to think clearly before answering my question. Xiao Lao frowned and fell into deep thought. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Let alone adults, even children know the answer, right? But the other party spoke so solemnly. It seems that this is not the answer? After a while, old Xiao's expression changed and he said, are you joking with me? As long as you are not illiterate, don't you know that 1 plus 1 equals 2? What? You actually know the answer? Liu Beichen exclaimed exaggeratedly, yes, that's right, 1 plus 1 equals 2. It seems that you, like Ye Fan, know too much. In order not to let too many people know the answer, I deliberately chose to come here to kill Ye Fan. And you also know the answer. I don't want to send you down to accompany Ye Fan, it seems a bit unreasonable. Elder Xiao. What is this all about? I really think the old man is a fool who doesn't know the world. Will you believe that you came here to kill Ye Fan for this reason? Your Excellency is joking. Mr. Xiao acted like I don't read much, so don't lie to me, let's tell the real reason. The real reason is this. Believe it or not. Liu Beichen replied like this first. Immediately, he went on to say, just now I communicated with Ye Fan with great supernatural powers. He said that it is very lonely down there alone, very lonely. He told me to send you down quickly to accompany him. Are you sure you want to fight this old man? Old Xiao said coldly, although the strength you showed just now is astonishing, it is still not as good as the old man before your fall. So you have to think about it carefully. If the old man is desperate, even if you win in the end, you won't feel good. Don't be ashamed. You are just a soul body, isn't it too much to threaten me like this? Liu Beichen sneered, and said, I won't talk to you anymore, it's not too late, just kill me. The words fall. Without hesitation, he shot and wiped out all of Xiao Lilei's primordial spirit. After all, it was getting late, and he had to rush back to have dinner with Empress Wu Mingkong. In addition, that big wave of destiny points is about to arrive. He also needs a little time to use his destiny to exchange for cultivation, and see how far his strength can be restored. Chapter 171 One big wave of destiny value arrives, re-chapter out of the body. How is this possible? Old Xiao was extremely terrified. Because he ignored the serious consequences, burned his own soul power with secret methods, and temporarily possessed the strength to fight against the fifth-level powerhouse of the king-conferring realm, but he was not the opponent's one-stroke enemy? Who is this masked man in black in front of you? How did Ye Zizi provoke him? Old Xiao couldn't figure it out. However, Liu Beichen didn't give Xiao Lao any chance to know the truth, so he destroyed Xiao Lao's soul and Ye Fan's body together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Ye Fan, the son of destiny, plus 300 luck points and 1900 destiny points. Hearing the system beep, Liu Beichen originally thought it was quite pleasant. But when he saw the increased luck points and the earned destiny points, he suddenly became a little dissatisfied. System, did you make a mistake? Why are the luck points and destiny points I earned from killing Ye Fan so much less than when I killed Ye Chen and Fang Yu? Host, please stay calm. The destiny villain system explained aloud, although Ye Fan, like Ye Chen, and Fang Yu, are all the sons of destiny who are loved by heaven. But they are not the same person, whether it is the future development trajectory or achievements will be different. Therefore, the luck points and destiny points you earn from them are of course more or less. Think about it yourself, isn't that the truth? System, I think this is the truth. The right to explain is in your hands, everything can only be decided by you. Liu Beichen directly expressed his feelings, this is a bit wrong. Host, your question involves rules again. The destiny villain system responded, I have always been fair and just. I will neither favor you nor deliberately suppress you. So you don't have to worry about me deliberately reducing your luck points and destiny points. Okay, everyone is so familiar. I won't make things difficult for you either. Liu Beichen took the initiative to end the topic and said, System, quickly give me some improvement in my cultivation. Okay, host. As the voice of the destiny villain system fell, Liu Beichen's strength began to grow rapidly. From the 9th floor of the king conferring realm to the 5th floor of the aperture realm. In other words, after some hard work by Liu Beichen, his strength has finally advanced to the out of aperture realm again. The 4th floor of Yuanshen realm from the peak period is only 10 steps away. Ye Fan is a good man. If it wasn't for him, I don't know how long it would take to restore my strength to the out-of-body state. Liu Beichen sighed, the only regret is that there are too few sons of destiny. If there are more, my strength must not only quickly recover to the 4th level of the Yuanshen realm at the peak, but also advance to a higher realm. Host, you think too well. How can there be so many destiny's children in this world for you to kill to earn luck points and destiny points? The destiny villain system responded angrily, people can't be too greedy, they must know how to be content. I think you are very lucky to meet Empress Wu Mingkong and Ye Fan in such a short period of time. Of course I know that Daughter of Destiny and Son of Destiny are relatively rare. Otherwise, the world will be a mess. Liu Beichen picked up the storage bag that fell from Ye Fan's body, and said, I'm just talking casually, don't pay too much attention to it. The destiny villain system was silent for a while before responding, Host, there are relatively few Destiny's children and Destiny's children in the world. But I hope you will not forget your original intention and be satisfied with what you have achieved now. It's better to earn more destiny points from some sons and daughters of destiny, and improve your strength as soon as possible, so that you can stand at the peak of the forest of the strong. System, I haven't forgotten my original intention. Liu Beichen retorted, during this period of time, I not only tried to squeeze wool from Empress Wu Mingkong, the daughter of Destiny, but also made a special move to intercept and kill Ye Fan, the son of Destiny. You should be able to appreciate my determination to work hard to become stronger. Well, the host, please continue to work hard. The Destiny villain system solemnly responded, I will always urge you in the future. Once you find out that you are lazy and do not want to make progress in the process of improving your strength, you will definitely not sit idly by. Hey, system, why did you suddenly become normal? Lu Beichen said something in surprise first. Immediately, he continued, say, have you been taken away by something? Changed the core. Host, are you naughty? The Destiny villain system responded dumbfounded, when did I become abnormal? During this time, you are mostly abnormal. Lu Beichen gave an example, because every time you show up, you will say some indecent things. Irregular words. The Destiny villain system suddenly responded in a joking tone, no, right? Don't I like to say that when Empress Wu Mingkong needs you to sleep with me, if you are weaker than her, you will be forced to be under her forever. Why is this not normal? This. Lu Beichen was not angry, but breathed a sigh of relief. System, all the evidence shows that the current you is still the original you. The Destiny villain system was dumbfounded again. Host, I repeat again, there is nothing in the world that can take me away. I know. Lu Beichen chuckled lightly and said, I'm just joking with you, let's liven up the atmosphere. Who told you just now that you looked like a strict teacher who turned out to be an excellent apprentice? It made me feel a little uncomfortable. Destiny villain system. Hearing you say that, do I have to blame myself? Host, you're prestige now, aren't you? The Destiny villain system exploded and said, recovering the strength of the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm, when the time comes to serve the bed, you can turn the guest into the master, suppress the Empress Wu Mingkong below, and let yourself go, right? Restraint, I won't take you so embarrassingly. Don't force me to say that you can't be too Lu Beichen. No way, no way. Lu Beichen laughed again, system, you misunderstood, I don't have the kind of thinking you said. To explain is to cover up. Whether you have such an idea, you know it in your heart. The Destiny villain system rarely cut off communication with Lu Beichen, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you anymore. What an arrogant system. Lu Beichen first sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the sky, and said expectantly, it's getting late, and it's time to go back and have dinner with the little empress. The words fall. He quickly moved his body and left the scene very coolly. Chapter 172. As soon as Lu Beichen returned to the room, he took off his black clothes and changed into his usual clothes when there was a knock on the door. Lu Beichen originally thought that Empress Wu Mingkong had sent someone to announce him to have dinner. Unexpectedly, after opening the door, it was Fu Xiao who came. So, he couldn't help laughing and said, Xiao, what do you need from me? My son, look at what you said, can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Fu Xiao replied with a resentful face, could it be that after you have your majesty the empress, you don't care about slaves? Obviously she was the first to know Shizi and grow up with Shizi. On the way, he was cut off by the Empress Wu Mingkong. Empress Wu Mingkong not only became the main palace, but also decided whether she would stay or not. Where? Stop thinking about it. Lu Beichen habitually reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and said, you are my personal maid, how could I not take you to heart? That's good. Fu Xiao bit her pink lips and said, my servant is sometimes really afraid that I won't even have the chance to stay by your side. Don't worry, the situation you think will not happen. Lu Beichen comforted, I mentioned your matter to Her Majesty the Empress once last time. Guess how she answered at that time? Fu Xiao's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, don't be fooled, tell me how Your Majesty the Empress answered your words at that time. She said at the time that she had investigated my situation and knew that you, my personal maid, existed by my side. Lu Beichen responded, so she won't go to war for this and drive you away from my side forcibly. Is that so? Fu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief as if relieved from a heavy burden, and said, that's great, it's really God's blessing, that servant is not afraid that I won't be able to stay by your side. Lu Beichen reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head again, and said, now, should you feel relieved? Okay. Fu Xiao nodded, rolled his eyes, and said, when the prince is on tour, he sits very close to the empress. I believe that you can smell the fragrance of Her Majesty the Empress, right? I wonder if you had any bad thoughts at that time. What are you talking about? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, how can I have any bad thoughts? Lu Beichen rolled his eyes and said, Xiao, you don't know what you've been thinking all day long. But the servant saw that you were staring at Her Majesty the Empress the whole time. Fu Xiao said, also, according to what you said, if you are not in full view, you will have bad thoughts, right? Don't misinterpret my words. Liu Beichen tapped Fu Xiaohu's white and smooth forehead lightly with his hand, and said, "Anyway, I didn't have any bad thoughts, you know." Fu Xiaohu obviously didn't believe it. "Your Majesty, I can't bear bad thoughts, I can't help but feel admiration for you. Where did you learn these yin and yang strange words?" Liu Beichen responded angrily, "Don't think I don't know what you're mocking. No, the servant girl is saying that the son is very good." Fu Xiaohu grinned, leaned close to Liu Beichen, exhaled wildly and said, "I haven't done anything bad for you for a long time, how about doing it for you now?" After a pause, she was afraid that Liu Beichen would disagree, so she added another sentence, "Just once, not many, you shouldn't object, right?" "What's the difference?" Liu Beichen refused, "I will have dinner with Her Majesty the Empress later, do you think it is appropriate to do so?" "It's suitable." Fu Xiaohu nodded and said, "As long as you wash up before going to see His Majesty the Empress, wouldn't it be all right? Furthermore, if this slave does something bad for you, you will be refreshed and more energetic to face Her Majesty the Empress." "Xiaohu, you have a set of fallacies. If one doesn't pay attention, I will really believe your nonsense." Liu Beichen said resolutely, "Please put away your little thoughts, I will not agree. The servant girl is telling the truth." Fu Xiaohu said persistently, "Just try it and you'll know. Besides, before going to see Her Majesty the Empress, don't you find it exciting to do something like this? Stimulate you asshole." Liu Beichen tapped Fu Xiaohu's white and smooth forehead again angrily, and said, "If Her Majesty the Empress finds out, I'm fine. You'll be done with it, you know." Probably Liu Beichen knocked a little harder this time. Fu Xiaohu first covered his forehead in pain, and then said unwillingly, "You have said it all, Your Majesty the Empress is so magnanimous, even if she finds out, she won't go to war for it. You can't take chances, you know." Liu Beichen solemnly said, "Your Majesty is magnanimous, but we can't do whatever we want because of this, and ignore Her Majesty. So before I go to see Her Majesty the Empress, I won't mess around with you." "My lord, don't make things so absolute." Fu Xiaohu said, "If Her Majesty the Empress really finds out, I can explain it to her." Liu Beichen asked curiously, "What kind of explanation?" "That's it." Fu Xiaohu thought for a while, then responded, "The servant girl will explain to Her Majesty the Empress that she is afraid that you will be overwhelmed and affect Her Majesty's future happiness, so she has to make such a seemingly inappropriate move." Liu Beichen looked at her absurdly, "Xiaohu, is the explanation you imagine serious?" "My lord, you are serious." Fu Xiaohu took it for granted, "With such a legitimate reason, I believe Her Majesty the Empress will not blame us." Liu Beichen. "The key is this legitimate reason, it is not serious. Don't make trouble." Liu Beichen responded, "Xiaohu, I advise you to get rid of this bad idea quickly, lest there will be uncontrollable consequences." "My lord, the servants have done this." Fu Xiaohu said suspiciously, "You can't really hold back, can you? If it is, then there is a big problem." "How can that be?" Liu Beichen denied, "There is no such thing at all, so stop thinking about it." After a pause, he continued, "In addition, if you say something nonsense, you will be beaten." Fu Xiaohu subconsciously covered her forehead and took a step back, "Your Majesty, you really don't know how to be pitiful and cherish jade, you always want to beat your slaves." Liu Beichen responded, "As long as you don't talk nonsense, I won't do anything." "How can the servant talk nonsense? How can there be nonsense?" Fu Xiaohu wanted to argue. Never thought that the commander of Jin Yiwei, that is, Li Weiwei, the personal maid of Empress Wu Mingkong, would come at this time. It's better to come early than to come early. Liu Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying that a good man is afraid of pestering a woman. Fu Xiaohu is too proactive, he seems a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 173 Liu Beichen had dinner with the little empress. "Is Fang Shiza here?" Li Weiwei asked outside the door. "Here I am." Liu Beichen calmed down his chaotic mood and responded, "Commander Li, just push the door and come in." "Okay." After Li Weiwei came in, she found that Fu Xiaohu was there, and she couldn't help but asked a little embarrassedly, "Fang Shizi, did the commander bother you?" "No." Liu Beichen shook his head, and said, "I'm just chatting with Xiaohu about homework, it doesn't matter if you come." Compared to him, Fu Xiaohu was a bit unnatural. Because Li Weiwei is not only the commander of the Qian Kingdom Jin Yiwei, but also the personal maid of the Empress Wu Mingkong. She thought of the conversation she had with Liu Beichen just now. How to say? There is a feeling in my heart that I was caught by the righteous master in the process of trying to do bad things. Therefore, Fu Xiaohu couldn't help laughing dryly, and echoed, "Yes. Commander Li, the son, and I are just chatting about family affairs, there is nothing to disturb you when you come." Immediately, she continued to change the subject and said, "By the way, I wonder if Commander Li came to see the Crown Prince, is there something wrong?" "That's good." Li Weiwei nodded, and responded, as for the commander coming here, I really need to find Fang Shizi for something. Liu Beichen also nodded, and said, Commander Li, please tell me. Li Weiwei said, Shizi Fang, His Majesty the Empress ordered this commander to come and invite you to have dinner with her. I know about this matter, and I am preparing to go to the place where Her Majesty the Empress is. Liu Beichen smiled and said, it's just that I didn't expect Her Majesty the Empress to send you on this trip in person. Fang Shizi, this means that His Majesty the Empress values you. Li Weiwei followed with a smile and said, besides, you are in the heart of the Emperor, and you have the powerful Chinese palace as your backing. It's not normal for this commander to come here to run errands. Commander Lao Li is here. Liu Beichen said politely, I will go with you to meet Her Majesty the Empress. What Fang Shizi said is wrong. Li Weiwei corrected her in a teasing tone, you are going to have dinner with Her Majesty the Empress now, not to meet her. Commander Li, don't care about this detail. Liu Beichen said disapprovingly, I will go to see Her Majesty the Empress first, and then have dinner with her. Is this okay? The corner of Li Weiwei's mouth twitched, and said, Fang Shizi, as long as you are happy. After a pause, she looked at Fu Xiaoyu and asked, by the way, do you want to go with your personal maid? Before Liu Beichen could reply, Fu Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand and said, no, thank you. At this moment, she was feeling empty in her heart, afraid that she would show her feet. How dare you go to see Empress Wu Mingkong at this time? Liu Beichen looked amused. If Li Weiwei wasn't there, he really wanted to say something to Fu Xiaoyu, there is a wicked heart, but no courage. It is good. Li Weiwei said, since this is the case, let's set off quickly. So that Her Majesty the Empress won't be in a hurry. I didn't expect Fang Chen's personal maid to be quite sensible. Knowing how to advance and retreat, I didn't choose to go against Her Majesty the Empress when Her Majesty the Empress was alone with Fang Chen. That's right, when Fang Chen and Fang Chen arrive at Her Majesty the Empress, I have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's nothing to eat dog food as a background board. It would be bad if Her Majesty the Empress was offended during this process. Ro. I'm going to set off with you. Looking at the backs of Liu Beichen and Li Weiwei leaving, Fu Xiaoyu bit her pink lips with a complicated expression. Don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Jealousy ruined myself and no one can replace me. After all, similar to the moment when His Majesty the Empress had dinner with the Crown Prince, she had had countless times with the Crown Prince before. Empress Wu Mingkong finished processing some important memorials from Chengdu, then looked at the sky, and murmured, according to the time, Fang Shizi should be almost here. So she called for the meal to be set in motion. While waiting for Liu Beichen to come and have dinner with her, Empress Wu Mingkong was quite looking forward to it. Because she is going to finish this meaningful meal with Liu Beichen like a family member. From now on, apart from her father and mother, Liu Beichen will become the most important person in her heart. Fang Shizi, I hope you will not let me down in the future. Empress Wu Mingkong said to herself, otherwise, I will never be lenient when dealing with those who are heartless. While she was thinking about it, suddenly a guard came to report that Commander Li brought Fang Shizi over. Quickly announce them in. Empress Wu Mingkong happily ordered. The words fall. The corners of her mouth curled up inadvertently, showing her good mood. After Liu Beichen and Li Weiwei came in, they saluted at the same time, I have seen Your Majesty the Empress. Don't be too polite. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and said, Fang Shizi, you came just in time, and I am going to send someone to urge you again. After a pause, she then looked at Li Weiwei and said, Commander Li, do you want to sit down and eat together? No, I'm fine. Li Weiwei shook her head hastily, and said, the humble job has other things to deal with, so I won't disturb your meal with Fang Shizi. Are you kidding me? Her Majesty the Empress even called out the words Commander Li. If she doesn't know each other again, she will disturb the two-person world of Her Majesty the Empress and Fang Chen. After that, she must fall out of favor. All right. Commander Li has worked hard. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, but I still want to say, busy is busy, and meals must be eaten on time. The humble job knows. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Li Weiwei responded gratefully, if there is nothing else, the humble job will be resigned first. Well, let's go. After Li Weiwei's figure disappeared, Empress Wu Mingkong turned her gaze to Liu Beichen, Fang Shizi, why are you looking at me like this? Could it be that there is something wrong with me? In other words, in order to have dinner with Liu Beichen, she even specially dressed up. Nothing. Liu Beichen shook his head, and sighed, it's because Her Majesty the Empress is so beautiful that I can't move my eyes. Empress Wu Mingkong Jiao showed a smile like a flower blooming on her face, Fang Shizi speaks really nicely, I really like to hear it. This is Wei Chen's sincere words. Just as good as it sounds. Liu Beichen followed up with a smile and said, sometimes, when I see Her Majesty the Empress, I will exclaim in my heart, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world, isn't it the 9 heavens fairy who came down to the mortal world? Empress Wu Mingkong asked, if I were a fairy, then who are you who will have dinner with me? Liu Beichen responded solemnly, perhaps Beichen is the cowherd who can't ask for the weaver girl. Chapter 174 If you don't and number 039, no Wu Mingkong in your life, it and number 039, useless to call him a hero. Weaver girl? Cowherd. Empress Wu Mingkong thought about it for a while, and then asked, there seems to be some story in it, can Fang Shiza tell me about it? It was only then that Liu Beichen remembered that there was no legend about the cowherd and the weaver girl in Tiangsu realm. Of course you can. Liu Beichen nodded, and roughly told the story of the cowherd and weaver girl that he had heard in his previous life. What a poignant story! What a poor cowherd and weaver girl! Empress Wu Mingkong said indignantly, those heavenly rules set by the heavenly court in the story are so pedantic, they can't even fall in love. Is not that right? Liu Beichen agreed deeply, those rules of heaven are indeed unreasonable. It's more than unreasonable. Simply shouldn't exist. Empress Wu Mingkong snorted coldly, and said, if I were Hainu, I would definitely overthrow the heaven with my own hands, and then forcibly change these messy rules of heaven. Such a domineering little empress, I love it. His Majesty the Empress is mighty. Liu Beichen praised, Wei Chen believes that if you are the weaver girl, you will definitely be able to overthrow the heavens and forcibly modify the rules of heaven. I didn't expect that just a story would make me so excited. Empress Wu Mingkong said a little shyly in her heart, I made Fang Shiza laugh at me. No laughing, no laughing. Her Majesty's speech on the story of cowherd and weaver girl is very inspiring. Liu Beichen continued to praise, so I couldn't help but flashed a sentence in my mind just now, that is, if you don't know your Majesty the Empress in your life, it is useless to call him a hero. Fang Shiza is really good at talking. Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful face once again showed a smile like a flower blooming, constantly changing patterns to praise me. Without blinking, Liu Beichen replied directly, Your Majesty, what I just said is the truth. Is it? At this time, Empress Wu Mingkong seemed to have remembered something, and said suspiciously, by the way, today happens to be the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which is what you call the Kixi festival, the day when cowherd and weaver girl meet. Fang Shizi, you didn't make up such a beautiful love story just to make me happy, did you? That's not the case. Liu Beichen shook his head and denied, Your Majesty, in Weichen's hometown, many people have heard of this story. It is definitely not Weichen's intentional fabrication to make you happy. Also, I don't like parting. If I want to make up stories to make you happy, I will make up some stories that end in happy reunion. Also, today happens to be the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, so it's exactly the same day as the cowherd and weaver girl reunion. It's just a coincidence. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, I believe that Fang Shiza will not lie about such a matter. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Liu Beichen smiled and said, Today is Kixi festival, it is very rare for me to have dinner with you, and I will always remember this moment. Fang Shizi, I don't like to hear your words. Empress Wu Mingkong raised her eyebrows and said, although you compare yourself to a cowherd who can't get a weaver girl, you are not a cowherd after all. And I am not a weaver girl, nor will I become a weaver girl, so there are many opportunities for us to have dinner together, and we don't need to write it down like parting from life and death. Her Majesty the Empress said so. Liu Beichen first echoed this. Immediately, he went on to say, however, this is the first time Wei Chen has dinner with you, it is more memorable. Therefore, there seems to be nothing wrong with what Wei Chen said just now. This one. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, and replied, I won't refute, as long as Fang Shiza is happy. Liu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, you obviously don't agree with the meaning of Weichen's words. No. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head and said, everyone's understanding of things can't be exactly the same. We just need to have similarities and differences. It is worthy of being the Empress admired by my ministers, the pattern is big. Liu Beichen praised again, it's also thanks to you. If it were someone else, I would have been arguing with Wei Chen a long time ago. Is it such an exaggeration? Empress Wu Mingkong imagined in his mind the scene of Liu Beichen arguing with others, and couldn't help but laugh. In my opinion, Fang Shiza has a pretty good temper. Empress Wu Mingkong twitched her lips, and said, so it's hard for me to imagine that you are going to blush when you argue with someone. It's still Her Majesty the Empress who understands the humble minister. Liu Beichen smiled again, and said, I know that I have a good temper, and it's impossible for me to argue with others over things like ideas. Because it's come to that point. I am afraid that many people have long been convinced by his reason, sword, or died directly by his sword. Some people, who have known each other for a long time, are still like strangers. And some people, just met not long ago, are no different from acquaintances. Empress Wu Mingkong looked forward with beautiful eyes and said, I have only known Fang Shizi for a short time, but it feels like I have known Fang Shizi for a long time. Maybe this is fate. Should be. Liu Beichen agreed, thank God, thank fate, let me meet Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Wu Mingkong rarely teased, then do I have to say something, thank God, thank fate, let me meet Fang Shizi, so it fits the current atmosphere. Liu Beichen was slightly taken aback, and said, Your Majesty the Empress is right. Empress Wu Mingkong chuckled and said, I have to say, it's a pleasant thing to chat with Fang Shizi. Weichen's heart is also very happy. Liu Beichen followed with a smile and said, After all, from the time I came to see you, until now, you have praised me so much. Have it. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned for a moment, and said, I seldom praise people, probably Fang Shizi really deserves my praise. After finishing speaking, she looked Liu Beichen up and down, and then said, By the way, I always feel that Fang Shizi seems to be a little different from before. It turns out that his temperament has changed. Liu Beichen asked, How do you say it? Empress Wu Mingkong thought about it seriously, and responded, I don't know if it's my illusion, but you seem to have become more confident. Is that so? Probably because of that senior and the confidence given to me by the Chinese palace, that made me more confident than before. Liu Beichen said so in his mouth, but he had a different opinion in his heart. Do not. Little Empress, this is not your illusion. It's that I killed Ye Fan, the son of destiny not long ago, earned a large wave of destiny points, and my cultivation has returned to the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm. Therefore, can I not be confident in front of you? In addition, it is only about 10 steps away from recovering to the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm in the peak period. At that time, I will show my strength, you have to kneel down and sing conquest for me. Wait, this scene is too evil, it's too much for the little Empress, so let's skip it for now. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 175 Liu Beichen almost showed his feet. Fortunately, Empress Wu Mingkong didn't know what Liu Beichen was thinking now. Otherwise, she would have to raise her sword and slash at Liu Beichen. After all, Empress Wu Mingkong is such a proud person, how could she do such a thing as kneeling down and singing conquest? Of course, Liu Beichen didn't dare to tell Empress Wu Mingkong this evil idea right now. While Liu Beichen was talking with Empress Wu Mingkong, the maid who came to serve had already filled the entire table with meals. Liu Beichen couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, there are so many dishes, just the two of us, can we finish them all? It seems that there are too many dishes. Empress Wu Mingkong pondered for a moment, then explained, the meals they usually give me are about 1/20th of what they gave me tonight. Maybe it's because Fang Shizi is here that he is so extravagant, for fear of neglecting Fang Shizi. It doesn't have to be so grand. Liu Beichen waved his hand and said, tonight's meal is just a little more than your usual meal. Because Weichen is not a big eater, he can't eat so much. Ro. Since Fang Shizi has such a request, then I will satisfy you. Empress Wu Mingkong applauded, called the maid who arranged the meal, and ordered, remove the extra meal, only keep 1/10 of it. In addition, in order to avoid waste, you can share the removed meals. This, yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Although the maid who arranged the meal had doubts about this, she still followed the order of Empress Wu Mingkong. After giving the order, Empress Wu Mingkong asked Liu Beichen, Fang Shizi, do you have any objections to my arrangement? No comment. Liu Beichen shook his head, and responded, your arrangement is very good. It not only prevents us from eating too much, but also avoids extravagance and waste. It's fine if you don't have an opinion. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, Fang Shizi, it's getting late, let's start eating. Okay. Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong sat down face to face. Liu Beichen found that the Empress Wu Mingkong had a very elegant dining posture and a very gentle eating, which looked very pleasing to the eye. It's delicious. Liu Beichen now finally understands the meaning of these words. Empress Wu Mingkong noticed Liu Beichen's gaze, and couldn't help asking a little unnaturally, Fang Shizi, why don't you eat and talk, and still stare at me like this? I'm wondering why there is such a stunning woman in this world as Her Majesty the Empress, who even eats so beautifully. Liu Beichen first replied in such an amazed manner. Immediately, he went on to say, the reason why I haven't raised my chopsticks is because you eat too much. I am afraid that I will eat all the food in one go, leaving you with nothing to eat. Teacher, you will talk poorly. Empress Wu Ming gave him a blank look, and said, Fang Shizi, don't you think that what you said is a bit too straightforward? Liu Beichen responded indifferently, it doesn't matter, I'm just telling the truth, just be straightforward. You are free and easy. Empress Wu Mingkong said angrily, if I hadn't been in a good mood today, I would definitely have held you accountable for your language offense. Liu Beichen clenched his fists in a playful manner, and said, thank you, Your Majesty, the Empress, for having a large number of people, and not being so fussy about me. As for the character of the little female empress, who has a knife mouth and a bean-curd heart, how can it be possible to ask his guilt? It's just that he forgot for a while. Empress Wu Mingkong is actually a decisive person who doesn't give the enemy any way out. This can be seen from the Empress Wu Mingkong's ability to stand out among the many princes and daughters and ascend to the throne of the Qian kingdom. In addition, the reason why the Empress Wu Mingkong was so generous to him was all because of his special status in Empress Wu Mingkong's heart at this time. Fang Shizi, you will make me laugh and make me happy. Empress Wu Mingkong gave him another blank look, and said, wouldn't it be nice to finish this dinner with me peacefully? Why can thanks too? Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, however, you are too charming, so I can't do it. Empress Wu Mingkong. Everyone else was trembling in front of her, or they were respectful. Fang Chen is different. Over and over again, he said some transgressive, almost molesting words. I don't know if this counts as the legendary arrogance. Fang Shizi, don't think that I am magnanimous enough, the more you talk too much. Empress Wu Mingkong warned helplessly, you need to know that my patience is limited. Liu Beichen looked as if he accepted it as soon as he saw it, understood, that humble minister should restrain himself a bit, and just look at you quietly instead of being upright. Does it make any difference? Empress Wu Mingkong raised her forehead and said, forget it, whatever you want. Anyway, no matter what I say, you are such a rascal. Logically, she should be angry with Liu Beichen's behavior. I don't know why. Now she felt a little bit of joy in her heart which was rare. It seems to be a good feeling to be so fascinated by my fiancé. Of course, Liu Beichen dared to be so presumptuous in front of Empress Wu Mingkong, not because of his arrogance. It's because of his growing strength. Because in the Sky Void realm, with the strength of the 5th level of Out of Aperture realm, even if he doesn't rank in the top 10, he is still a rare strong man. At this time, the Destiny's villain system suddenly came out and urged, host, with your current strength, why wait until later, when Empress Wu Mingkong can kneel down and sing conquest for you now? System, you don't want to be alone anymore, do you? Liu Beichen responded angrily, I make my own decision on how to act, so don't get involved. I didn't want to get involved. The Destiny villain system defended, for such a historic event, I just want to be a witness system. System, you are perverted. Liu Beichen scolded, did the little empress offend you, or what? You can't wait to see her kneel down and sing conquest for me. Host, don't hide it. The Destiny villain system said in a tone that I saw through you, you must know that when this matter is mentioned, I can feel the violent fluctuations in your heart. Liu Beichen retorted, it's not just me, but anyone else, as long as they think of that evil picture, there will be violent fluctuations in their hearts, right? Oh, it's not easy, is this an admission? The Destiny villain system made fun of it first, and then it urged again, what will happen sooner or later, what is the difference between what you do now and what you do in the future? It's better to complete this achievement earlier, without worrying about it all the time, wouldn't it be better? Liu Beichen swallowed, and finally refused righteously, I really make my own decision on this matter, so I won't bother you to arrange it for me. The Destiny villain system responded, okay, you can figure it out yourself. Seeing this, Empress Wu Mingkong thought she had eaten too much food, which made Liu Beichen feel hungry. Therefore, she couldn't help laughing, Fang Shizi, you can eat whatever you want, don't worry about me. Hearing this, Liu Beichen almost blurted out subconsciously, little empress, can I eat you? Chapter 176 The Little Empress wants to dig deep into Liu Beichen and number 039's secret. Fortunately, Liu Beichen reacted quickly enough, and stopped when the words came to his lips. Otherwise, he and Empress Wu Mingkong had dinner together, a wonderful world for the two of them. It wouldn't make sense if it didn't become the legendary Shura field. Host, I don't even know what you are hesitating about. The Destiny villain system was a little disappointed and said, bravely speak out what's in your heart, isn't it good? System, why are you talking nonsense again? Liu Beichen replied with disgust, stay in peace, is it okay? I wanted to. The Destiny villain system seems to be very helpless, but this thing is too interesting, I can't do it. Liu Beichen. Why does this sound so familiar? By the way, he just said something similar to Empress Wu Mingkong. System, don't mess around, why don't you learn how to speak like me? Liu Beichen said angrily. Oh, I'm imitating your speech, so I'm just messing around. The Destiny villain system said meaningfully, you said similar things to Empress Wu Mingkong just now, does it mean that you are also messing around? It's a one-size-fits-all matter, and it can't be confused. Liu Beichen retorted, you need to know that I am cultivating feelings with the little empress, do you know? Understood. The Destiny villain system replied, isn't it double standards? I understand. Liu Beichen ignored it, but smiled and said to Empress Wu Mingkong, I am not hungry at all. But seeing you eating so deliciously, I suddenly feel a little hungry. Don't you think it's amazing? No matter what it is, Fang Shizi can call it a flower. Empress Wu Mingkong gave a slight thumbs up and said, even I have to admire this point now. Her Majesty the Empress has praised you. Liu Beichen still responded solemnly, however, you have misunderstood this. What I said is the truth. Of course, those who hear it will feel more comfortable. Don't talk when you eat, don't talk when you sleep. Fang Shizi, you have led me to make an exception many times. Empress Wu Mingkong kept smiling on her pretty face, don't refute, just finish this meal well, okay? Okay. Liu Beichen nodded, and began to have dinner quietly with Empress Wu Mingkong. Empress Wu Mingkong glanced at Liu Beichen inadvertently, and found that Liu Beichen was not devouring the meal, and the elegance of her dining posture was definitely no less than hers. Fang Chen deservedly came from a power like the Chinese prince's mansion, which may not be inferior to the Kongming Tiangong, and he did a good job in terms of etiquette. Liu Beichen was always paying attention to the reaction of Empress Wu Mingkong, and of course he could sense her gaze. Therefore, he asked curiously, Your Majesty, what's the matter? Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes flashed a sly look, and said, It's nothing, I just saw Fang Shizi raising his hands and feet, exuding a graceful and luxurious aura everywhere, and I was just dazzled by Yu Shulinfen. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and then he said in amazement, Your Majesty the Empress, are you actually following the example of a humble official and speaking the truth? What? No way. Empress Wu Mingkong first asked a rhetorical question. Immediately, she pretended to be angry and said, Fang Shizi, it's probably because I have heard too much of your so-called truth, which has affected me, and that's why it happened. Blame me. Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, however, how should I put it, I just heard your true words, and now Wei Chen is really happy. Eat more if you are happy. Empress Wu Mingkong responded shyly, don't waste it. Liu Beichen looked at the Empress Wu Mingkong, who rarely looked like a little daughter, and suddenly felt that she was quite cute. Okay, you two. Liu Beichen didn't make any other small moves. After the two of them finished their meal, the maid took away the plates and chopsticks, and then Empress Wu Mingkong said with satisfaction, Fang Shizi, thank you for being able to have dinner with me. You're welcome. This is my honor. Liu Beichen replied, what's more, I have made a lot of money, because this kind of opportunity to have dinner with you is something that other people dream of. Fang Shizi, you let me see how a talking person talks. Empress Wu Mingkong first made a joke, and then she suggested, there is an old saying, take a walk after a meal to help you digest food. Now I want to invite you to go out with me for a walk, I don't know what you like. No problem. Liu Beichen replied without hesitation, don't say go out for a walk with you, you can just visit the whole Qiangguo. Although Qiangguo is not big, it's not too small either. If you want to visit the whole country with the general, it will take a long time. Empress Wu Mingkong said meaningfully, however, since you have this idea, after I have completely stabilized the situation, I may not be able to accompany you to carry it out. Liu Beichen made a move to wipe away his tears, Wu, thank you Your Majesty, Empress, you are so kind to me. Fang Shizi, can you be a little more fake? What's going on? Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't laugh or cry, okay, let's go out now, this time just happens to see the sunset. Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Liu Beichen nodded and said, Beichen will open the way for you. Empress Wu Mingkong. Look what it says. Not to go to war. Do you need to go to open the way or something? Now she can barely see through Fang Chen in front of her. This guy never cared about her status as the Empress of Qian Kingdom. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so open in front of her, with so-called true words in his mouth constantly. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Empress Wu Mingkong looked thoughtfully at Liu Beichen's back as he cleared the way ahead. Which senior in the Chinese palace gave Fang Chen such confidence? Or is Fang Chen's aptitude itself not as simple as it appears on the surface? Or is it some other reason? The more he thought about it, the more curious Empress Wu Mingkong became about Liu Beichen. Fang Chen, the eldest son of Chinese prince. As my fiancé, the future Empress of Qian Kingdom, how can you keep such a secret from me? Even if you want to keep hiding it from me, I believe it won't take long before I can dig out your secret. However, Wu Mingkong, the female emperor who was planning to dig out Liu Beichen's secrets, how could she think that Liu Beichen was a fake Chinese prince? And the strength has reached the 5th level of the out-of-body state, which is much stronger than her. Once she discovers Liu Beichen's secret, I am afraid that the possibility of being forced to kneel down and sing conquer by Liu Beichen at the first time is the greatest. Chapter 177. Wu Mingkong, the current Empress of Qian Kingdom, was attacked on the bank of the Lu River. The leader is Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of Qian Kingdom. Also, for the success of this operation, Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of the Qian Kingdom, deliberately colluded with Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu, to deal with the Empress Wu Mingkong. In addition, in order to support Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of Jian Kingdom, to ascend the throne of Jian Kingdom, Kongming Tiangong did not hesitate to send 2 guardians, Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, to help. And in the process, the Empress Wu Mingkong displayed extremely monstrous aptitude and amazing strength. He was able to suppress and beat Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong. Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, was forced to come out to save the scene. Just when Wu Yuanyun, Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong thought that the situation was settled, and the Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude and strength were powerless to make a comeback, a mysterious strongman from the Chinese prince's mansion was born. Not only did he easily kill the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, who was a strong man on the 7th floor of the king-conferring realm, but he also beheaded Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong. Therefore, the action of Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of Jian Kingdom, and the 2 guardians of Kongming Tiangong to attack the Empress Wu Mingkong has failed. Regarding the battle on the bank of the Liuhe River, as the Empress Wu Mingkong sent people to spread the word, immediately caused a sensation in the entire Qian country and shocked the surrounding countries. It even caused an uproar in the Sky Void realm, especially in Bizhu. Among them, apart from the extremely monstrous aptitude and strength of Empress Wu Mingkong, the most striking thing is the mysterious strongman from Zhenyi's palace. There is no way, because in the perception of many people, the Zhenyi's palace is just a small warlord, or a small force. It is impossible for any master with the strength to reach the King Sealing realm. Not to mention a super existence that can easily kill the 7th level powerhouse of the King Conferring realm. So it's no wonder they weren't shocked by such amazing news. After all, they're not stupid enough to know what it means. Zhenyi's palace is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. Perhaps it can be said that the Chinese prince's mansion may be a force with a background no less than that of Kongming Tiangong. Otherwise, the mysterious strong man from the Chinese palace would not have killed the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong without any hesitation. It must be known that this kind of behavior will definitely anger and offend Kongming Tiangong. If Kongming Tiangong didn't react afterwards, he wouldn't give back to the left and right guardians who died. So what is the face of Kongming Tiangong, which claims to be the largest force in Bizhu? Speaking of the marriage contract between Empress Wu Mingkong and Prince Zhenyi's son Fang Chen, they didn't take it seriously. But if the background of Zhenyi's Wangfu is not inferior to that of Kongming Tiangong, they have to care about it. Who told the Qiangguo court to combine with such a Zhenyi's palace, and it would become a more terrifying force than the Kongming Tiangong? With this as a premise, the people of Qiangguo, who support the Empress Wu Mingkong, feel complacent and excited. People from other countries, or people who do not accept the influence of Empress Wu Mingkong, are deeply disturbed by the emergence of this situation. Just like when Beichen showed his astonishing strength in the spiritual world, it caused the Holy Land of Taixuan to join forces with other major forces to deal with the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. In order to counteract the upcoming rise of the Qian Kingdom, the countries in Bizhu and the major forces began to cooperate vertically and horizontally, so as not to be wiped out one by the Qian Kingdom. Of course, this does not include the Kongming Temple, which is known as the largest force in Bizhu. Besides, Kongming Tiangong is located in the north of Jian State, not very far from Jian State. Otherwise, Kongming Tiangong wouldn't support Wu Yuanyun so strongly to seize the throne of Jian Kingdom. At this time, in the Purple Myrtle Hall of Kongming Tiangong, Palace Master Tang Wenwen, Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren, and First Elder Ling Fanbo are discussing topics related to Empress Wu Mingkong. Now I don't know how Lianzhou and Zhao Yu are doing things. Palace Master Tang Wenwen frowned and said, the female Emperor Wu Mingkong's experience is too legendary, and her aptitude is monstrous. I always feel that something is wrong. Palace Master, don't worry. Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren comforted, even if Empress Wu Mingkong is smarter and sets up some traps, it will be of no avail in the face of the absolute strength of Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu. Therefore, the old man guesses that Empress Wu Mingkong must have died in the hands of Guardian Lianzhou, or Guardian Zhao Yu. And Wu Yuanyun, the second prince whom our Kongming Tiangong wants to support, may have ascended the throne of Jian Kingdom at this moment. It's true to say so. But I still feel in my heart that the trip of Lianzhou and Zhao Yu will not be smooth. Tang Wenwen sighed softly, and said, oh, I hope it's because I'm too suspicious. Palace Master, you should be really too suspicious, thinking too much. Yuan Ziren said noncommittally, our Kongming Tiangong sent 2 guardians on the left and right to help the second prince Wu Yuanyun of the Jian Kingdom to deal with the Empress Wu Mingkong. They are equivalent to the legendary flying dragon riding on the face. How could they lose? How could they not go well? Palace Master, the Supreme Elder is right. Great Elder Ling Fanbo couldn't help but echoed, unless there is a miracle, otherwise, under the circumstances of Lianzhou Protector and Zhao Yu Protector attacking at the same time, it is really difficult for Empress Wu Mingkong not to fall just like that. Elder Supreme, Elder Great, I understand what you mean. Tang Wenwen nodded, and responded, it's just that I generally don't like to guess what the result is for things that haven't been confirmed yet. So before I received the news of Empress Wu Mingkong's fall, I couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in my heart. All right. You are cautious enough. Yuan Ziren was not angry because of this, but said with admiration on his face, you are indeed the current palace master of our Kongming Tiangong, which proves that everyone is right. Elder Supreme, you are over-rewarded. Tang Wenwen responded modestly, I am now the current palace master of Kongming Tiangong, and many things must be carefully considered. Although Ling Fanbo had different opinions on this, he believed that Tang Wenwen acted with foresight, and was extremely unhappy. He had the prestige of falling into the sky in Mingtian Palace as the largest force in Bizhu. But Tang Wenwen had the approval of Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, so he didn't dare to refute anything. Palace Master, actually your worry is not unreasonable. Yuan Ziren said thoughtfully, after all, according to the normal situation, regardless of whether the trip of Lianzhou and Zhao Yu is successful or not, news should come back by now. Tang Wenwen interjected, that's right, the root of the uneasiness in my heart comes from here. Ling Fanbo hesitated for a moment, then said, could it be that Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu went so smoothly this time that they forgot to pass the news back? Yuan Ziren shook his head, and said, Great Elder, no matter whether Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu have passed the news back, there is no reason why our Kongming Tiangong didn't receive any news about such a big event as the Empress Wu Mingkong's fall, and the second Prince Wu Yuanyun's ascension to the throne of Jian Kingdom. The only possibility is that something happened when they helped the second Prince Wu Yuanyun of Jian Kingdom deal with the Empress Wu Mingkong. As soon as this remark came out, no matter it was Yuan Ziren himself, or Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo, they couldn't help but thump in their hearts. Not good. In other words, something really happened to Lianzhou Protector and Zhao Yu Protector. Chapter 178 Kongming Tiangong wants Empress Wu Mingkong to settle accounts? Coming to this conclusion, the atmosphere at the scene quickly became a little subtle. After a while, Ling Fanbo was the first to break the silence and said, Elder Tais Hang, Palace Master, we should be worrying too much, right? With the strength of Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu, it is impossible that even the female Emperor Wu Mingkong can't solve it. Hard to say. Tang Wenwen said in a deep voice, otherwise, how can you explain that there is no news about this until now? Let's not rush. Yuan Ziren analyzed, Lianzhou Protector and Zhao Yu Protector, one of them is around the 4th floor of the King Conferring Realm, and the other has reached the height of the 7th floor of the King Conferring Realm. Even if something unexpected happened during the process of helping Wu Yuanyun, the second prince of the Jian Kingdom, to deal with the Empress Wu Mingkong, it would not be as serious as we thought. The unknown is the scariest thing. Tang Wenwen first replied with a solemn face. Immediately, he went on to say, I decided to send more people to enter the territory of Qiangguo to see if I can find out relevant news. For the present plan, this is the only way to go. Yuan Ziren nodded and said, we need to know what happened to Lianzhou and Zhao Yu before we can take targeted actions. Ling Fanbo suggested, how about I take someone to Qiangguo to see what's going on? Tang Wenwen was a little moved. Because Ling Fanbo, the great elder of Kongming Tiangong, is stronger than Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, about the 9th floor of the King Conferring Realm. If Ling Fanbo can take people to Jian Kingdom, even if something happens to Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, they can handle it. Therefore, he couldn't help turning his gaze to Yuan Ziren, asking what he meant. Yuan Ziren pondered for a while, and said, it's not impossible to do this. Tang Wenwen made a decisive decision immediately, okay, then I will trouble the great elder to take someone there. No trouble, no trouble. Ling Fanbo said with interest, during this time, the news about Empress Wu Mingkong has become more and more bizarre. If she is lucky enough not to fall into the hands of Guardian Lianzhou or Guardian Zhao Yu, I will just go and meet this legendary figure. No. If Empress Wu Mingkong is still alive, I hope that the great elder will not act rashly. Tang Wenwen reminded, send the news back first, and discuss it with everyone, so as to avoid any unforeseen accidents. Palace Master, please rest assured, I am not such a reckless person. Ling Fanbo responded, if the Empress Wu Mingkong is not dead, this matter will be serious, and I will not act without authorization. After all, my current strength is only 2 levels higher than Guardian Zhao Yu, and I haven't reached the point where I can ignore anyone. It would be great if the great elder could think so. Tang Wenwen hadn't finished his sentence yet, a messenger disciple from Kongming Tiangong suddenly ran in scrambling, and said in a panic, the Supreme Elder, the Palace Master, the Great Elder, it's not good. Yuan Ziren was the first to react, and said, don't worry, talk slowly if you have something to do. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The messenger disciple replied gratefully at first, then he calmed down and said, after many investigations by our Kongming Tiangong's personnel in Qiangguo, we finally got news of Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu. The words fall. He then respectfully handed over the jade slip in his hand to Tang Wenwen. Tang Wenwen quickly took it over, and used his spiritual sense to examine the contents of the jade slip about the transmission of letters. In the next second, he lost his mind in disbelief and said, how is this possible? Seeing Tang Wenwen's reaction, Yuan Ziren and Ling Fanbo couldn't help but glance at each other, both knowing something was wrong. Palace Master, is there any problem with Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu? Yuan Ziren asked first. Although Ling Fanbo didn't make a sound, judging by the expression on his face, he obviously wanted to hear Tang Wenwen's answer. It's not just a problem. It's like the sky is falling. Tang Wenwen forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and handed the jade slip in his hand to Yuan Ziren, Elder Supreme, you should read it yourself. Yuan Ziren took the jade slip of letters and inspected it with his spiritual sense, and he couldn't help showing an expression of disbelief on his face. Grand Elder, it seems that you have to postpone the matter of taking people to the country for a while. An astonishing killing intent flashed in Yuan Ziren's eyes. In a few days, the old man will personally take people to Jian country to meet Empress Wu Mingkong for a while. What? Isn't it? Ling Fanbo said in astonishment, the matter is so serious that you need to do it yourself. If the old man doesn't go out, I'm afraid this matter will not be resolved. Yuan Ziren responded in a cold voice, because the Chinese prince's mansion in Qiangguo produced a remarkable person. Not only did he kill Zhao Yu, who was a strong 7th level king conferring realm, with one sword, he even killed Lianzhou's guardian. Without this old man, if you take people to Qiangguo, it's probably like a meat bun beating a dog. You never return. After speaking, he handed Ling Fanbo the jade slip of letters in his hand. Ling Fanbo quickly took it, and used his spiritual sense to examine the contents of the jade slip of communication. It's okay not to look. At first glance, he is numb. Empress Wu Mingkong showed amazing aptitude and strength. In the battle, he beat Lian Yingzhong, and he could barely accept it. But what's going on with the Chinese prince's mansion in Qiangguo? A small force, just a small warlord. Why can there be such a powerful and unfathomable master? Also, this expert from the Chinese prince's mansion killed Protector Lianzhou without fear of offending Death Kong Mingtian Palace after he killed Protector Zhao Yu with a single sword strike? From this, it can be deduced that the strength of this expert from the Chinese palace is far above the 7th level of the king conferring realm. Moreover, the background of the Chinese prince's mansion may not be inferior to that of the Kong Mingtian Gong, which is why it acts so recklessly. Hell, are these news true or false? After being greatly shocked, Ling Fanbo found that he was somewhat incapable of accepting it. The manpower deployed by our Kong Ming Tiangong in Qian country must have confirmed the news repeatedly before passing it back. It is extremely unlikely to be fake. Tang Wenwen interjected with an ugly face, now Guardian Lianzhou and Guardian Zhao Yu died on the spot, and the Qian Kingdom Court and Zhenyi's Palace have joined together to form a huge force that is no less than our Kong Ming Tiangong, and even surpasses our Kong Ming Tiangong. So we should have a good discussion about how to deal with this unexpected situation. Ling Fanbo originally wanted to say that no matter for the sake of Kong Ming Tiangong's face, or to avenge Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, Kong Ming Tiangong must make a large-scale conquest of Jian Kingdom and settle accounts with that Empress Wu Mingkong. After thinking about it, he doesn't seem to be the opponent of the strong man from Zhenyi's palace. Therefore, he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Yuan Ziren, wanting to ask him what he meant. Yuan Ziren thought for a while, and said, Palace Master, you will call all the high-level officials of Kong Ming Tiangong together, tell them the news, and discuss the countermeasures. In addition, no matter what the outcome of the discussion is, this old man is planning to take someone to Jian country in a few days, and meet Wu Mingkong, the Empress of Jian country. Hearing this, Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo's expressions immediately calmed down a lot. After all, Yuan Ziren is a super strong man whose strength has reached the 7th level of the Leaving Aperture realm. If he goes out in person, the situation must be stable. Chapter 179 I will give you a look, experience it yourself. Originally, Beichen was just taking a walk in the yard with Empress Wu Mingkong. But he never thought that Empress Wu Mingkong had a sudden whim and said that she was going to change back to her regular clothes and go out for a walk with him on the street. Although Beichen was very surprised by this, he did not refuse. After a while, Beichen looked at the female Emperor Wu Mingkong who came out after changing into the regular clothes, and couldn't help but secretly nodded. No matter what clothes you wear, or whether you wear expensive headgear, you can't conceal the beauty of Empress Wu Mingkong. Besides, the Empress Wu Mingkong in normal clothes has a more unbearable feeling of wanting to get close to her than when she was dressed up. Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly and said, Fang Shizi, can you restrain your gaze? Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Beichen smiled, and changed the subject, why did you come out so quickly? I thought I would have to wait. After all, girls go out like others, and they need to dress up for a long time. Oh, Fang Shizi seems to have enough experience. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him with a half smile, I don't know how many girls you have gone shopping with, and how long have you waited for them? There are no other girls. Liu Beichen shook his head quickly and said, this is how I waited for Her Majesty the Empress. Is it? Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously. How did Fang Shize get such rich experience? For some reason, when she heard Liu Beichen say this, she felt a little secretly happy. It's just hearsay. Liu Beichen laughed dryly and said, sorry, I shouldn't listen to rumors and talk nonsense here. Fang Shize's explanation seems a bit far-fetched. Empress Wu Mingkong seemed to have remembered something, and asked, by the way, don't you have a personal maid named Fu Xiaoyu? Have you ever gone shopping with her? That's it. Liu Beichen replied truthfully, there must be some, who called Weichen and her grew up together. After a pause, he continued, however, she has always come to look for Weichen, and it is the first time that Weichen waits for you to change into clothes and then go shopping with Weichen like this. Fang Shize, it seems that your desire to survive is quite strong. A smile flickered on the corner of Empress Wu Mingkong's mouth. I'm afraid that I will pursue it, so I deliberately emphasized the tone when I said the following words. Liu Beichen responded, these are all the words from the bottom of my heart, and they have nothing to do with whether my minister's desire to survive is strong or not. Okay, since you've covered this point, I'll be a bit ignorant if I keep pestering this issue. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, let's go, Mr. Fang, let's go shopping together. Also, I am very pleased to be able to win your first time today. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Liu Beichen's response, she walked forward with a smile on her face. What the hell? Can I take my first time today? Why does this sound so weird? Liu Beichen was a little confused on the spot. Afterwards, he realized that he must have been molested by the Empress Wu Mingkong. As the saying goes, if you don't fight for 3 days, you will go to the house to expose the tiles. Empress Wu Mingkong actually dares to tease you. At this time, the Destiny's villain system came out to fight the injustice and said, host, teach her a lesson, let her kneel down and sing conquest for you. Otherwise, she doesn't even know that you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Liu Beichen couldn't laugh or cry. System, I really have my own decision about the little empress, so don't disturb my thinking. Okay, host. The Destiny villain system rarely retreated obediently. This made Liu Beichen suddenly a little uncomfortable. For this reason, he couldn't help laughing in his heart, there's no way, people are so cheap. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Liu Beichen chased after the Empress Wu Mingkong, Your Majesty, wait for me. Empress Wu Mingkong slowed down her pace slightly, Shize Fang is also a practitioner, so this distance is nothing. Right. Liu Beichen quickly caught up with Empress Wu Mingkong and walked with her. Weichen is walking with His Majesty the Empress now, and I think it's not good to use body skills or something. Is that so? Empress Wu Mingkong was slightly taken aback. Immediately, she chuckled and said, forget it, I'm used to it. Anyway, no matter what it is, Fang Shize can come up with a suitable reason. My minister and His Majesty the Empress are telling the truth. Liu Beichen said meaningfully, it's you, what did you mean by the last sentence you just said? What do you mean? Empress Wu Ming gave him a blank look, and said, I'll give you a look, experience it for yourself. Liu Beichen yelled in his heart that he couldn't take it. What the hell? Not only does this little empress in front of her have an alluring appearance, she has a superb figure, and her cuteness is suddenly overwhelmed? In other words, without the instigation of the mandate of heaven villain system, he now wants the little empress to kneel down and sing conquest. No, that's wrong, I want to touch the top of the little empress head, and then give the little empress a lollipop. Well, I just don't know if there are any lollipops here, I'll have to look for them later. Thinking of this, Liu Beichen forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said, Your Majesty the Empress, I don't want you to play tricks like this. Fang Shize is pretending to be stupid, right? Empress Wu Mingkong gave him another look, and said, I don't believe you really don't understand what I said. Weichen is relatively pure. Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, it's not enough to pretend to be stupid, but I really don't understand it. Still pretending? Empress Wu Mingkong snorted coldly and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Liu Beichen responded with a smile, Your Majesty, let's not worry about this issue anymore, let's enjoy the street view and relax, shall we? Empress Wu Mingkong noticed that before she knew it, she and Liu Beichen had walked out of the yard to the street outside. Isn't it? My attention just now was completely focused on Fang Chen. Empress Wu Mingkong was extremely surprised by her performance. Because this is an experience she has never experienced since she was sensible. Okay. Empress Wu Mingkong said, taking some of her attention away from Liu Beichen and paying attention to the surrounding situation. After all, there are not a few people in the world who hate her and want her life. Similar to when Wu Yuanyun colluded with Kong Ming Tiangong to attack her. She can't guarantee if it will happen when she goes shopping with Fang Chen. In addition, Fang Chen is much weaker than her now. in case something happens during this process. She just wanted to regret it before it was too late. Chapter 180 The Little Empress wants to create a 7-night chapter in Qiangguo? Out of worry in her heart, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but said, Fang Shizi, when you go shopping with me later, don't stay too far away from me. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and then he said thoughtfully, Is your majesty afraid that the battle on the bank of the Lu River may be repeated here? Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, That's right, I have more or less concerns about this right now. Your majesty, I think you should rest easy and go shopping with me. Liu Beichen comforted, Let's not say that your strength has reached the astonishing second floor of the king conferring realm. No one will easily offend your majesty. Let's just say that if you really encounter an enemy that you can't defeat, isn't there a senior who protects me? He won't watch us have an accident and ignore it. Well, what you said makes sense. Empress Wu Mingkong thought about it, and said, Fang Shizi, I forgot that there is still a senior protecting you. The words fall. Her pretty face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Damn. She didn't think about this matter in the yard just now, she was outspoken and molested Fang Chen. That senior who was protecting Fang Chen, didn't he hear it too? Liu Beichen looked at the Empress Wu Mingkong who suddenly became shy, and felt a little puzzled. Soon, he thought of the reason. Therefore, Liu Beichen couldn't help laughing, and teased, Your Majesty, you just said that it was the first time you captured Beichen today. The senior who protected Beichen probably heard it too. Hear it and hear it. Empress Wu Mingkong became annoyed and said, You need to remind me, Mr. Fang. If that senior really heard what she said to Fang Chen before, it would be too shameful, right? And what's even worse is that Fang Chen, an annoying guy, is still gloating here. Clear. Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, Wei Chen thinks about it carefully, let's watch the street scene seriously. Don't be distracted by other things. You also said, didn't you start it just now? Empress Wu Mingkong replied with such a reproach at first, then she nodded and said, Well, it's rare to have the opportunity to go out shopping with Fang Shizi, of course we must be serious and not be distracted. Liu Beichen responded, Your Majesty the Empress is wise, I also don't want to be disturbed by other things when I'm shopping with you. Afterwards, after the two strolled together for a while without a word, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but said with emotion, When I was an empress before, I liked to sneak out of the palace often to see the ups and downs and all kinds of scenery in the world. Liu Beichen said thoughtfully, Your Majesty, it seems that your visit to the lower reaches of the Liuhe River this time is not a whim, but a long-term habit. Yes, there are some things that I have to see with my own eyes before I can rest assured. Empress Wu Mingkong pointed to the crowds on the street, and said, Since I have become the Empress of the Qian Kingdom, I must be responsible for all the people who support me in the Qian Kingdom, and make my own efforts for the future rise of the Qian Kingdom. His Majesty the Empress is mighty. Liu Beichen gave a thumbs up, and praised sincerely, After hearing what you said, my heart can't help but surge. Mighty can't be called. It's just a matter of duty. Empress Wu Mingkong sighed softly, As I get older, sometimes I will recall some things from the past, I hope Fang Shizi will not be offended. Your Majesty the Empress, you've said that. Liu Beichen retorted with an absurd expression. You are just old now. Who dares to say that you are old? Come out and see if I don't kill him. Fang Shizi doesn't have to do this. Empress Wu Mingkong comforted her, I'm talking about my mentality. 2. Liu Beichen's expression softened, and he said, facing such a prosperous and beautiful you, who would be willing to say that kind of thing? Fang Shizi, it's good that I have confidence in my appearance. Empress Wu Mingkong happily replied, but you don't have to bring this up all the time, do you? Liu Beichen disagreed and said, Your Majesty, people who are said to be ugly are afraid of being said. You are so beautiful, it shouldn't matter if you talk about it. There are a lot of reasons. I don't seem to be able to tell you. Empress Wu Mingkong replied helplessly, it's still the same sentence, Fang Shizi, as long as you are happy. Liu Beichen accused, Your Majesty is still the same. You can't argue with me in terms of reason, so just say that I am happy. Fang Shizi, you are in good spirits, aren't you? Empress Wu Mingkong raised her eyebrows and said, Tell me, how did I wrong you? No. Liu Beichen shook his head, and said solemnly, Her Majesty the Empress is right, she has not wronged my minister at all. Empress Wu Mingkong stared at Liu Beichen for a while, and said, I always feel that what you say is insincere, and there is something wrong with what you say. You think too much. Liu Beichen changed the subject and said, Not far ahead, there seems to be a shop selling lanterns. Beichen would like to treat you to, go and see the lanterns. It's so risky, I almost said that I want to treat the little empress to a lollipop. The key is that Qiangguo doesn't know if there is such a thing as a lollipop, so it's not easy to explain it. Also, if the little empress interprets it as something evil, then he will be in big trouble. The female emperor Wu Mingkong asked, Fang Shizi, what you said just now, go to the front of the lantern, what do you want to treat me to eat? Beichen made a slip of the tongue and said something wrong. Beichen replied seriously, I didn't say what I want to treat you to eat, I just want to treat you to watch the lanterns. After all, today is also Kixi Festival, and there happens to be a shop selling lanterns in front of it. Beichen's proposal couldn't be more appropriate. Count you through. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, I just had dinner with Fang Shize not long ago, and it is really unlikely that Fang Shize would say that he wants to invite me to eat. Your Majesty, the Empress is wise. Beichen made a gesture of invitation and said, come on, let's go see the lanterns. After a pause, he continued, when I get to the store later, I will ask the merchant if they can make a lantern with the theme of Kixi Festival. Empress Wu Mingkong echoed with interest, okay, I am very satisfied with the story told by Fang Shize, and I also want to know what the lanterns with the theme of Kixi Festival are like. Tanabata? The day when cowherd and weaver girl meet? In other words, didn't Fang Chen deliberately fabricate this story and this kind of festival to please her? However, since Fang Chen has this heart, then she doesn't mind finding a time to send people to spread this story in Qiangguo, and really create a Kixi Festival. Chapter 181 It and number 039, S like real. According to the memory of his previous life, Beichen asked the store to create a lantern with the theme of Kixi Festival. Then, he reached out and handed it to Empress Wu Mingkong. Empress Wu Mingkong took it over and looked it over, and said, not bad, this lantern looks pretty. Beichen responded with relief, with your words, it is not in vain that I just spent so much thought. He originally wanted to make a Kongming lantern by himself, and put it on the sky for the Empress Wu Mingkong to pray for. But then I thought about it, after the Kongming lanterns are released, it is easy to cause wildfires or burn down people's houses. Therefore, he had to give up this idea. Besides, Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong went shopping together from the beginning to the end. During this process, no one came to disturb them, and there was no chance for Beichen to reveal his strength, or become a masked man in silver to show off his prestige again. After parting with Beichen, Empress Wu Mingkong held a lantern, and the smile on her pretty face never stopped. Seeing this, Li Weiwei acted as if she hadn't seen anything, and only complained in her heart that the relationship between Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong was progressing rapidly. No, even the so-called gift of love is accepted, isn't it? Empress Wu Mingkong didn't care about Li Weiwei's performance at all. Fang Chen is not only the son of Chinese prince, but also her fiancé, the Empress of Qian Kingdom. Isn't it normal for her to accept some gifts from Fang Chen? This thought flashed through his mind, and Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't put it down even more. Vivi, do you know what holiday is today? Empress Wu Mingkong asked with great interest. Li Weiwei thought for a while, then asked in confusion, isn't today the 7th day of July? Isn't it a holiday? Empress Wu Mingkong gently shook the lantern she was carrying in front of Li Weiwei, and said, according to the reminder I gave you, think again. Li Weiwei looked at the lantern seriously, then she shook her head in a daze, and said, Your Majesty, I think about my lowly position, but I can't figure out what festival is today. Today is Kixi Festival. Empress Wu Mingkong said seriously, do you know the day when cowherd and weaver girl meet? Li Weiwei is even more confused. Kixi Festival? What is this ghost? Is there a holiday, why hasn't she heard of it? In addition, what is the cowherd and weaver girl, the day we meet again? Your Majesty, please stop teasing me, okay? Li Weiwei smiled wryly. She almost doubted her life just now. Want to ask yourself, who am I, where am I, what am I doing? Okay, since you have such a strong thirst for knowledge, let me tell you why today is Kixi Festival. Empress Wu Mingkong began to popularize the origin of Kixi Festival and the story of cowherd and weaver girl to Li Weiwei. Is there such a story circulating in the country? And there is a festival for it. Why don't I know? Could it be that I'm a fake Gan Chinese? Li Weiwei listened to Empress Wu Mingkong's narration, but her heart became more and more puzzled. Seeing Li Weiwei's reaction, Empress Wu Mingkong instantly regained his balance. She just said it. It's not that she's ignorant. But the story of cowherd and weaver girl has never been passed down in Qiangguo. After Empress Wu Mingkong finished telling the story, Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, could it be convenient for you to tell me where you heard this story? After all, before today, Bazi never knew where this story had been circulated in Qiangguo, let alone a festival like Kixi Festival. Okay, stop teasing you. Empress Wu Mingkong responded, this story was told by Fang Shize to me not long ago, and I had the same doubts as you do now. Li Weiwei asked curiously, where did Fang Shize hear this story? I don't know. He said it was a story from his hometown. But I don't remember such a story circulating in the sphere of influence where the Chinese prince's mansion is located. Empress Wu Mingkong speculated, so I think this is probably a story specially fabricated by Fang Shize, just to please me. Li Weiwei suddenly realized, I didn't expect Fang Shize to have such thoughts. Yeah, can't you see it? Empress Wu Mingkong gently shook the lantern in front of Li Weiwei again, and said, this is the lantern designed by Fang Shize on the theme of Kixi Festival. There was a rare element of showing off in the tone of voice. Fang Shize is a cow. Li Weiwei looked at the lanterns, and responded with some surprise, if it weren't for the fact that the humble official is a Gan countryman, I would really believe that there is such a story circulating in the Gan country, that there is a Kixi festival. Is not that right? Empress Wu Mingkong felt the same way and said, Fang Shize made such a show, it looks like it's real. After a pause, she continued, however, no matter whether this story was fabricated by Fang Shize or not, I hope that this story will be spread in the country. Next year, the people of the country will be able to celebrate the Kixi festival. Do you understand what I mean? Li Weiwei was stunned for a while, then said, Your Majesty, what do you mean? You want the humble official to send people to spread this story, so that the Kixi festival really exists in the Qian kingdom? That's right, eye-catching enough. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, there are too few festivals for the people of Qiangguo, so it's not bad to make one for them. It's just that the story is not very good. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, the cowherd and the weaver girl can only meet once a year, which is not in line with the mainstream of a happy reunion. Story, it's wonderful to have a little regret. Empress Wu Mingkong responded, Weiwei, don't think so much, just follow my orders. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Li Weiwei was ordered to leave. Looking at Li Weiwei's leaving back, Empress Wu Mingkong murmured in a daze, Fang Chen, it's not in vain for you to do this, right? Liu Beichen didn't know that the Kixi festival would really appear in Qiangguo. He had just returned to his yard when he found Fu Xiao waiting for him. Why did it take so long? When Fu Xiao saw him, she immediately said bitterly, this servant thought that after you had dinner with Her Majesty the Empress, she stayed you overnight, or let you sleep in bed. Staying overnight? Serving the bed. Xiao, are you thinking too much? Liu Beichen spread his hands and responded truthfully, I just had dinner with Her Majesty the Empress, and then went out for a walk outside the street. Are you kidding me? Unless he exposed his true strength and forced the female Emperor Wu Mingkong to kneel down and sing conquest for him. Otherwise, with Empress Wu Mingkong's relatively conservative personality, before the two got married, how could they let him spend the night with her, or let him go to bed directly? Chapter 182 The news came, the boiling Chinese palace. No wonder it took so long. Fu Xiao suddenly realized, so you went out shopping with Her Majesty the Empress. After a pause, she continued, I am afraid that you may not be used to eating with Her Majesty the Empress for the first time, and you will not be full. So I specially went to the kitchen to make some snacks to fill your stomach. I didn't expect it to be a waste of time. Is that so? Liu Beichen reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and asked, have you had dinner? Fu Xiao shook her head and said, not yet, the slave girl originally wanted to wait for you to come back, have a snack, and then go to dinner. Who would have waited and waited, it's almost becoming the legendary Wangfu stone, and you haven't seen anyone yet. I didn't know you were waiting for me, but it really looks like it's my fault. Liu Beichen replied like this first, and then he asked, where do you put the dim sum you made? How about I eat it with you? Fu Xiao nodded quickly and said, okay. The snacks made by the servants are in your room now. Row. Liu Beichen followed Fu Xiao into the room to have a look. Good guy. There are at least a dozen plates of dim sum on the table, and there are no repetitions. Xiao, I didn't eat so much when I usually ate, did I? Liu Beichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, not to mention that I had dinner with Her Majesty the Empress. Fu Xiao hesitated for a moment, and responded a bit coyly, didn't you have dinner with Her Majesty the Empress today? The slaves are too envious, and I made too many snacks at once, please forgive me. Of course Liu Beichen could understand what was going on. He didn't expose Fu Xiao's petty thoughts, but just said, forget it, anyway, with you here, I don't worry that I won't be able to finish eating. Okay. Fu Xiao happily responded, the slaves are very powerful, so you don't have to worry about wasting them. In order to prove her words were right, she also ate a few pieces of snacks at a much faster speed than usual. Eat slowly, don't choke. Liu Beichen said while picking up a piece of dim sum to taste. It tastes good. If Fu Xiao is short of money one day, and opens a shop specializing in dim sum, I believe the business will not be so bad. Liu Beichen told Fu Xiao what he thought. Fu Xiao responded, first of all, the servant thank you for your compliment, and secondly, no matter how short of money the servant is, she will never have the idea of opening a shop. After all, this servant is your personal maid, and she only wants to stay by your side for the rest of her life. Immediately, there was mist in her eyes, and she said, of course, if the prince is tired of the servant and wants to use this excuse to drive the servant out, the servant will have nothing to say. I'll just talk, don't pay too much attention to it. Lu Beichen explained, because in this world where strength is the most important thing, your task is to practice hard and improve your own strength, not to open a shop outside. Also, you said that you are my personal maid, how could I be willing to drive you out and let you leave my side? Right. Only then did Fu Xiao smile through tears. Yeah, this servant knows that the son is not so cruel, and has the idea of driving this servant away from your side. After a sincere exchange between Lu Beichen and Fu Xiao, the atmosphere at the scene became much more cheerful. Looking at the remaining snacks on the table, Fu Xiao put them into the basket with some embarrassment, and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, I will give them to others later, it won't be wasted. Probably to alleviate her embarrassment, Fu Xiao suddenly approached Lu Beichen, and continued exhaling, Are you disappointed that Her Majesty the Empress didn't keep you overnight, and didn't let you go to bed directly? Why don't I help you do something bad and comfort you? Is that okay? Can't. Lu Beichen shook his head and refused. First, I'm not disappointed, so I don't need your comfort. Second, I hope you don't think about doing bad things for me all day long, but put your mind away and put it on the way of cultivation. My lord, you will only use such excuses to fool your slaves. Fu Xiao said unconvinced, in terms of strength, I don't know how many steps your servant is higher than you. You sure? Lu Beichen almost blurted out. After all, the reality is the other way around. Because his current strength has recovered to the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm, far exceeding Fu Xiao's 9th level of the divine ability realm. Cultivation is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Lu Beichen responded in a deep tone, You can't feel that you are stronger than me, so you can slack off. Know it. Fu Xiao argued, even if the servant girl is not for herself, she must work hard and practice hard to improve her own strength so that she can protect you in the future. As for doing bad things for you, once or twice once in a while, it shouldn't matter. Okay, in order to live up to your kindness. Lu Beichen nodded and said, Let me give you something. Fu Xiao seemed to have lost her mind, and she couldn't help asking a little shyly, What is it? Lu Beichen took out something from the storage ring, handed it to Fu Xiao, and said, The Diamond Prujna Jackfruit Sutra. That's it. Fu Xiao was stunned for a long while, then said, My lord, you are so wicked that you actually play tricks on your slaves. Lu Beichen responded noncommittally, Take it back and have a look, I think it is very suitable for you. Fu Xiao. Come on, I don't want to be a nun, what's the use of watching this? In the end, Lu Beichen influenced Fu Xiao with the Vajra Prujna Jackfruit Sutra, making her give up her idea of helping Lu Beichen do bad things. Besides, the news of the battle on the banks of the Lu River continued to ferment, spreading farther and farther. As a result, everyone in Chinese Wangfu, far south of Qiangguo, also knew about it. Therefore, while they were puzzled, they couldn't help but boil over. There is no way, the strength that Lu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver, showed at that time was too amazing. Unexpectedly, with just one strike, he could easily kill Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, who was a strong man on the 7th floor of the king-conferring realm. How much strength is needed to do this? Not to mention that after Lu Beichen easily killed Zhao Nanlong, he continued to kill Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, as if he was not afraid of Kongming Tiangong's revenge afterwards. All the signs show that their Chinese palace not only has a super strong man whose strength is far above the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, but may also have a foundation no less than that of Kongming Tiangong. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and they were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. After all, even if they thought about everything, they never expected that the power they were in, that is, the Chinese palace was actually a legendary superpower. Chapter 183 Question marks all over his face, the extremely confused king of Chinese. Dry country, the southernmost. Chinese prince's mansion, the meeting hall. At this time, Chinese Wang Fang Qingye was sighing with worry on his face. Oh, I don't know how China is doing now. Is there any danger that cannot be solved? And a white-haired old man next to him couldn't help but interjected, My lord, please don't worry, the sun is auspicious, even if he encounters danger, he can turn evil into good luck. Hopefully so. Fang Qingye smiled wryly and said, As for the marriage between the Qian Kingdom court and the Chinese palace, I feel a little sorry for him. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment, and said, Is the prince still blaming the old man for not obeying your order to protect the sun and go to God's capital to marry His Majesty the Empress? Don't dare! Old Luo, you have guarded the Chinese palace for so many years. Fang Qingye shook his head, and said, There is no credit, but hard work. How can I dare to blame you? Hearing the tone of the prince's words, I still blame the old man. The white-haired old man sighed softly and said, It's just that there is one thing that the prince must understand. Because in the eyes of this old man, you are far more important than the prince, and it is impossible for the old man to escort the prince to the capital of God regardless of your safety. Also, to put it bluntly, even if the son is really lost on the way, you can still choose to marry a new wife and have another son. That's what it says. But this king can't be as cold-blooded as you. Fang Qingyu seemed to be remembering something, and said, this king watched Chenner grow from a small baby to a hot-blooded man who stands up to the sky, and said that he has no father-son relationship. That is a lie. The old man understands the prince's mood. The white-haired old man responded with a complicated expression, sometimes, for the sake of the overall situation, we have to give up some things. He has guarded the Chinese palace for so many years, and many things are commonplace. So Fang Qingyu's words can't touch him at all. All right. Up to now, this king can't change anything. Fang Qingyu smiled wryly again and said, I can only pray for Chenner silently in my heart, hoping that he can arrive at the divine capital without incident, and then marry His Majesty the Empress, and become the Empress of Qian Kingdom. The white-haired old man was about to say something, but a guard came to report that Shui Gongfeng and others were outside begging to see him. Fang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and said, go and invite them in. Yes, my lord. Looking at the back of the guard who was ordered to leave, Fang Qingyu said with some doubts, it's strange, why did Shui Gongfeng and the others come together to look for the king all of a sudden? The old man is not very clear. The white-haired old man pondered, maybe there is something important to discuss with you. At this moment, a large group of people came in and shouted at Fang Qingyu, my lord, you really made it difficult for us to hide it from us. Fang Qingyu looked confused. What's the situation? Doesn't seem right? The white-haired old man also felt very baffled. What's wrong with all of them? Like going crazy? Stop. After Fang Qingyu came to his senses, he quickly comforted him, don't be in a hurry, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it one by one. After a pause, he then said to an old man, Shui Gongfeng, besides Mr. Luo, you are the oldest here, so you speak first. Okay, my lord. Shui Gongfeng forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, collected his emotions, and then responded slowly, we have all received news about the battle on the bank of the Liuhe River, and we also know that there are dragons and crouching tigers hidden in our Chinese palace. It is a super powerful force that is not inferior to Kongming Tiangong. The words fall. Almost all the people present echoed, yes, yes, my lord, we all know. Fang Qingyu and the white-haired old man looked at each other, they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. What the hell is going on? Why do they become more confused the more they listen? Fang Qingyu had no choice but to say, Shui Gongfeng, please explain clearly. Oh, my lord hasn't received the news yet. Shui Gongfeng said thoughtfully, yes, such important news must be verified repeatedly before it is sent to you. The words fall. He then slowly told the details of the battle on the banks of the Lu River. Listening to Shui Gongfeng's narration, Fang Qingyu was stunned again. When did the king send someone to protect Chenner in secret? And is it this kind of peerless master who can easily kill the 7th-level powerhouse of the king conferring realm with just a single strike? In addition, the Chinese prince's mansion is just a small warlord, a small force, and it doesn't have the background to compete with the largest force in Bizhu, Kongming Tiangong? Not to mention Fang Qingyu, but the white-haired old man who has experienced countless storms, the reaction is not much better. As a veteran of several generations of the Chinese palace, he dares to say that there is absolutely no such superpower in the Chinese palace. But it was groundless, Shui Gongfeng said it clearly, and it didn't look like a fake. So what's going on here? After a while, Fang Qingyu came back to his senses and asked, Shui Gongfeng, where did you get this news? Is it authentic? Reliable or not, I don't know. Shui Gongfeng responded emotionally, I only know that the news is spreading outside like crazy. I believe that many people who have dismissed our Chinese palace in the past will come to visit our Chinese palace in the near future. As soon as this remark came out, everyone at the scene showed a very relieved look. Doesn't this justify that sentence? Today you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you unable to climb high. Fang Qingyu thought about it, but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he couldn't help asking the white-haired old man, Old Luo, what do you think? What the hell? Don't it mean that the Chinese prince's mansion really hides a powerful force that even he doesn't know about? First confirm the authenticity of this news. The white-haired old man pondered for a while, and responded, then make plans. Fang Qingyu thought about it, okay, just follow Luo Lao's words. After sending away the emotional Shui Gongfeng and others, Fang Qingyu couldn't help but ask the white-haired old man, Old Luo, don't tell me that there really is a super expert in the Chinese palace who can easily kill the 7th-level powerhouse of the King Sealing realm, and the background of the Chinese palace is not weaker than that of Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu. The white-haired old man responded firmly, my lord, I dare to guarantee with my own personality that there is absolutely no such thing. Fang Qingyu continued to ask suspiciously, if that's the case, Then what's the situation with this news? Could it be that someone made it up on purpose? The white-haired old man responded with a wry smile, my lord, to be honest, the old man is also very confused now, so let's wait until the investigation is clear. Fang Qingyu nodded and said, well, anyway, this is good news for this king. Forget it, it doesn't matter if the truth is confusing, there will always be times when the truth comes out, as long as Chenner can reach the capital of God safe and sound. Chapter 184 Destroy the Empress Wu Mingkong first, and then the Chinese Palace? After many investigations, there are indeed rumors that the Chinese Palace has a super strong man whose strength is far beyond the 7th level of the king conferring realm, and rumors that the background may not be inferior to the Kongming Tiangong. Therefore, Fang Qingyu of the Chinese Palace had no choice but to ask the white-haired old man again, Old Luo, these news are clearly stated, our Chinese Palace is not really hiding a powerful force in secret, right? Otherwise, what about the mysterious strongman who came out to help His Majesty the Empress and easily killed Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, with a single sword? Is this? The white-haired old man thought for a while, and replied, as far as I know, the strongest person in our Chinese Palace should be the first-level powerhouse of the king conferring realm. There is no master stronger than the old man, and there is no hidden power. Otherwise, what's the use of our Chinese Palace marrying the Qian Kingdom court? I'm afraid it would have been replaced long ago. Of course, until now, the old man can't fully guarantee that such a thing does not exist. It can only be said that the possibility is not very great. A mist hangs in there. People can't see the truth in it. Fang Qingyu was puzzled and said, it's good that the senior is from our Chinese prince's mansion. If not, why didn't he show his real body and use a fake identity? It should be known from these news that it can be deduced that he is not afraid of Kongming Tiangong, which is the largest force in Bizhu. There must be a reason for him to do this. It's just that we don't know, or can't guess. The white-haired old man made a final decision, my lord, don't think too much, and no matter where that super strong man came from, since he can come out to help His Majesty the Empress and act in the name of our Chinese Palace, it is a good thing for us. Not necessarily. Fang Qingyu said helplessly, our Chinese Palace has become a big fat man. People outside all think that our Chinese prince's mansion is not as simple as it appears on the surface, and the real background is no less than the Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu. Misunderstandings have the benefit of being misunderstood. The white-haired old man stroked his beard, and said, at least the people who thought about our Chinese prince's mansion before, and who underestimated our Chinese prince's mansion will be reduced a lot. As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you must first bear its weight. Fang Qingyu said truthfully, Old Luo, I feel a little guilty now. What are you afraid of? There is always a solution to a problem. The white-haired old man comforted, you just need to be calm and don't show your feet. We can't tell the outside world that these news are untrue. Our Chinese Palace doesn't have a superpower whose strength is far beyond the 7th level of the king conferring realm, and his background may not be inferior to that of Kongming Tiangong. Fang Qingyu suddenly thought, Old Luo, why don't I go out and spread a rumor? After all, people believe what they hear or see. Maybe the more this king dispels rumors, the more they believe in the truth. Will this have the opposite effect? The white-haired old man thought about it for a while, and said, it's better to be silent on this matter and express your acquiescence. After a pause, he continued, okay, you decide for yourself, anyway, no matter what you do, it won't affect the overall situation. Okay, then think about it again, the king. Fang Qingyu nodded, and his thoughts began to drift away. I heard that Chenner has met with His Majesty the Empress, and the two of them also took a chariot together and went on a tour together. So they should get along pretty well. At least after the big wedding, they can treat each other like guests. Hearing this, the white-haired old man sighed in his heart, oh, as the principal of the Chinese Palace, it seems that it is not a good thing for the prince to be so emotional. 2 flowers bloom, 1 branch each. On the other side, Tang Wenwen, the lord of Kongming Tiangong, summoned all the high-level officials to Ziwei Palace to discuss how to deal with this sudden and important event. At first, Tang Wenwen said that if there were no accidents, he would go to the Qian Kingdom. Everyone in Kongming Tiangong present was very excited. Because they haven't done it for a long time to conquer a country, especially a big country like Qian country. But after Tang Wenwen talked about the specific reasons for doing this, they fell silent. After all, except for Tang Zhiji, the old palace lord who doesn't care about worldly affairs. In Kongming Tiangong, only the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren, Palace Master Tang Wenwen, and Great Elder Ling Fanbo are stronger than the left and right guardians who died. If these people meet the mysterious strongman from the Chinese palace, they must not be their opponents. With such an understanding, how dare they shout that they are going to destroy the Qian Kingdom and punish Empress Wu Mingkong. However, what really puzzled them was that the Chinese prince's mansion was just a small warlord, a small force. How on earth is it possible to cultivate superpowers like the masked silver-clothed man whose strength surpasses the 7th level of the king-conferred realm? After Tang Wenwen saw him tell the news about the battle on the banks of the Lu River, the morale of everyone present dropped suddenly, and everyone became timid. For this reason, he couldn't help but said with a bit of resentment, "Don't worry that you won't be able to deal with the mysterious strongman from the Chinese palace, because when the time comes to go to war, the Supreme Elder and the old man will go together." As soon as this remark came out, the morale of everyone present rose again. They all know that the strength of their elder, Yuan Ziren, has reached the legendary 7th level of the out-of-aperture realm. He thought that the mysterious strong man from the Chinese prince's mansion, no matter how awesome and abnormal his strength was, could not be the opponent of his own Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren. At this time, someone at the scene suddenly asked curiously, "The people who killed the 2 guardians on the left and right of our Kongming Tiangong were from the Chinese palace. Why don't we go to the Chinese palace to settle the score? Not urgent. One by one. The Chinese prince's mansion can't escape." Tang Wenwen explained, "Let's destroy the Empress Wu Mingkong and the mysterious strongman from the Chinese prince's mansion first, and take Qiangguo into our hands. As for the Chinese palace, it won't be too late for us to clean it up slowly." "That's right." Great Elder Ling Fanbo interjected, "The location of our Kongming Tiangong is the closest to the gods of Qiangguo, and the farthest to the area where the Chinese prince's mansion is located. Could it be that we have to look far away when we go out?" All the people present showed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder we have to deal with Empress Wu Mingkong and the mysterious strong man from Chinese palace first. It turned out that the location where these 2 people are now is relatively close to Kongming Tiangong. However, what they don't know is that, in addition to having absolute confidence in his own strength, Beichen also guessed that they would have such thoughts. "That's why I didn't worry about Kongming Tiangong going to deal with the Chinese palace first, so I dared to kill Lian Yingzhong, the Zhou protector, without any scruples." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 185. He said, "Destiny is on me." Sending off all the people in Kongming Tiangong who were all excited and gearing up, Tang Wenwen said with great relief, "It seems that everyone's morale is very high, and the army's spirit is available, and the army's spirit is available." Hearing his words, Great Elder Ling Fanbo couldn't help complaining in his heart, Palace Master, don't you have any idea about the specific situation? If it weren't for the news that the Supreme Elder was going to go out in person, I'm afraid everyone would be dumb, unable to even make a sound? What's the use of military spirit?" Of course, he thought so, but he still echoed in his mouth, "Yes, everyone's morale is so high, I believe that this expedition to Qiangguo will definitely be a success." After a pause, he then reminded, "By the way, Palace Mistress, although there is an Elder Taishang himself, the possibility of dealing with Qiangguo is very small, but Qiangguo is still one of the big countries in Bizhu, and its foundation is not weak. For example, the guardian formations left by the ancestors of the Qian Kingdom's royal family in the capital of God are extremely powerful. It is not easy to break them. Grand Elder, I have also noticed the problems you noticed." Tang Wenwen smiled mysteriously, and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that our Kongming Tiangong has been in the country for many years, and it's not completely useless." Ling Fanbo asked curiously, "Palace Master, I don't know what you are talking about." Internal response. Tang Wenwen didn't hold back, and responded truthfully, "Our Kongming Tiangong has an internal response in the gods, and our status in the Qian Kingdom's court is not small. So when the time comes, he will take the opportunity to destroy the guardian formation of the divine capital of the Qian Kingdom, allowing our expeditionary army to easily enter the divine capital of the Qian Kingdom. There is still such an operation." Ling Fanbo was stunned for a moment, then he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Palace Master is wise." Tang Wenwen responded modestly, "Wisdom is not counted, thanks to the great reputation of our Kongming Tiangong, we were able to instigate that person. No matter what, if you can do this, you are already considered very powerful." Ling Fanbo first said this with admiration. Immediately, he went on to laugh and said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Empress Wu Mingkong and others will react after the guardian formation of the god capital of the Qian Kingdom is destroyed. I'm also looking forward to it." Tang Wenwen nodded regretfully and said, "It's a pity that I have to stay in Kongming Tiangong to preside over the overall situation, and I can't go to the Qian Kingdom with you. Palace Master has worked hard." Ling Fanbo blinked his eyes and said in a teasing tone, "When I come back, I will describe the scene to you in detail." "Okay, then I will just wait for the Great Elder's good news." Tang Wenwen responded with a smile, "It's a good feeling to have someone tell a story for me." Ling Fanbo pretended to be angry and said, "Master, you compare me to a storyteller, this is a bit too much." "Don't think too much, I don't mean that at all." Tang Wenwen laughed again and said, "What's more, it was you, the Great Elder, who started joking with me." Okay. Stop talking nonsense." Ling Fanbo also laughed and said, you can use your internal response to destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of the Qian kingdom, which undoubtedly solved a big problem for those of us who went to the kingdom of Qian. I believe that even the Supreme Elder will praise you. The Elder's words are too polite. Thinking of various ways to work hard for the growth of Kongming Tiangong, isn't that what I should do as the current palace master of Kongming Tiangong? Tang Wenwen didn't drift away, and was still so humble. As long as you can successfully destroy Wu Mingkong, the Empress of Qiangguo this time, and then destroy the Chinese palace of Qiangguo, and annex Qiangguo, then all my efforts will not be in vain. Palace Master, please rest assured. Ling Fanbo responded confidently, this time our army from the Kongming Tiangong is going to the Qian kingdom, and we will surely destroy the Empress Wu Mingkong and the Chinese palace, annex the Qian kingdom, and shock the world. The Great Elder is right. At this time, Yuan Ziren, the Supreme Elder, suddenly walked in and said, as the saying goes, if a tiger doesn't show its power, you treat me as a sick cat. Now it's time for the world to remember what kind of terrifying Kongming Tiangong is. At the same time, let the world understand what will happen to those who dare to provoke Kongming Tiangong. Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo saluted quickly, I have met the Supreme Elder. Don't be too polite. Yuan Ziren waved his hand and said, this time, the old man will not only let the Qian kingdom become a stepping stone to revive the prestige of our Kongming Tiangong, but also use this to deter those who dared to disrespect our Kongming Tiangong in the past. Also, if the opportunity is right, our Kongming Tiangong can even realize our ambition to unify Bezhu. Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They had thought beforehand that Yuan Ziren was trying to annex Qiangguo. But he didn't expect that Yuan Ziren's goal would be so big, that he wanted to use this to unify Bezhu in the Void Realm? The Supreme Elder is mighty. At this moment, what else can they say? They can only praise Yuan Ziren. After all, if Yuan Ziren's goal can really be achieved, then Kongming Tiangong will be awesome. And they, the high-level officials of Kongming Tiangong, naturally followed suit. Don't say that this old man is mighty. It should be said that Kongming Tiangong is mighty. Yuan Ziren shouted like a magic stick swearing an oath, the destiny is in Kongming Tiangong. The destiny is in me. Hearing this, Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo also shouted without hesitation, the destiny is in Kongming Tiangong. The destiny is in me. As if saying this kind of words can give the three of them infinite power. After a while, Yuan Ziren made a stop gesture and asked, as for the time to go to the Qian kingdom, has the palace master made a decision with everyone? Tang Wenwen responded respectfully, it's settled, it will be at noon in 3 days' time. Okay, no problem. Yuan Ziren nodded, and said, 3 days later, the old man will take people to the divine capital of the Qian kingdom to ask the Empress Wu Mingkong to question her. After a pause, he continued, besides, before this, the old man is going to practice hard to see if he can improve his own strength. Therefore, there is nothing particularly important, so don't bother the old man. Yes, Elder Taishang. Watching Yuan Ziren's back disappear, Tang Wenwen couldn't help but said with emotion, is the Elder Taishang too cautious? At this moment, he still wants to continue to improve his own strength. Could it be that he is afraid that there will be a master stronger than his old man in the Gan Congress? People say that the stronger the strength, the more confident you are. I appreciate the caution of the Supreme Elder. Ling Fanbo first gave a deep praise. Immediately, he went on to say, what's more, even if there is no element of caution, who would think that one's own strength is high? The words fall. He and Tang Wenwen couldn't help but smile at each other. Because they seemed to have seen that under the leadership of Yuan Ziren, the army of the Kongming Tiangong destroys the female emperor Wu Mingkong, destroys the Chinese palace, annexes the Qian kingdom, and then dominates the super grand occasion of the northern continent of the heavenly void realm. Chapter 186 Goodbye Little Empress, Her Terrifying Aptitude. My son, I wonder if you have heard a story recently. What story? The story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Fu Xiaoyu said indignantly, the Jade Emperor is too hateful, and the sky is too hateful. It made the cowherd and weaver girl unable to get married in the end. Liu Beichen couldn't help being startled, and asked, Xiaoyu, where did you hear this story? He seems to have only told the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl to the Empress Wu Mingkong, right? Logically, Empress Wu Mingkong wouldn't tell Fu Xiaoyu about it. Could it be that besides him, there are other traversers in the Sky Void Realm? The servant is listening to what others say outside. Fu Xiaoyu responded, now the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl is very popular, people are talking about it everywhere. After a pause, she continued, it is said that the cowherd and the weaver girl can only meet once a year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, and a festival called Kixi Festival was born for this reason. Oh, don't tell me, I didn't remember it. As soon as you said it, I remembered that I had also heard the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Liu Beichen reached out and patted his forehead and said, the cowherd is immortal, and the weaver girl is a fairy, right? Yes. Fu Xiao nodded and said, it seems that you have really heard it from others, my son. Yeah, the cowherd is too miserable. The weaver girl is too miserable. Lu Beichen said, by the way, I still have something to do, so I won't chat with you for now. He is now going to verify with Empress Wu Mingkong. Find out whether the story of cowherd and weaver girl was spread by the Empress Wu Mingkong, or there are other traversers in the void realm. Fu Xiao looked at Lu Beichen's back resentfully. Isn't Shiza's words too perfunctory? Besides, where is Shiza going in such a hurry? Why don't you go to Her Majesty the Empress and share the story of cowherd and weaver girl? Empress Wu Mingkong is preparing to deal with the matter at hand quickly, and then set off to return to the capital of God. But he never thought that a guard would come to report that the son of Prince Zhenyi's asked to see him. Fang Chen wants to see me. I don't know why. You can't miss me, can you? Empress Wu Mingkong put aside the strange thoughts in her mind and said, quickly announce him in. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. After Lu Beichen came in, he saluted and said, I have seen Your Majesty the Empress. Don't be too polite. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and said, there will be no one else here in the future, I promise you that you don't have to salute me. Lu Beichen responded with a look of flattered, thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Little Empress, you have a heart. When you get down on your knees and sing conquer to me later, I will try to minimize the time. Forcibly suppress this evil thought. Lu Beichen straightened his expression, and asked, Your Majesty, I came to you this time to ask for proof of something. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, Sir Fang, please tell me. The story of the cowherd and the weaver girl has been widely circulated outside recently. I wonder if you have received the news. Of course I did. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled slightly, and said, because the story of cowherd and weaver girl is itself the one I asked Commander Li to send someone to spread the word. Otherwise, how could it spread so fast? According to Commander Li's feedback, almost everyone knows about it outside now. Maybe next year, some of them will celebrate this special Kixi festival. Oh, it turned out that Her Majesty the Empress sent people to spread the word. While Lu Beichen breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Although it is said that if there are other traversers, it may threaten him. But it's only possible. If there is a fellow from Blue Star, he can have a chat with him. After all, as he stayed longer and longer in the fantasy world, many things about Lan Xing, as well as some memories in his mind, have begun to gradually blur. Empress Wu Mingkong saw that Lu Beichen's mood suddenly became a little depressed, and couldn't help asking with concern, Fang Shizi, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, I just thought of something from the past. Is it something unpleasant? The Empress Wu Mingkong asked again with concern, speak out, let Zhen explain you, how about it? If you have a heart, you don't need to untie it. Lu Beichen collected his thoughts, smiled at the Empress Wu Mingkong, and said, besides, even if there are really unhappy things, once I see the beauty of the Empress, my mood will definitely improve in an instant. Fang Shizi, while you're talking, you're starting to coax me with nice words again, right? Empress Wu Ming gave him a blank look, and said angrily, okay, since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. Lu Beichen argued, every word that Wei Chen said to you is the truth. Okay, I believe you. Empress Wu Mingkong did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked with great interest, Fang Shizi, what do you think about the fact that I asked Commander Li to spread the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl to create the Kixi festival? Lu Beichen thought for a while, and said, your operation was too unexpected for Weichen. When Weichen heard it, he was almost dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you stabbed? Empress Wu Mingkong rarely asked such a playful question. Immediately, she went on to say, it's not in vain that you have worked so hard to make up the story of cowherd and weaver girl for me. At this moment, Lu Beichen's mood was a little complicated. I have to say, this is really a beautiful misunderstanding. Because the cowherd and the weaver girl are relatively famous stories in Langxing Huiguo. It wasn't that he deliberately fabricated it in order to please Empress Wu Mingkong. However, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. He is not ready to tell the truth. Your Majesty, please take care of me. Lu Beichen looked at the memorials piled up on the table, and said, I didn't expect you to be so late, and you are still working. I suggest that you need to combine work and rest. Fang Shizi, please don't worry, I am not a weak woman, dealing with such a small matter is not considered exhausting. Empress Wu Mingkong's pretty face was full of arrogance, also, don't forget, I am a strong man whose strength has reached the 4th level of the king conferring realm. Lu Beichen nodded, smiled wryly and said, this humble minister has forgotten. What the hell? Empress Wu Mingkong really deserves to be the daughter of destiny, her aptitude is so terrifying. It was not long before the battle on the banks of the Lu River. Empress Wu Mingkong's strength has advanced from the second level of the king conferring realm to the fourth level of the king conferring realm? And during this process, Empress Wu Mingkong had to deal with state affairs from time to time, reviewing the memorials sent by the gods of Qiangguo. Chapter 187 This little empress can get along, if something happens, she really wants to. Why is it so easy for the little empress to advance in strength? Liu Beichen couldn't help exclaiming in his heart, oh, I want to be quiet. No, you don't have to be quiet. You can think of Empress Wu Mingkong. The Destiny Villain system suddenly said, after all, the higher her strength and the more enchanting her aptitude, shouldn't you be more excited? What do you mean? Liu Beichen didn't react for a while. The Destiny Villain system explained, imagine, you can let Wu Mingkong, the female emperor with such terrifying aptitude, kneel down and sing conquest for you. Wouldn't the sense of accomplishment be greater? Isn't it? Why did you mention this again? Liu Beichen was a little speechless, it's caught in an infinite loop, right? The Destiny Villain system smirked and said, host, to be honest, don't you feel more excited when you think of that evil picture? Excited you bastard! Liu Beichen scolded, you didn't say what you should say, and you said a lot of things you shouldn't say. Please explain to me, why is my strength not as fast as that of the little empress? Host, you are just saying what you mean, you are a dead duck. The Destiny Villain system first complained about Liu Beichen. Immediately, he continued to respond as a matter of course, nonsense, your strength has now recovered to the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm, which is a full dozen levels higher than Empress Wu Mingkong. How can the speed of advancement be the same? Besides, your advantage is trying to earn destiny points in various ways. As long as you have destiny points in hand, isn't it as simple as eating and drinking if you want to advance? If you have to compete with the Empress Wu Mingkong, are you in a panic, or are you out of your mind? Liu Beichen thought so too. He can have the current strength. It doesn't depend on hard work. Rather, it was largely obtained by plucking the wool of the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny, and beheading the son of destiny. You figured it out, right? The Destiny Villain system smirked again, if you are really afraid that your strength will be surpassed by the Empress Wu Mingkong, and when you recover the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm at the peak, you can't ask the Empress Wu Mingkong to act according to your requirements. You can actually show your powerful strength right now, so that Empress Wu Mingkong has to kneel down and sing conquer to you. System, I've convinced you too. I just finished mentioning this, and now I'm bringing it up again. Liu Beichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, why don't you tell me the specific reasons why I can't earn destiny points from the little empress these days? It's so easy. The Destiny Villain system explained, you have changed the fate of Empress Wu Mingkong a lot before, and you have earned a lot of destiny points for this. It won't be so easy for you to get wool from her again. You have to meet some more important things. Of course I know. Liu Beichen said impatiently, let's talk about the key points directly, what is the more important thing? The Destiny Villain system gave an example, for example, you and the Empress Wu Mingkong are about to get married, for example, you help the Empress Wu Mingkong to deal with the Kongming Tiangong, so that the Qian kingdom can dominate the north continent of the Heavenly Void Realm. I can guarantee that you will definitely earn destiny points by doing these things. As for how much I can earn, I'm not sure about that. It doesn't matter that I married the little empress. Liu Beichen frowned slightly and said, if I want to help her deal with Kongming Tiangong, with my current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it right. Don't worry, Kongming Tiangong won't send out their highest combat power all at once. So you have room to operate in it. The Destiny Villain system said, as long as you can withstand their wave of revenge, earn the destiny points to improve your strength, and return to the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm at the peak. Don't talk about passively facing the attack of Kongming Tiangong, even if you go directly to the headquarters of Kongming Tiangong, you can kill it thoroughly from the inside out. System, what you said is quite reasonable. Liu Beichen's mood instantly relaxed a lot. As long as Kongming Tiangong indirectly gives him time to develop, then he can go and destroy the Kongming Tiangong, and help the little empress to unify the Bizhu of the Sky Void realm, which can be done easily. Seeing Liu Beichen's reaction, Empress Wu Mingkong thought that Liu Beichen was hit by her aptitude and strength. Therefore, she couldn't help comforting, Fang Shizi, in fact, if you don't compare with me, your aptitude is not bad. When we arrive at the capital of God, I will go to the royal treasury and look for it to see if I can find something that can improve your physique. Oh, how dare Empress Wu Mingkong underestimate you? The Destiny's villain system looked like he was fighting against injustice. Host, kill her, let her know how powerful you are and how powerful you are. Please, the little empress is caring about me, do you understand? Liu Beichen replied angrily, didn't you hear people say that when I return to the capital of God, I will go to the royal treasury to find something that can improve my physique? Even so, it can't conceal that Empress Wu Mingkong has the intention to underestimate you. The Destiny villain system said noncommittally, so she is not wronged, so don't take the initiative to speak for her. System, what are you really doing? You are number one for encouraging me to do evil things to the little empress. Liu Beichen responded angrily again, didn't I tell you before, I have my own opinion about the little empress, you should stop meddling and make less suggestions. Alright. Unless you take the initiative to consult me in the future. Otherwise, I wouldn't even mention the word Empress Wu Mingkong, is it okay? As the saying goes, once a word is spoken, it is hard to follow. Liu Beichen replied with satisfaction, System, please remember what you just said, don't slap yourself in the face. Host, why don't you understand my good intentions? The Destiny villain System first said this, and then said helplessly, forget it, I'm too lazy to care so much, you can figure it out yourself. Liu Beichen just wanted to answer it. Empress Wu Mingkong continued to say at this time, Fang Shizi, why don't you speak? Are you moved by my words? Or are you still worried that your aptitude and strength are not as good as mine? Are you moved? It seems a little bit. Are you distressed? That's not at all. After all, who is to say that the real situation is that my aptitude is not inferior to yours, and my strength is stronger than yours? Liu Beichen thought this way in his heart, but he said the opposite in his mouth, my minister has been warmed by your good intentions. Because you are usually so busy, but you still want to help Wei Chen improve his physique. You are so kind to Weichen, I don't know what to say to express the emotion in Weichen's heart at this moment. Fool, why are you being so polite? Empress Wu Mingkong responded naturally, the relationship between you and I is that of a fiancé. Shouldn't it be right to do something for you? In addition, I believe that once something happens to me, Fang Shizi will not sit idly by if he can do his best, right? Liu Beichen was immediately shocked by her words. What the hell? This little empress can deal with it, if something happens, she really loves it. Chapter 188 Auditory Hallucinations, did the little empress call him her husband? After reacting, Liu Beichen nodded quickly and said, Thank you, your majesty, empress. We promise that if something happens to you, we will not just sit idly by, but will do our best to help you. He has decided. From now on, the enemy of the little empress will be his enemy. Whoever opposes the little empress, he will definitely crush the other party. Empress Wu Mingkong didn't know that because of what she said just now, she got the sincere protection of a peerless powerhouse. When she heard Liu Beichen say this, she couldn't help laughing like 100 flowers blooming, I knew Fang Shizi would not let me down. Liu Beichen was taken aback by her smile. It's just a promise. It's really worth it to get the little empress smiling like a flower. This thought flashed through his mind, and Liu Beichen couldn't help blurting out, there are beauties in the north, who are peerless and independent. When you look at the city of King Gren, you look at the country of King Gren. Would you rather not know the city and the country? Family members are hard to come by. Good poetry, good poetry. Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and asked, I thought about it, I don't seem to have heard of this poem before, did Fang Shizi write this for me? Liu Beichen denied, no, this poem was written by a poet named Li Yanyan. Oh. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, and said, then what is the name of this poem? With the story of cowherd and weaver girl as the premise. Now it's hard for her not to suspect that Fang Chen wrote this poem to please her. It's just that Fang Chen is a bit shy, so he puts it on top of Li Yanyan, an unnecessary person. Because such an excellent poem will definitely be widely circulated in the sky, there is no reason why Fang Chen has heard it, she has never heard it. Therefore, the truth is about to come out, Fang Chen is definitely the author of this poem. Seeing Empress Wu Mingkong's reaction, Liu Beichen knew that like the story of cowherd and weaver girl, Empress Wu Mingkong had misunderstood again. However, Liu Beichen didn't mean to explain, but responded, the name of this poem is There Are Beautiful Women in the North. It's okay to misunderstand, as long as the little empress is happy. After all, the Sky Void Realm is a fantasy world where strength is the most important thing. If he tries to clarify this misunderstanding, it doesn't seem to make much sense. Not bad. I like this name and this poem. Empress Wu Mingkong twitched her mouth and said, Fang Shizi, it seems that you have put a lot of thought into making me happy. Liu Beichen responded cheekily, actually, it didn't take much thought, but it's good to make you smile. I have always been very clear about rewards and punishments. Empress Wu Mingkong asked, Fang Shizi, what reward do you want? Tell me, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Probably due to the influence of the mandate of Heaven's villain system. Liu Beichen didn't almost respond and said, it would be great if you could kneel down and sing Conquer for Wei Chen. Rewards or something, don't use it. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, it's just a trivial matter. If I want you to reward me for this, is I still human? No way, no way. These are two different things. Empress Wu Mingkong disagreed and said, the reward is what I want to give you, not what you want from me. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much, Just say what you want. Is that so? Liu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and said, how about calling Beichen my husband? After the words fell, he realized what he had just said. Your Majesty, my humble minister. Liu Beichen wanted to explain this. Little did he know that before he finished his words, Empress Wu Mingkong called him softly, husband. Liu Beichen couldn't help looking at the Empress Wu Mingkong in astonishment, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Your Majesty the Empress, if a humble minister. No, Fang Shizi, you have auditory hallucinations. Empress Wu Mingkong interrupted with a pretty blushing face, I didn't say anything just now. Really, really embarrassing. Fang Shizi and I are not married yet. Why did the word husband come out by accident? Liu Beichen. Now he finally knows what 300 taels of silver is not here. Isn't that how the little empress behaves in front of her? However, he seems to like such a little empress even more. Your Majesty the Empress, didn't I say anything? Liu Beichen pretended to be surprised and said, how do you know that Beichen has auditory hallucinations? Could it be that you can still hear Beichen's inner voice? I just know. Empress Wu Mingkong kicked Liu Beichen angrily and said, you don't need to listen to it. Liu Beichen said with a painful expression on his face, Beichen's feet hurt so much, are you going to be lame? Fang Shizi, don't fool me here. Empress Wu Ming gave him a blank look, and said, you didn't use much force, how could you be limping? After a pause, she continued, it's so stupid, I can't even hide. Beichen also wanted to avoid it. Liu Beichen responded seriously, however, Your Majesty the Empress is too prosperous and beautiful. Your kick has me bewildered, and I really can't avoid it. Grumpy. Empress Wu Mingkong gave him another blank look, and said, okay, I know you're fine, so stop pretending. Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Liu Beichen's expression returned to normal and he said, this little trick of this little minister can't be hidden from your discerning eyes at all. Two licking. The Destiny's villain system couldn't see it, and couldn't help but say, host, you lick her like this now, when you want her to kneel down and sing conquest for you, can she bear it? After all, comparing the scenes, the contrast is too great. Okay. Liu Beichen responded immediately, system, you don't understand the taste. You don't understand our human feelings. So don't make a sound, just be quiet. Also, don't forget what you said just now, is it really good to slap yourself in the face like this? Okay, then I'll back down. After the Destiny villain system finished speaking, it immediately fell silent. You. Empress Wu Mingkong laughed out loud, Fang Shizi, sooner or later I will be lifted up by you and fly to the sky. Isn't it? Liu Beichen exclaimed, it's really unbelievable, what Beichen said has such power. Fang Shizi, be serious. Empress Wu Mingkong resisted the urge to kick Liu Beichen again, isn't it acting like a fool? I don't believe you really don't understand the meaning of what I said. Injustice. Wei Chen has always been very serious. Liu Beichen wanted to defend himself. However, he was only halfway through his words, when suddenly a guard came to report to Empress Wu Mingkong, saying that Commander Li was begging to see him outside. Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help being slightly taken aback. What's the situation? It's so late, and Wei Wei came here to find her on purpose. Could it be that something serious happened? Chapter 189 The storm is approaching, the little empress prepares for battle. After Li Weiwei came in, she immediately saluted Empress Wu Mingkong and said, I've seen your Majesty the Empress. Immediately, she saw that Liu Beichen was also there, and she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Really sick? She seems to have interrupted Her Majesty's private meeting with Fang Shizi again? Exemption. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and asked, I don't know why Commander Li came to see me so late, why? To be honest, Li Weiwei's visit did make her feel a little bit uncomfortable. Is this? Li Weiwei looked at Liu Beichen who was standing aside, and hesitated to speak. Empress Wu Mingkong saw this and said, it's okay, Shizi Fang is not an outsider, you can rest assured and report the matter to me. Yes, your Majesty the Empress. Only then did Li Weiwei sort out her words, and said an astonishing news, according to the news from the spies we arranged in Kongming Tiangong, there is a high probability that the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong will set off in 3 days and go to the god capital of our Qian kingdom. I hope you make plans early. Empress Wu Mingkong had already prepared for this, but she wasn't too surprised. Then who is leading the army of Kongming Tiangong this time? What is the realm of the most powerful one? Li Weiwei responded with some concern, the leader is Yuan Ziran, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, and his strength is about the 7th floor of the Aperture realm. What? Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but gasped. She had thought that Kongming Tiangong would be furious after receiving Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, the 2 guardians who died at the hands of the senior in the Chinese palace, and sent a large army to take revenge. It's just that she didn't expect that there would be such a big battle in Kongming Tiangong, even Yuan Ziran, the second-ranked elder, would come out in person? The Grand Elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong. A strong man whose strength is at the 7th level of the out-of-aperture realm. Liu Beichen was very calm. He has great strength, so he must not panic in his heart. After all, although Yuan Ziran's strength is obviously 2 levels higher than his current one. But as a coward, the son of the arrogance of the upper realm, he is covered in divine attire and has a special physique. Against Yuan Ziran, the possibility of winning is quite high. Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you confirmed the authenticity of the news?" "Confirmed." Li Weiwei nodded, and responded respectfully, "When I received this news, I was also shocked. Then, after confirming that the news is true and correct, I dare to come here and tell you the news." "Is that so?" Empress Wu Mingkong said thoughtfully, "It seems that Kongming Tiangong was quite frightened by that senior this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dispatched no person to God's capital to deal with me. Your Majesty the Empress is wise." Li Weiwei complimented. It is said that everyone in Kongming Tiangong became completely silent after learning of the existence of that senior. If Tang Wenwen, the current lord of Kongming Tiangong, hadn't announced on the spot that Yuan Ziran, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, would go with him, I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to say a word. Empress Wu Mingkong's expression quickly eased a lot. "I have to say, that senior is really a god forever. It's not surprising that Kongming Tiangong will cause such a big battle all of a sudden because of his old man's existence. Is not that right?" Li Weiwei echoed. "A strong man like Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, who is at the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, that senior can easily kill him with just one strike." At this moment, besides the old palace lord Tang Zhiji and the grand elder Yuan Ziran in Kongming Tiangong, who dares to say that he can compete with that senior? How does it feel to hear others praise the character you play in front of your face? It's hard for Liu Beichen to say, it's just that he feels a little better in his heart. Empress Wu Mingkong twitched her mouth and said, "I can imagine the scene where everyone in the Mingtian palace was silent." Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, "However, that senior is a little elusive, and he doesn't know where he is now. Will he come out to support us then?" "Don't worry about that. That senior was sent by Chinese king to protect Fang Shizi. As long as Fang Shizi arrives in God's capital, that senior should also follow him to God's capital." Empress Wu Mingkong said, turned her gaze to Liu Beichen, and asked, "Fang Shizi, what do you think?" Her Majesty the Empress said so. Liu Beichen agreed deeply, "I also think that senior will definitely appear in time." "Are you kidding me? He is the one who plays that senior. Therefore, when that senior will appear, isn't it just a matter of his thoughts?" Li Weiwei nodded and said, "The humble job can be relieved. Commander Li, let's not talk about whether that senior will come out to support us then. Let's just say that God's city is our home field. It's not so easy for the army of Kongming Tiangong to break through God's city." Empress Wu Mingkong said confidently, "Don't forget, there is still a large guardian formation left by our ancestors of the Wu family in the capital of God." As soon as these words came out, Li Weiwei was awakened like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. Yup. Li Weiwei suddenly realized, the supreme elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong is amazingly powerful. He may have already reached the 7th floor of the out-of-aperture realm. But he is still powerless to destroy the guardian formation of the capital of the gods. Previously, the second prince Wu Yuanyun had the support of Kongming Tiangong, so he did not choose to do things in Chengdu. Instead, he chose to ambush the Empress Wu Mingkong on the bank of the Liuhe River, and part of the credit was due to the protection of the formation by the gods. So looking at it this way, the situation is still slightly favorable for us. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled slightly, and said, "At least the no person in Kongming Tiangong didn't go out in person, which gives us a chance to mediate and even win. I heard that the number 1 person in Kongming Tiangong, the old palace owner Tang Zhiji has not asked about world affairs for a long time, and has not shown up for a long time." Li Weiwei interjected, "Whether he is alive now, or not in the world, that's another matter. According to what you said, of course it is the most ideal state. But we can't keep this fluke mentality of pinning our hopes on the enemy. Whenever we encounter anything, we have to think about the worst side." Empress Wu Mingkong said noncommittally, "In short, we need to base our coping mechanism on the basis that Tang Zhiji, the old lord of Kongming Tiangong, is still alive, understand?" Li Weiwei responded respectfully, "Your Majesty, thank you for your instruction, I understand. Just understand." Empress Wu Mingkong said with a serious look, and said, "The storm is coming, since the army of the Kongming Tiangong will set off for the god capital in 3 days, then we have to return to the god capital to prepare for the battle. Well, it's not too late, Commander Li, you go and make proper arrangements. We'll set off tomorrow and head back to God's city." "Yes, Your Majesty the Empress." Chapter 198 and number 039, S too complicated, they all want to unify Bizhu? Because Li Weiwei didn't want to be a light bulb or background board at the scene, she quickly resigned and left. Watching Li Weiwei's back, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help feeling a little amused. Delusion? Why does Commander Li of hers seem to be running away? Gathering his mind, Empress Wu Mingkong asked Liu Beichen, Shizi Fang, you are going back to the capital of God with me tomorrow, and are you panicking in the face of the marching army from Kongming Tiangong? Don't panic. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, with you and that senior here, I am not panicking at all now. What's more, didn't you just say that all gods have a protective formation left by your ancestors, the kind that even Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, can't break through? Therefore, if Weichen still feels flustered, isn't he too timid? As a strong man whose strength can rival Yuan Ziren, he is so flustered. That's good. Empress Wu Mingkong breathed a sigh of relief as if relieved, and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, I was afraid that you would be frightened by the army from Kongming Tiangong and refuse to choose to go back to God's capital with me. I'm ready to think about what reason I should find to persuade you. It's not surprising that Her Majesty the Empress has such an idea. Liu Beichen expressed his understanding, Kongming Tiangong is the most powerful force in Bizhu in Tiangsu realm. This time the army is still its number 2. It is led by Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder whose strength has reached the 7th level powerhouse of the leaving aperture realm. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, this kind of battle is a bit big. If it weren't for that senior and the guardian formation left by the Wu family ancestors, I guess I can only choose to avoid the edge for the time being. This is indeed a big crisis. But it may not be impossible to turn crisis into opportunity. Liu Beichen said meaningfully, if we hold back this wave of expeditionary troops from Kongming Tiangong, then Kongming Tiangong will definitely lose its vitality. In addition, if it can be confirmed that Tang Zhuji, the old palace master of Kongming Tiangong, is no longer alive, we may take this opportunity to destroy Kongming Tiangong, and even take advantage of this to unify the northern continent of the Sky Void realm. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at Liu Beichen as if she was looking at the new world, only to hear her say in surprise, Fang Shizi, I don't know if I don't listen to you, but I'm shocked when I hear you say it. I didn't expect you to have such a grand goal in your heart, wanting to unify the north continent of the heavenly void realm? Can I say that you are worthy of being the young master of the Chinese palace, whose background may not be inferior to that of the Kongming Tiangong? Your Majesty, in fact, I don't know much about that senior in the background of the Chinese palace. Liu Beichen said modestly, the suggestion just mentioned is just a thought that flashed by chance, and I just said it without going through the brain, which makes you laugh. No laughing, no laughing. Empress Wu Mingkong praised, Fang Shizi, your suggestion is very good. If I really have this opportunity, I don't mind implementing it. After all, to strengthen Qiangguo and let Qiangguo rise to a superpower, this is the last wish of the ancestors of the Wu family, and it is also what I hope to achieve. Of course, judging from the current situation, it needs to withstand the attack of this wave of forces headed by the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren of Kongming Tiangong. Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Liu Beichen said solemnly, since you have this great wish, I will definitely do my best to help you realize this goal. Fang Shizi has a heart. Empress Wu Mingkong said with a moved face, hearing what you said, I am really glad that I was able to agree to the marriage between the imperial court and the Chinese palace. Otherwise, I have to lose such a loving and righteous fiancé like you. Not just the fiancé. Liu Beichen corrected, you didn't forget, did you? Not long ago, you called Weichen husband. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned. Immediately, she pretended to be stupid and said, is there? Why don't I remember that I said such a thing? Why didn't you say that? Liu Beichen nodded and said, Wei Chen heard it with his own ears. Empress Wu Mingkong laughed dryly and said, that's not the case, you must be hallucinating. Your Majesty, I won't bring you like this. Liu Beichen pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I don't even admit what I said. From this point of view, he had to find something to record in the Void Realm. Even if it doesn't exist, he still has to find a way to create it, so that the little Empress won't cheat in the future. No is no. Empress Wu Mingkong didn't blush, and said without a beat in her heart, do you have evidence to prove that I said such a thing? Is there any evidence to prove that you are not hallucinating? Liu Beichen. In other words, from whom did the little Empress learn this nonsense and rogue way? He didn't have anything to record just now, or even if he had something to record, he didn't have time to record the words that the little Empress called him husband. Also, there is no third person present here, how to prove it? Prove it with your head? Your Majesty, you have said so, what else can I do? Liu Beichen spread out his hands, and confessed, just pretend that you never said such a thing, and I have auditory hallucinations. Empress Wu Mingkong accepted as soon as she saw it was good, and did not continue to entangle on this topic. Fang Shizi, to be honest, I'm actually quite curious about your qualifications. Empress Wu Mingkong said inquiringly, the Chinese prince's mansion has such a strong background, there's no reason why you can't find something that can improve your physique. Wei Chen doesn't know either. Wei Chen doesn't know either. Liu Beichen pretended to be helpless and replied, you need to know that before that senior appeared, I never thought that there would be such a strong person in the Chinese palace, let alone that the background of the Chinese palace might not be inferior to the Kongming Tiangong, a major force in the north continent of the Tiangsu realm. Fang Shizi, are you sure you're not fooling me? Empress Wu Mingkong said suspiciously, you grew up in Chinese prince's mansion, and you didn't notice it at all. Weichen doesn't have any intention of fooling you. Liu Beichen quibbled, because if the father and the others have the intention to hide this secret power, it will be difficult for me to detect it with my humble minister's ability. After a pause, he gave an example, besides, don't say it's a humble minister, I'm afraid that Qin who has been in the Chinese palace for a long time enshrines them, just like the humble minister, and he didn't know anything about it beforehand, right? Although Empress Wu Mingkong felt that something Liu Beichen said seemed to be wrong. But after thinking about it seriously, I felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Okay, Fang Shizi, no matter what the reason is, King Chinese didn't find anything for you that can improve your physique. Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but promise again, but when we return to the capital of God, I will definitely try my best to help you find it. Liu Beichen responded with a grateful face at the right time, thank you, Your Majesty, Empress. I am so lucky to have met you in this life. Find a ghost. I'm afraid the little Empress will waste all her efforts. Because his current bloodline is the legendary Demon Heart Chaos Body. Even if there are countless rare and exotic objects in the royal treasury of Jian Kingdom, it is impossible to find something that can improve his physique, right? Chapter 191 Liu Beichen and number 039, S Confidence. After returning from Empress Wu Mingkong, she found that Fu Xiao was still in his room. Just fell asleep on the table. Liu Beichen's heart suddenly warmed up. He walked to Fu Xiao's side, rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and said, silly girl, it's so late, why are you still here? Fu Xiao raised her head, her eyes blurred and she said, my lord, are you back? Immediately, she continued, I don't know what you are going to do, I want to wait and see. Who knows that the waiting time may be a little longer, and I fell asleep without knowing it. Do you even close the door? Liu Beichen blamed, fortunately, you are a practitioner, and your physique is not bad. Otherwise, what if the wind blows and you get sick? We practitioners, the chances of getting sick are not so small. Fu Xiao giggled, and said, however, I am really happy that the prince cares so much about this servant. Don't be playful, you don't know the seriousness of the matter. Liu Beichen still said with a straight face, even if there is no such thing as being sick, what if someone with evil intentions comes in? Cold salad. If the strength is weaker than the servant is not afraid. Those who are stronger than the servants are probably useless. Fu Xiao stuck out her tongue and responded, so don't worry about whether to close the door, okay? That's what it says. Liu Beichen said noncommittally, but at least one more thing is worse than one less thing. For example, someone just happened to pass by here, and didn't think about what to do. Suddenly saw the door of the room open, and there is a charming little lady inside, it's hard not to think of bad thoughts. Yeah, servant girl understands. You mean to tell the servants not to leave opportunities for the bad guys, right? Fu Xiao said thoughtfully, okay, I will pay attention to it in the future, so as not to seduce people into committing crimes. Although you may have misunderstood what I said. But if you understand it this way, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Liu Beichen nodded, and said, just keep an eye on everything. Speaking of evil intentions. Fu Xiao rolled her eyes and said, Your Majesty, people say that love comes from the heart, you are so sensitive to this kind of thing, did you have any bad thoughts in your heart just now? After all, the door opened, and there was a charming little lady inside. It's hard not to be moved by you, right? Xiao, I really don't know what you are thinking all day long. Liu Beichen couldn't laugh or cry, just imagine if I had some bad thoughts just now, would you still be able to stand here safe and sound and talk to me? Of course I can. Your strength is not as good as that of a servant, is it not easy for a servant to resist? Fu Xiao thought this way in her heart, but she responded in her mouth, Your Majesty, this servant is a little confused. Have you thought badly about it? What does it have to do with whether this servant can stand here and talk to you? Don't play dumb. I don't know that your previous behaviors have betrayed you long ago. Liu Beichen directly exposed, I don't believe you can't understand what I said. Ouch, the eldest son of the servant family seems to be getting wiser and wiser. Fu Xiao praised, no, I can't hide my servant's little thoughts from you. After a pause, she seemed to have remembered something, and asked, by the way, son, did you go to find Her Majesty the Empress before you left? Liu Beichen replied truthfully, that's right, I asked her about some things. It seems that the relationship between the Sun and His Majesty the Empress is getting better and better. Fu Xiaohu said with some resentment, I believe it will not be long before she will be able to keep you overnight and let you sleep. Staying overnight? Serving the bed. Liu Beichen said angrily, why are you talking about this again? Didn't I tell you? Before the wedding, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. I'm sorry, the servant forgot for a moment. Fu Xiaohu stuck out her tongue again, and said, it's just that there is still a long time before you and His Majesty the Empress get married, are you really uncomfortable? In addition, this servant has promised you before that if you need it, this servant can help you relax at any time. Liu Beichen. My personal maid always tempts me to do bad things, what do you think should I do? Wait online. My lord, you have to tell me whether you agree or not. Fu Xiaohu urged, otherwise, the servant will treat you as acquiescing. The words fall. She had the tendency to act immediately if Liu Beichen didn't make a sound. Therefore, Liu Beichen had no choice but to respond, Xiaohu, now that the army from Kongming Tiangong is about to attack, how can I focus on this aspect? Fu Xiaohu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she asked in surprise, Your Majesty, if you heard me right, did you just say that the army from Kongming Tiangong is about to attack? Liu Beichen nodded, and replied solemnly, and the leader is the no. Figure of Kongming Tiangong. It is said that Yuan Xiren, the supreme elder whose strength has reached the 7th floor of the Aperture Realm. What? Fu Xiaohu was even more surprised, is this true? Why didn't the maidservant receive this news? It is true. Liu Beichen explained, the imperial court has deployed spies in Kongming Tiangong, that's why the news was received so quickly. Fu Xiaohu said anxiously, my lord, should we avoid the sharp edge for now? It's not necessary. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, first, with our senior from the Chinese prince's mansion here, there is no need to be afraid of Yuan Xiren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong. Secondly, there is a large guardian formation left by the ancestors of the royal family in Chengdu. It is extremely difficult for the army of Kongming Tiangong to destroy it. So for us, the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong should be regarded as a kind of near miss. Is that so? Fu Xiaohu hesitated for a moment, and said, okay, anyway, wherever you go, my son, the slaves will go. In her opinion, the expedition army from Kongming Tiangong led by the supreme elder Yuan Xiren, who is a strong person on the 7th level of the out-of-aperture realm, is certainly terrifying. But what is even more frightening is to leave the side of his heir. Why do you trust me so much? Are you not afraid that I will sell you? Liu Beichen made fun of it first, then he habitually reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiaohu's head, and said, don't worry, I will protect you when the time comes. My son, have you forgotten the fact that your cultivation is not as good as mine? Therefore, it is still unknown who will protect whom at that time. The complaints in my heart are all complaints, but Fu Xiaohu was very happy to hear Liu Beichen's promise. Chapter 192 Xiao He, who was a blessing in disguise, the suggestion given by the system. Tilting her head and thinking for a while, Fu Xiaohu asked, my lord, when shall we set off for God's capital? Tomorrow. Liu Beichen responded, the same goes for Her Majesty the Empress. So if there is nothing else, you can go back and have a good rest now. Okay, Prince. Suddenly hearing the astonishing news that Kongming Tiangong sent a large army to the god capital of Qiangguo, Fu Xiaohu no longer wanted to lure Liu Beichen into doing bad things. After sending Fu Xiaohu away, Liu Beichen suddenly said to the Destiny Villain System, please come out. The Destiny Villain System responded, come here, please tell the host if you have something to do. Liu Beichen asked, I want to know when Xiao He will wake up and recover. Affected by the turbulence of time and space, the Black Flood Dragon finally had to use the turtle's breath method to enter a state of suspended animation. Then he put it in the storage ring. I have to ask Xiao He himself. The Destiny Villain System responded, actually, it could have woken up a long time ago. It's just that for some reason, it doesn't want to wake up. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and said, System, don't be fooled, tell me the reason. It's a blessing in disguise. The Destiny Villain System responded truthfully, when Xiao He wakes up, I believe that his strength has increased from the original level 1 of the Aperture Realm to the 3rd level of the Aperture Realm. No wonder I checked with my spiritual sense, but I didn't find any serious problems with Xiao He, but he still fell into a deep sleep. Liu Beichen suddenly realized, it turns out that it wants to use this to raise its strength to the 3rd level of the Aperture Realm. Yes. The mandate of Heaven Villain System interface, therefore, you don't have to worry about it. Liu Beichen breathed a sigh of relief first, and then he asked again, then can you tell me when Xiao He will be able to complete his advancement? Wake up! As the 7th level powerhouse of the leaving Aperture Realm, the Supreme Elder Yuan Xiren led the expedition army from the Kongming Tiangong to raid the divine capital. Although the host has confidence in himself, the pressure he faces is not small, right? The Destiny villain system had a thoughtful tone. As the legendary dragon, even if his strength is weaker than yours, Xiao He should be able to play a big role in it and share some of the pressure for you. System, your analysis is correct. Lu Beichen said impatiently, but can you answer my question first? That's right, just like what the Destiny's villain system said. He wanted Xiao He to wake up, so that he could contribute to the upcoming battle in God's capital. Well, it seems that my understanding is correct. The Destiny villain system responded, don't worry, according to my speculation, Xiao He is not far away from the completion of the advancement and the time of awakening. Lu Beichen frowned and said, System, if you don't give me an exact time, how can I rest assured? Anyway, the time is before you and Empress Wu Mingkong arrive at the divine capital. The Destiny villain system responded, it has time to help you deal with the army of Kong Ming Tiangong. It's almost there. Lu Beichen nodded, and then said with a strange expression, however, the appearance of Xiao He probably has to improve the heritage of Chinese palace in the minds of practitioners in the Sky Void realm, right? Sure. The Destiny villain system echoed, you have Fang Chen's memory, you should know the legend about dragons, there are always many in the Void realm. But no one has seen the real thing. Even if the Jiaolong has an extra word Jiao, it can barely be regarded as a creature like a dragon. There is actually someone who subdued Jiaolong now, and this person is the mysterious strongman who appeared in the Chinese palace not long ago. Tell me, can the person who receives the news not limitlessly elevate the background of the Chinese prince's mansion? Makes sense. Lu Beichen said meaningfully, if it were me, I would have to be confused without knowing the truth, right? After all, for such a small force as the Chinese palace, a small warlord suddenly appeared, not to mention a mysterious strongman, and even took a legendary dragon as a pet. This is simply subverting cognition. What more? The Destiny villain system took it seriously and said, not only them, but even the people in the Chinese palace, after receiving the news, I am afraid that they will all be stunned. Especially your cheap father, you have to doubt life. System, the situation you mentioned is indeed possible. Lu Beichen pondered for a moment, and couldn't help being a little amused, I can imagine that wonderful scene. Because my cheap father is now the actual person in charge of the Chinese palace, whether there is a powerful force hidden in the Chinese palace, and what the background is, he should know best. In addition, he should also know whether he has sent someone to protect me secretly. Wrong, it is to protect Fang Chen. That's right, that's why I said that after receiving the news, he will doubt his life. The Destiny villain system responded, when God is over, your cheap father may really believe that there is a powerful force hidden in the Chinese palace, but he doesn't know it. This is for later, don't mention it for now. Lu Beichen said with a serious expression, and said, since I can't earn destiny points from the little empress for the time being, there is no son of destiny nearby for me to kill. Then before the battle of Shento comes, I will practice hard and see if I can improve my strength. No way, no way. The Destiny villain system said, host, how about I give you a suggestion now? Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and asked, what's the suggestion, let's see it. These days, the relationship between you and Empress Wu Mingkong is progressing rapidly, why not make a request that is not excessive? The Destiny villain system replied, before the army of Kong Ming Tiangong arrives, marry her to earn destiny points and improve your strength. It's better than practicing hard, right? Lu Beichen thought about the feasibility of the proposal of the Destiny villain system, and felt that it was a bit unreliable. If you ask me, I can mention it to the little empress, but I don't think she will agree. Lu Beichen smiled wryly, because I compare my heart to my heart, if it were me, it would be impossible for me to have the thought of marrying someone before the war. Then find an opportunity to raise your request. The Destiny villain system replied, in case it succeeds, wouldn't you be more confident to deal with the upcoming army from the Kong Ming Tiangong by using the destiny points you earn to improve your strength? Lu Beichen thought for a while, and then he made a decision, okay, just mention it. With my sharp tongue, the little empress might faint for a while, and agree in a daze. Destiny villain system. Host, are you serious? In other words, is my thinking wrong, or is there something wrong with what you said? Chapter 193 Namo Amitabha, goodness, goodness, goodness. This statement is a bit crazy. The Destiny villain system exclaimed, host, I never thought you would have such evil thoughts, it really opened my eyes. What the hell? System, have you misunderstood something? Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and said, which sentence of mine reveals evil thoughts? Host, stop making excuses. The Destiny villain system looked like I saw through you, you want to use your 3-inch tongue to conquer the Empress Wu Mingkong, right? I understand everything. Lu Beichen thought for a while, and finally knew where the misunderstanding of the mandate of heaven villain system came from. Therefore, he had no choice but to explain, system, please, I was just talking about using my perfect tongue to persuade the little Empress to agree to marry me before the Great War in God's capital, not what you imagined. It doesn't seem to make a difference, does it? The Destiny villain system jokingly said, didn't you use your own 3-inch tongue to conquer the Empress Wu Mingkong and make her agree to marry you before the Great War in God's capital? Can it mean the same? Liu Beichen said angrily, are you really not understanding, or are you pretending not to understand? Host, I really don't understand. The Destiny villain system said clearly, whether it's persuasion or conquest, isn't it all about using your own 3-inch tongue to get Empress Wu Mingkong to agree to marry you before the Great War in God's capital? System, I've convinced you too. Ordinary people are surrounded by you like this, and they have to wonder if they really mean what you said. Liu Beichen thought clearly, I just said that I want to use great principles, or say some nice words, to get the little Empress to agree to marry me before the war in God's capital. Is that so? The Destiny villain system said, sorry, maybe I really misunderstood. I thought you wanted to throw Empress Wu Mingkong down, and then use your 3-inch tongue to conquer her. Hearing this, Liu Beichen couldn't help rolling his eyes, and said, look, you're an unscrupulous system, you don't know what you're thinking all day long. I was originally extremely normal, but you misinterpreted it like this. I can't accept you. Host, you are wrong to say that. The Destiny villain system retorted, don't say it's me, you just try to say this to other people and see if they have the same idea as me. Excuses are all excuses. Liu Beichen said, you know that I won't say such things to others, so you're just giving an example like this. Besides, serious system, who would misinterpret my words like that? Host, you are being unreasonable. The Destiny villain system said, whether I misinterpret your words or not, I can't change what you said. There is a problem. Let's stop this topic. Let's stop going around, my brain hurts. Liu Beichen said helplessly, it's poisonous. I don't understand the system. Regarding the matter of Xiao He, you behaved quite normally. Why does your style of painting become crooked when it comes to the little Empress? It's not my fault this time. It's what you said, the host, that misled me. The Destiny villain system did not accept Liu Beichen's accusation, in short, thousands of mistakes are all your fault. Ah this. Liu Beichen rolled his eyes and said, why don't you call it the Destiny villain system, and change the name to the strong words arrogant system? It's my fault that I'm wrong? What about your face? What is a face? Is it something you can eat? The Destiny villain system first asked a question in a silly way. Immediately, it suddenly exclaimed, host, no, I feel an indescribable powerful force coming. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted, and he couldn't help but quickly explored the surroundings with his spiritual sense. System, what's the situation? Liu Beichen asked in a deep voice. Because his spiritual sense couldn't feel anything wrong around him. Oh, I was lifted up by this indescribably powerful force, and I floated out of the room. And the higher the float, the houses on the ground are getting smaller and smaller in my eyes, and I can hardly see them. I feel like I've become a star in the eyes of others. However, if the green hills remain unchanged and the green waters flow forever, I will come back. The voice of the Destiny villain system became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Liu Beichen. Maid, just startled him. He really thought that some peerless powerhouse came nearby and discovered the existence of the Mandate of Heaven villain system. It turned out that it was just the Mandate of Heaven villain system talking nonsense. Therefore, Liu Beichen couldn't help cursing, that's enough, system, are you naive? If you want to act, you can do it yourself. Do you have to play tricks on me like this? He never expected that the Destiny villain system he was bound to was not only a serious system, but also a showman who likes to play tricks. If there is a channel to return the product, he will definitely seriously consider whether to return it. The Destiny villain system explained aloud, I was just enlivening the atmosphere, and I didn't have any intention of spoofing the host. Have you heard the story of the wolf coming? Liu Beichen said with a serious expression, if you are doing this now, if something similar happens in the future, do you think I should be vigilant immediately and face the invading enemy, or should I think that you are still spoofing? The Destiny villain system was silent for a while, before saying, well, what you said makes sense, it's true that I didn't think carefully. Liu Beichen immediately said in surprise, system, you actually admit your mistake? Won't you argue with me? Wrong is wrong. Yes is right. What's the big deal? The Destiny villain system responded, host, I understand one thing now, that is, I am bound to you, not only to help you grow up, but also to achieve mutual success between you and me. System, your words are a bit profound and contain some philosophy. Liu Beichen thought for a while, and said, I don't want to get to the bottom of it, so forget it, you step back first. Okay, let's talk again when we have time. It is good. After cutting off the communication with the Destiny's villain system, Liu Beichen found that compared with the past, there seemed to be some inexplicable changes between him and the Destiny's villain system. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Baikon's heart suddenly moved. In fact, what the Destiny villain system said is correct. If his 3-inch tongue cannot convince the little Empress by then, he can still conquer it. Namo Amitabha Buddha, so good. Such evil thoughts did not come from his heart. It's just that under the influence of the mandate of Heaven's villain system, a bit of delusional thought that shouldn't have arisen temporarily. Chapter 194 The Heart of the Little Empress, Lu Baiken needs to know. Probably because of the influence of the mandate of Heaven's villain system. The next day, when Lu Baiken saw the well-dressed female Emperor Wu Mingkong, strangeness flashed in his eyes, and thoughts flashed in his mind. Sensing Lu Baiken's reaction, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help asking, Master Fang, your eyes are a bit creepy, as if you want to eat me. Your Majesty, you are too serious. Lu Baiken forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and responded, Weiken is just caught in your prosperous beauty and cannot extricate himself. Really? Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, why do I think it doesn't look like him? Lu Baiken laughed dryly, and said, Your Majesty, sometimes your intuition is wrong. So I suggest that you don't trust your intuition too much. Is that so? Empress Wu Mingkong looked at Lu Baiken fixedly, until she felt a little uncomfortable looking at Lu Baiken, and then she said, Fang Shizi, I don't know why, but in your words, I always feel that there is a kind of concealment in it. Your Majesty, this should be just your illusion. Lu Baiken didn't blush, and responded without a heartbeat, because I have been telling you my truth all the time. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Fang, can I believe you? Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Lu Baiken secretly breathed a sigh of relief, you trust me so much, I am really touched. Fang Shizi, I don't like to hear your words. Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, and said, It's too polite, it makes us look like strangers. Lu Baiken was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, Understood, I will pay attention next time. The Empress Wu Mingkong immediately smiled and said, I don't need to talk too much, it's good that Fang Shizi can understand so quickly. After hearing her words, Lu Baiken swallowed involuntarily. No way, at this moment, he remembered the topic he had discussed with the Destiny villain system. He wants to use his 3-inch tongue to conquer. No, it was to persuade the little Empress to marry him before the Great War in God's capital. It's the so-called tacit understanding. As Lu Baiken spoke, he collected his mind again, and said, Wei Chen and you are an unmarried couple, and there should be some tacit understanding. Empress Wu Mingkong said deeply, It makes sense, I hope Fang Shizi will continue to maintain this tacit understanding with me. The words fall. She and Lu Baiken looked at each other and smiled, as if everything was said without saying anything. Isn't it? His Majesty the Empress and Shizi Fang are here to spread dog food again. Not far away, Li Weiwei listened to the conversation between Lu Baiken and Empress Wu Mingkong, and felt that she was no different from being shot in the knee by an arrow. She knew that when she saw Her Majesty the Empress standing with Fang Shizi, she had to stay away, so that she, a single dog, would not suffer tons of damage. Young is good. Compared to Li Weiwei who was puzzled, Qin Zhengqing was very happy to see the relationship between his eldest son and Empress Wu Mingkong getting closer. Because of this, he has more hope in his heart. The background of Zhenyi's palace may not be inferior to that of Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu. If it is combined with the imperial court represented by Empress Wu Mingkong, what kind of behemoth will it form? Thinking about it, it's really exciting. Except that Fu Xiao was a little unhappy. Whether it's the team members of the Zhenyi's prince's mansion or the Qiangguo court, like Qin Zhengqing, they are happy to see the marriage contract between Lu Baiken and the Empress Wu Mingkong come to fruition. Besides, during the process of Empress Wu Mingkong's return to God's capital this time, there is no need to continue to conceal her identity. So Li Weiwei asked people to prepare a large number of flying warships, and made a big splash to show off their momentum. Looking at the flying warships covering the sky and the sun, Lu Baiken couldn't help but nodded secretly. Qian Kingdom is worthy of being one of the big countries in the northern continent of the Sky Void realm, and its background is so strong that it can be compared with the Holy Land level forces in the spiritual world. Empress Wu Mingkong noticed Lu Baiken's reaction, and couldn't help asking curiously, Fang Shizi, you should be used to these things, right? No. Lu Baiken shook his head and said with a wry smile, before that senior appeared, I thought that the Zhenyi's palace was just a small force. How could I have the opportunity to see such a spectacular scene? He was telling half-truths. Really, Fang Chen has never seen it. The truth is, he has seen someone pretending to be Fang Chen. Empress Wu Mingkong said with emotion, Fang Shizi, your father's secrecy is too strong, right? Even you, the son of the Zhenyi's palace, can't notice the slightest. Yes. Father, he hid that power in the dark too deeply. Weiken has been unable to find any clues for so many years. Lu Beichen first echoed in a serious manner. Immediately, he pointed to Qin Zhengqing and the others, and said, Your Majesty, seeing Qin enshrining them, aren't you all shocked by the spectacular scene in front of you? Empress Wu Mingkong looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, seeing Qin Zhengqing and the others showed shocking expressions on their faces. Therefore, the doubts in Empress Wu Mingkong's heart disappeared. Honestly. Empress Wu Mingkong pointed it out directly, if it weren't for the fact that I have a marriage contract with Fang Shizi, and the court and the Chinese palace are allies, I really want to call Chinese king to the god capital and ask him what he wants to do with such a powerful force hidden in the dark. I can assure you that my father has no second thoughts. Lu Beichen said solemnly, otherwise, that senior will not show up easily, let alone come out on the bank of the Lu River to help you deal with the two guardians of Kongming Tiangong. I believe Fang Shizi is not lying. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, because if King Chinese really has two minds, that senior should sit back and watch me die at the hands of Zhao Nanlong, the right guardian of Kongming Tiangong, and then fish in troubled waters, so as to reap the benefits of fishermen. Instead of coming out on purpose to help me kill the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong, and completely offend Kongming Tiangong to death. Your Majesty, the Empress is wise. Lu Beichen interjected, so since the father has no second thoughts about you, isn't the stronger the background of the Chinese palace, the better for you. That's what it says. Empress Wu Mingkong sighed lightly, but there is always such a trace of uneasiness in my heart. Lu Beichen hesitated for a moment, then asked, I am a little confused now, I wonder if your Majesty the Empress can explain it a little bit more clearly. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him, sincerity was written all over her pretty face, because Fang Shizi is not the current principal of the Chinese palace, I have to worry that things will suddenly change as time goes by. For example, one day, what if there is another heir besides Fang Shizi in Chinese palace? Chapter 195 Fang Shizi, can you read minds? Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, he had never thought about the question mentioned by Empress Wu Mingkong. Because he played the role of the senior in the Chinese prince's mansion. There is no hidden power in the Chinese palace. So he is not worried that another heir will appear in Chinese palace. Of course, he has not yet reached a certain level of cultivation, so he is not going to tell the truth now. Your Majesty, you can rest assured about this. Lu Beichen comforted, when Beichen was 3 years old, Beichen's mother and concubine passed away. Not only did Beichen's father and king not marry another woman, but he didn't even have any close women around him. So you don't have to worry about another heir other than Wei Chen appearing in the Chinese palace. Is that so? I didn't expect Chinese Wang to be quite single-minded in his affection. The Empress Wu Mingkong praised her first. Immediately, she went on to say, actually, I have sent someone to investigate the situation of Chinese Wang. After your mother and concubine passed away, there have been no other mistresses in Chinese Wangfu. I felt a little unbelievable at the time, and I also doubted whether the information I investigated was true. Now, after hearing what you said, I can finally confirm the authenticity of this matter. Beichen's father and king really have deep affection for Beichen's mother and concubine. Lu Beichen nodded and said, otherwise, the Chinese prince's mansion wouldn't last so long, and there is only Beichen as the young master. Well, my heart has settled down now, and I don't have any worries anymore. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled very relieved, and said, Fang Shizi, it's all thanks to your rhetoric just now. Your Majesty, you are welcome. It's good that what Beichen said can resolve the doubts in your heart. Lu Beichen followed suit with a smile, and said, what's more, what I want to see is a smiling empress, not a sad empress. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled and she said, Fang Shizi, do you know how to read minds? Why do what you say always hit my heart exactly? You think too much, Beichen doesn't know how to read minds. Lu Beichen shook his head, and said, as for what Beichen said, why it can be said right into your heart is actually very simple, because what Beichen said is the truth. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, okay, I'll just focus on your answer, this time back to God City, I invite you to be on the same boat, how about it? If it wasn't for Empress Wu Mingkong who said ship instead of Zhang. And he knew that the Empress Wu Mingkong had a relatively conservative personality and would not say anything beyond the bounds. Hearing this, Lu Beichen must have thought that what Empress Wu Mingkong said was that he wanted to invite him to share the same bed this time when he came back to God. Namo Amitabha Buddha, so good. It seems that the mandate of heaven villain system has poisoned him too deeply. As a result, he would involuntarily want to go wrong when he said a lot of words. It's a great honor for me to be on the same table with Her Majesty the Empress, oh, on the same boat. Lu Beichen responded, so I accepted your invitation with great flattery. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, Fang Shizi, I think what you just said seems to be a bit wrong, but after careful consideration, I can't find any evidence for it. Lu Beichen responded solemnly, I am too excited about your invitation. When it comes to speaking, it is not normal to make 1 or 2 mistakes. Fang Shizi, your reason. While Empress Wu Mingkong was deep in thought, Lu Baikan quickly pointed to the giant chariot that was carrying the flying warship, and changed the subject. Although your chariot looks good, it doesn't seem to have any practical effect. Empress Wu Mingkong was indeed distracted by his words. The car that I asked someone to build is specially for me to go on tour. Empress Wu Mingkong explained, after all, the flying warship is floating in mid-air, and it's not easy for the people of Qiangguo to see my beautiful face. No wonder you designed a car like this. Lu Baikan suddenly realized, so it's not for fighting, but for patrolling. Empress Wu Mingkong said in surprise, could it be that Fang Shizi didn't observe my car carefully the last time he went on a tour? Lu Baikan spread his hands and responded, sorry, I was attracted by your beauty at the time, and didn't even notice that your car is not designed for fighting. You. No matter what you say, there are many reasons to prevaricate me. Empress Wu Mingkong snorted softly and said, it's getting late, let's go on the flying warship. After finishing speaking, she walked towards the flagship first without waiting for Lu Baikan to respond. Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Lu Baikan hurriedly followed. However, he subconsciously ignored the three words flying battle in Empress Wu Ming's empty words. Even the mandate of Heaven Villain system was shown off by Lu Baikan's coquettish operation. If it wasn't for the promise made by the Destiny Villain system in advance, it will definitely jump out and say to Lu Baikan, host, if you misinterpret Empress Wu Mingkong's words like this, do you dare to let Empress Wu Mingkong know? Besides, regarding the situation that Lu Baikan and Empress Wu Mingkong lived together on the same boat, whether it was Qin Zhengqing and others, or people on the side of the Qian Kingdom court, they all liked to hear about it. The only one who felt a little uncomfortable was Fu Xiaoyu. Because since they are not on the same flying warship, then she won't have the chance to meet Lu Baikan during the process of returning to Chengdu. Little did they know that Li Weiwei also had her own troubles in her heart. Who told her that as the commander of Jin Yiwei and the personal maid of Empress Wu Mingkong, she has the responsibility to protect the safety of Empress Wu Mingkong. So she can only live on the flagship. Therefore, she had to be prepared to eat dog food. On the way to Chengdu, Lu Baikan asked Empress Wu Mingkong to marry Empress Wu Mingkong before the arrival of the army from Kongming Tiangong. The result was not beyond Lu Baikan's expectations. Empress Wu Mingkong's attitude is very tough, even if she is killed, she will not agree to Lu Baikan's ridiculous request. Lu Baikan thought of a lot of reasons and said a lot of good things, but his sharp tongue still couldn't convince Empress Wu Mingkong. For this reason, Lu Baikan couldn't help but feel a little convinced. It is a good thing for Empress Wu Mingkong to have principles. But once there is a principle that goes too far, it becomes too stubborn. Feeling slightly impatient, sometimes it flashed through my mind whether I should follow the advice of the Destiny's villain system and use my 3-inch tongue to conquer the Empress Wu Mingkong. Or directly show your true strength, suppress the Empress Wu Mingkong, let the Empress Wu Mingkong kneel down, and sing to him the evil idea of conquest. Chapter 196 Shen Boyan, the national teacher, is ordinary and unremarkable Lu Baikan. Until he was about to return to the capital of God, Lu Baikan still did not persuade the Empress Wu Mingkong to agree to his request. Empress Wu Mingkong felt very strange about Lu Baikan's behavior. She didn't understand why Fang Chen was so persistent in wanting to have a grand wedding with her when the army of the Kongming Tiangong was about to attack. Lu Baikan had no choice but to make up a more suitable reason, and said, I want to use my wedding with you to dilute the tense atmosphere before the war. Empress Wu Mingkong replied half-believingly, Fang Shizi, I'm sorry, seeing the big battle is coming, I really don't have the heart to do other things. So I really can't agree to your request, I hope you can understand. Empress Wu Mingkong has already talked about this point, so what else can Lu Baikan say? Of course, after the war in God's capital is over. At this time, Li Weiwei suddenly came to report, Your Majesty, the national teacher is here. What? The national teacher is here. Empress Wu Mingkong became a little flustered. Lu Baikan was a little puzzled and said, the national teacher will come as soon as he comes. Isn't it enough for you to meet him? According to Fang Chen's memory, the national teacher of the Qian Kingdom is named Shen Boyan, and he is the main hero who supported the Empress Wu Mingkong to ascend the throne. According to legend, she is a strong man whose strength has reached the state of becoming a king. Empress Wu Mingkong explained, the key is that I went to the lower reaches of the Liujiang River to inspect the matter. The national teacher didn't know anything about it beforehand. Lu Baikan said thoughtfully, no wonder the national teacher is so worried about you and didn't protect you by your side. It turns out that you secretly went to the lower reaches of the Liujiang River to inspect without telling him. Yup. Empress Wu Mingkong asked Lu Baikan in a hurry to seek medical treatment, Fang Shizi, how do you think I should face the national teacher now? The words fall. Not only Lu Baikan, but even Li Weiwei couldn't help complaining. If you know today, why should you be in the first place? Lu Baikan thought for a while, then asked back, Your Majesty, Can you tell me why you have to hide it from the national teacher? Can. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, first, the political situation in Chengdu is unstable, and a strong man like the national teacher needs to be in charge. He can't leave easily. Second, if the national teacher is unable to accompany him, his old man will not agree to my inspection of the lower reaches of the Liujiang River. Therefore, before I leave God's capital, I have to choose to hide it from the old man first. Is that so? Liu Beichen pondered, as the saying goes, extending the head is a knife, and shrinking the head is also a knife. You will have to face the national teacher sooner or later, why not meet the old man now, so you don't have to think so much? I understand this truth. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled wryly, but I still have a little bit of hesitation to face the national teacher and his old man. Li Weiwei hesitated for a while, and said, Your Majesty, I am not afraid to tell you that I am not afraid to tell you that just now, the national teacher has scolded me bloody. He said that I did not fulfill my duty, not only did I not stop your risky behavior, but I did not inform him. Empress Wu Ming asked haughtily, when the national teacher scolded you, did he mention Zhen? Of course there is. Li Weiwei replied, the national teacher said that you don't know if your wings are hardened, or because of your own aptitude as a monster, you don't take him as an elder at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deliberately sneaked to the lower reaches of the Liuhe River to inspect without telling the old man. All right. Empress Wu Mingkong walked back and forth distractedly, taking small steps. This is indeed a dishonorable thing I did. Li Weiwei reminded, Your Majesty, the national teacher is outside now, I'm afraid that if you don't meet him again, the old man will force his way in. Empress Wu Mingkong had a resigned expression on her beautiful face. Okay, Commander Li, go and invite the national teacher in. Seeing this, Liu Beichen couldn't help but feel a little funny. This little empress is too cute, right? It seems to be the same as some people's reaction when they have done something wrong and are about to be blamed by their elders. Not long after, Li Weiwei brought in a serious-looking old man in purple robes. My minister has seen Her Majesty the Empress. The old man in purple robe saluted respectfully. National teachers don't need to be polite. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and said, I haven't seen you for some time, I miss you so much. Is it? The purple-robed old man said disapprovingly, Your Majesty, do you think that speaking kind words to this humble official can cover up your mistakes? Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, I'm just telling you the truth, I didn't intend to cover up my mistakes. Liu Beichen was immediately taken aback. The little empress didn't know if it was because she got along with him a lot, but she started to talk a lot. In addition, according to his spiritual knowledge, it can be detected that Shen Boyan's strength is about the first level of the Aperture Realm, which is stronger than the legendary king-conferred realm Dzogchen. Your Majesty, since you are speaking the truth to this minister, then I will also tell you the truth. The purple-robed old man sighed softly, these days, my minister is suffering extremely, worrying about what will happen to you all the time. I want to find you, but I can't go away. I'm afraid that if I'm not in God's capital guarding you, someone will directly steal your home. Empress Wu Mingkong laughed dryly, and said, I can understand the state teacher's mood. No. My minister feels that Her Majesty the Empress doesn't understand. The purple-robed old man retorted, otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the risky move of going to the lower reaches of the Liuhe River to inspect the lower reaches of the Lu River knowing that you are in the fate of the country. Empress Wu Mingkong argued, isn't it just to protect the lower reaches of the Liuhe River from disasters, so I made this last resort. Is there no one in Qiangguo, or is there no one in the court of Qiangguo? Does it take you to risk doing such a thing yourself? The purple-robed old man did not accept Empress Wu Mingkong's explanation, can't my minister send other people to do what you have done? I did it all. I'm back safe and sound. Empress Wu Mingkong confessed, Master, don't worry about this matter anymore, okay? Look at what you said. The purple-robed old man laughed angrily, if it weren't for the mysterious strong man from the Chinese palace, would you have returned to the capital of God safe and sound? Then what do you want? Empress Wu Mingkong bit her lip and said, are you going to scold me severely? Or are you going to use other methods to punish me? Wei Chen dare not. The purple-robed old man cupped his hands and said, I just hope that Her Majesty the Empress will not be so impulsive in the future, and that before doing anything, she can discuss it with the minister. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Liu Beichen, with an admiration flashing across his face, this must be the son of Prince Chinese, right? He really looks like a talented person. Master National Teacher, you are too proud. Liu Beichen quickly responded very modestly, the younger generation is mediocre, and can't be called a good-looking talent. Chapter 197 The little empress finds Liu Beichen more pleasing to the eye. Before the old man in purple robe could respond, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but said, Fang Shizi, if you can be regarded as mediocre, are there still people in the world who are not mediocre? You need to know nothing else, just say that your appearance can be compared with mine. The old man in purple robe looked at Empress Wu Mingkong in surprise. Fang Chen just said a relatively modest sentence, but it could trigger such a reaction from His Majesty the Empress? It seems that Her Majesty the Empress has a good impression of the fiancé Fang Chen, the eldest son of Chinese Prince's mansion. Seeing the meaningful gaze of the old man in purple robe, Empress Wu Mingkong's pretty face couldn't help getting slightly hot. Exposure is exposure. The national teacher is not an outsider, so it doesn't matter if she knows that she has a crush on Fang Chen. Your Majesty, what you said is true. Liu Beichen echoed, Weichen's appearance is indeed higher than many people's. Let's skip these polite words first. The purple-robed old man first suggested this. Immediately, as if he remembered something, he asked Liu Beichen, His Majesty the Empress went to the lower reaches of the Lu River to inspect the attack. Thanks to the help of the mysterious strong man from the Chinese palace, he was able to escape the danger. I wonder if Fang Shizi can introduce him for the old man. My lord, I'm sorry. Liu Beichen shook his head, and said, the senior Shenlong never sees the end, and his whereabouts are always very mysterious. The junior has no way of contacting his old man. Isn't it? Even Shizi Fang doesn't know the whereabouts and contact information of the mysterious strong man in Jenny's palace. The purple-robed old man was stunned for a moment, and then said regretfully, I want to thank him face to face. Thank you for nothing. Liu Beichen responded, that senior came out to help His Majesty the Empress because the Chinese palace and the imperial court are allies, and the minister and His Majesty the Empress are fiancés. As our own people, it's too outlandish to say these things. Makes sense. The purple-robed old man said thoughtfully, Fang Shizi, to be honest, I actually didn't quite agree with your marriage contract with Her Majesty the Empress at the beginning, but I couldn't resist Her Majesty's insistence, so I reluctantly agreed. I didn't expect that this move of His Majesty the Empress not only saved her life, but also gave the imperial court a powerful ally. It was beyond my expectation. Talking about this topic, Empress Wu Mingkong immediately became excited. If I hadn't acted fast enough to create the established facts, you would have overturned my decision. It's only normal if it's overthrown. The purple-robed old man responded naturally, who said that before that mysterious strong man appeared, the Chinese palace was just a small force, a small warlord in the eyes of my minister. The Chinese prince's mansion is indeed well hidden. Empress Wu Mingkong sympathized and said, I sent so many people to the location of the Chinese palace, but they were all confused by the information displayed on the surface of the Chinese palace, and failed to discover the terrifying and powerful background of the Chinese palace in time. This also led to her becoming more and more powerful, and she began to look down on Chinese Wangfu, and the idea of whether she should dissolve the marriage relationship with Chinese Wangfu would flash in her mind from time to time. Fortunately, no action was taken in the end. Otherwise, not only will she become a joke, not to mention losing the powerful ally of the Chinese palace, it is still unknown whether she can live in safety and sound now. Thinking of this, the Empress Wu Mingkong was glad to see Liu Beichen even more pleasing to the eye. Probably everyone has been deceived by the disguise of Jenny's palace. The purple-robed old man nodded, and asked Liu Beichen curiously, Your Majesty Fang, what do you really think about Jenny's palace? Master Qiaoshi, you ask this junior, who should this junior ask? Liu Beichen spread his hands and responded helplessly, after all, before that senior appeared, this junior, like you and His Majesty the Empress, knew nothing about the powerful power hidden in the secret of the Jenny's palace. What? Is there such a thing? The purple-robed old man was taken aback for a moment, and said, Your Majesty Fang is not joking with this old man, is he? Liu Beichen responded with a wry smile, Master Qiaoshi, there is no need for this junior to make such a joke with you, right? The purple-robed old man's face was a bit strange and authentic, as the young master of the Jenny's palace, Fang Shizi doesn't even know the true background of the Jenny's palace. This old man is really surprised. National teacher, don't say it's you, even I feel very surprised. Empress Wu Mingkong said emotionally, if Fang Shizi really didn't need to lie to me about this matter, I'm afraid I would think Fang Shizi is talking nonsense. Rao is that Liu Beichen has a thick skin and brazenly makes up stories. But when he heard the words of the purple-robed old man and the Empress Wu Mingkong, he still felt a little unnatural. Therefore, Liu Beichen changed the subject and said, By the way, Master Qiaoshi, the reason why this junior and His Majesty the Empress rushed back so quickly is because the army from Kongming Tiangong is about to attack. I wonder if you have received any news about this. I received it, and I am ready to face the battle. The purple-robed old man responded, Shizi Fang, Your Majesty the Empress, don't worry, the old man has checked, and the guardian formation of the gods is still so powerful. If there is no accident, not to mention the person of Kongming Tiangong, the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziran personally led the team here, even the person of Kongming Tiangong. The old palace owner Tang Zhiji can't break the formation. Empress Wu Mingkong breathed a sigh of relief, and said, with the words of the national teacher, I can be relieved. Lu Beichen was curious about the guardian formation of the gods. Listening to Shen Boyan's words, the guardian formation in the capital of the gods is quite awesome. Your Majesty the Empress should rest assured. The purple-robed old man said calmly, Kongming Tiangong is known as the most powerful force in Bizhu in the Tiangsu realm. It is not a day, 2 days before we want to attack our country. But we have been unable to do anything about our country. Isn't it because our gods have guardian formations, and they dare not act rashly? Empress Wu Mingkong still had some doubts in her heart, but why did the Kongming Tiangong make such a big splash this time and send the person, the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren, to lead a team to crusade against our Qian kingdom? I'm getting angry from embarrassment. Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong's left and right 2 guardians died at the same time, and it would be unreasonable if Kongming Tiangong didn't make a big reaction. The purple-robed old man guessed. As for why Yuan Ziren came here in person, I feel that he believes too much in his own strength, and he has never been abused by the guardian formation of the God City, so he is so fearless and comes straight to the God City, trying to find his way back. After a pause, he then said meaningfully, Your Majesty, just wait and see. At that time, I will definitely let Yuan Ziren know what it means to be beaten from society. Chapter 198. With the assurance of the old man in black robe, Empress Wu Mingkong is even more at ease. After all, the old man in black robe was several rounds older than her, and he had seen the great power of the guardian formation of the gods before. Great! Lu Beichen said with a sigh of relief, before this junior, I was still thinking that if the guardian formation of Shento can't stop Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, how should I contact that senior and ask him to come out to support me? Hearing what you said now, the worries in my junior's heart are gone. It would be great if he didn't have to play the role of the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion. Because he didn't have to get this limelight. Besides, Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, is 2 levels higher than him now. Although he is confident that he can beat the opponent. But he was afraid that when the other party was desperate, there would be some hole cards that he didn't know about. Forgive me for not agreeing with Fang Shi's words. The black-robed old man said seriously, the guardian formation of Shendu is still extremely powerful, and the supreme elder Yuan Ziren who is not afraid of Kongming Tiangong is certainly good. I'm not afraid of Dash, just in case. In the face of the menacing Kongming Tiangong's army, it is necessary for us to make extra preparations. The national teacher means. Empress Wu Mingkong said, you want Fang Shizi to contact the senior in the Chinese prince's mansion to prevent accidents from happening, don't you? Yes. The old man in black robe nodded and said, we can be confident, but we must not be arrogant. After a pause, he then asked, Fang Shizi, what do you think? Of course Lu Beichen had no objection to this. Because that's what he intended. So Lu Beichen also nodded and said, okay, then the junior will try his best to find a way to contact the senior, and let him come out to hold the line. It's really a child can teach. The old man in black robe said very gratified, Fang Shizi, if you can do this, the old man has more confidence in the upcoming battle of gods. Fang Chen has Chinese prince's mansion, whose background may not be inferior to that of Kongming Tiangong, as the basis, and he can still be so calm and humble as he is now, which is really impressive. This thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but look forward to the marriage of Fang Chen and Empress Wu Mingkong, and the combination of the Chinese palace and the imperial court will form a powerful force. Lu Beichen himself didn't have much reaction to the praise from the old man in black. On the other hand, Empress Wu Mingkong felt a little proud. National teacher, the fiancé I picked is not bad, right? Besides, after arriving in Chengdu, Empress Wu Mingkong and Lu Beichen shared a chariot again, and the two sat side by side for a high-profile tour, and that was the end of the matter. The hearts of all the people in Chengdu who watched this scene were all boiling. They had all heard the shocking news about the battle on the banks of the Lu River. While marveling at the monstrous aptitude of His Majesty the Empress, he was also extremely shocked by the powerful background displayed by the Chinese prince's mansion. Now Chinese prince's son Fang Chen has come to God capital and is preparing to marry His Majesty the Empress. It represents the formation of an alliance between the Chinese palace and the imperial court. A behemoth that makes people from all the countries in the Void Sky realm and the northern continent tremble, as well as people from all major forces, is taking shape. So how come they're not looking forward to it, excited about it? In addition, with the person in Kongming Tiangong, the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziren personally leading the team to the Divine Capital, Her Majesty the Empress dared to return to the Divine Capital, and made such a swaggering tour, presumably because she was confident of winning the final victory. So they were a little restless, and they calmed down. There are even some people in the capital of the gods who feel that the attack of the army from the Kongming Tiangong is not only not a crisis for the Qian kingdom, but also a rare opportunity. As long as it survives this wave of attacks, the Qian kingdom will become the largest country in the northern continent of the Sky Void realm. In the not-too-distant future, it may even be possible to unify Bezhu and dominate the entire Sky Void realm. The many spies arranged by various countries and major forces in the god capital of Qiangguo, they had received the news that the army from the Kongming Tiangong was about to attack, and they were all thinking whether they could reap the benefits of the fishermen. You can see the scene. They are not sure now, and they are thinking in their hearts that Qiangguo, or its ally Chinese Wangfu, is not really stronger than Kongming Tiangong, which is known as the most powerful force in Bezhu and Tiangsu realm. Of course, doubts are uncertain, and they still have to wait for the outbreak of the war in God's capital before they can draw specific conclusions. In order to avoid suspicion, Empress Wu Mingkong arranged Lu Beichen and others to live in Huangchuang. As for why Lu Beichen was not arranged to live in the palace, this is easy to explain. Empress Wu Mingkong and Lu Beichen, as fiancé couples, have always had a bad name and bad words before they get married. Fu Xiao was very happy about this, because she finally had the chance to be alone with Lu Beichen again. At night, Fu Xiao came to look for Lu Beichen in a grieved manner. What's the situation? Lu Beichen asked with some amusement. Who is bullying my Xiao? My lord, besides you, who else will bully this servant? Fu Xiao responded full of resentment. Since I have been sensible, I have never been away from your side for so long. People say that the temporary parting is for a better reunion. Lu Beichen reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and said, what do you think? Slaves don't understand the truth. It's just a little uncomfortable in my heart. Fu Xiao responded, this is probably the legend that if you don't see each other every day, it will be like every 3 autumns. Is it such an exaggeration? Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, and said, didn't you see me when I went on tour with His Majesty the Empress today? Of course there is. Fu Xiao complained, I'm not afraid to tell you. At that time the servant's heart became more and more uncomfortable. Lu Beichen asked, okay, how do you think I can comfort your wounded heart? After a pause, he went on to say, first of all, the bad things you think about in your head are not within the scope of my comfort. Fu Xiao's spirits lifted at first, but after hearing what Lu Beichen said later, he froze again. My lord, you are not sincere at all. Fu Xiao couldn't help complaining, how can anyone want to comfort others and set a limit? Lu Beichen spread his hands and said, there is no way, the so-called teacher who never forgets the future, you have a precedent, I have to be on guard. My son, don't judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Fu Xiao snorted softly, and retorted, stimulated by the imminent war in the capital of gods, the slaves have been practicing diligently these days, but they don't have the heart to think about any bad things. So much the better. Sending away the unwilling Fu Xiao, Lu Beichen decided to practice diligently before the army of the Kongming Tiangong arrived in the capital of God, to see if he could improve his strength and increase some guarantees. As for the idea of encouraging Empress Wu Mingkong to marry him early and earn destiny points to improve his strength, he has temporarily given up. Chapter 199 Betrayal, Internal Response of Kongming Tiangong. Dry Country. Gods. In a yard to the south. Gu Zhins looked up at the bright moon in the sky, the expression on his face was unusually complicated. If he had known that Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude was so monstrous and the background of the Chinese palace was so strong, he would never have been so easily persuaded by the people of Kongmingtian Palace to become the internal response of Kongmingtian Palace. However, the matter has come to this point, and he can't turn back. He can only continue to choose to stand on the side of Kongming Tiangong and betray Empress Wu Mingkong. At this moment, a masked man in black entered his yard, and greeted him, Gu Gongfeng, long time no see, how are you doing recently? The words fall. There was an imperceptible smugness in his eyes. It is really rare to be able to instigate a person like Gu Zhins who has reached the second level of the king-conferring realm and plays a vital role in the guardian formation of the Qian kingdom. If it wasn't for the period when the Empress Wu Mingkong was just enthroned, Gu Zhins, who was an enshrined member of the imperial palace of the Qian kingdom, was hesitating and uneasy, and he would not have been able to take advantage of it and recruit Gu Zhins into the Kongming palace. It can only be said that the heaven and the earth have the same power, and the hero is not free. He deserved to be able to pick up such a big credit. Elder Qi, are you crazy? At this time, you still come to me and ask me to meet here. Could it be that I'm afraid that others won't know if I'm a part of your Kongming Tiangong? Gu Zhins first scolded a few words in a low voice, then he responded with a wry smile, also, I'm not afraid to tell you, I've had a bad time recently. As for the specific reason, even if I don't tell you, you should be able to guess it. Yes, I can guess that. The masked man in black nodded, and said, but why does Gu Ensign do this? Isn't it because the Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude is better, and the background of the Chinese palace is stronger? Elder Qi, it's easy for you to say. Gu Zhins responded with a wry smile again, obviously I can choose not to stand in line and just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Now that I have taken such a big risk, if you were me, would you be happy? Gu Gongfeng, I don't agree with what you say. The masked man in black shook his head and said, as the saying goes, standing in line is fast, and the benefits you get will definitely be greater than standing in line slowly. Besides, now that the Supreme Elder, who is a strong person at the 7th level of the Leaving Aperture Realm, is personally on the scene, and you, a heavyweight who can destroy the gods and protect the formation, are helping us, our Kongming Tiangong will definitely win. After all, what did that sentence say? This is a flying dragon riding on the face, how can you lose? Right. That's what it says. Gu Chen sighed lightly, and said, but I feel a little uneasy in my heart, and I always feel that things will not go so smoothly. Gu Fengfeng, it seems that you were frightened by the result of the battle on the banks of the Lu River. So now I'm suspicious, and I'm scaring myself. The masked man in black said noncommittally, you know much more about the background of the Qian Kingdom court than I do. If you don't rely on the guardian formation of the gods, you won't be able to stop our army from Kongming Tiangong. After a pause, he continued, although there is a very powerful mysterious figure from Zhenyi's palace, I don't think he will be the opponent of the Supreme Elder. In addition, I don't think that with the background of the Zhenyi's palace, there can really be a strong man who can compete with the Supreme Elder. Gu Chens hesitated for a moment, and echoed, well, that's right, I also think that Kongming Tiangong has a higher chance of winning. Then what are you worrying about? The masked man in black asked a rhetorical question first. Immediately, he continued confidently, remember, you are now on the side of the winner, so you don't have to worry so much. Whether it's Empress Wu Mingkong or the Chinese Prince's mansion, they will soon be swept into the garbage dump by our army from Kongmingtian Palace like the dust of history. Elder Qi, you are still so good at talking. Gu Chen seemed to be remembering something, I remember when you persuaded me to join Kongming Tiangong, you said it in such an orderly manner. And not long after that, I was persuaded by you. Gu worship, that's not why I can speak. The masked man in black explained, it's because the power of Kongming Tiangong is strong enough to attract you. Gu Chen said thoughtfully, yes, there are absolutely not many people in this world who can refuse the recruitment of Kongming Tiangong, and I am not in this range. In short, I can guarantee that you are right to join Kongming Tiangong. The masked man in black said, in the future, you will thank yourself for making such a wise decision. Thank you Elder Qi for comforting me for a long time. Gu Chen replied gratefully first, and then he asked, by the way, you are so late, and you still risk asking me to meet, is there something important? You don't have to be polite, Gu Confucian. The masked man in black replied, also, that's right, I came to see you today to find out how your arrangements are going. Because you also know that the Supreme Elder and the others will come to Shendu soon, and I'm afraid that if the protective formation of Shendu is not destroyed by then, it will be a big trouble. Elder Qi, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Gu Chen said, everything is ready now, I only owe Dongfeng, when the Supreme Elders and the others arrive, I will immediately destroy the guardian formation of the God capital. Okay. Gu Gongfeng, I'll leave everything to you. The masked man in black responded with great satisfaction, when the Great War in Chengdu is over, I will give credit for you. I believe that our Kongming Tiangong will not treat you badly. Okay, thank you Elder Qi. Gu Chen cupped his hands and said, however, it's really unnecessary to ask for credit. Because since I have joined the big family of Kongming Tiangong, it is only right to do my own meager power for Kongming Tiangong. No, our Kongming Tiangong has always distinguished rewards and punishments. If you have merit, you will be rewarded, and if you have done something wrong, you will be punished. The masked man in black said solemnly, Gu Gongfeng, it should be your credit, and no one can erase it. In other words, if he doesn't take credit for Gu Chen's, does that show that he has made great achievements in plotting against Gu Chen's? Elder Qi, let's not talk about this. Gu Chen's laughed dryly, and said, it's weird to rush to ask for a reward before the credit has been paid. Well, no problem. The masked man in black thought about it, then let's discuss whether we should reward you. Watching the masked man in black leave, Gu Chen's was in a state of confusion for a moment. Soon, his eyes quickly became firm. Now he really has no way to turn back, he can only go to the dark all the way. Also, Elder Qi analysis was correct. With Yuan Ziren, the Supreme Elder of the Kongming Tiangong, who is the 7th level powerhouse of the Leaving Aperture Realm, personally launching the horse, and with the help of him, a heavyweight who can destroy the guardian formation of the gods, the army of the Kongming Tiangong is equivalent to a flying dragon riding on the face, and it is impossible to lose. Chapter 200 The old man leads tens of thousands of troops today. Kongming Tiangong, outside Ziwei Hall. Palace Master Tang Wenwen looked at the high-spirited people present and the flying warships covering the sky and the sun, and he couldn't help feeling in his heart that a great army is in hand. I feel like I have the world. Great Elder Ling Fanbo was also emotional, and said, Palace Master, everyone is ready now. When the Supreme Elder leaves the customs and arrives at the scene, we will set off immediately to conquer the Qian Kingdom. Very good. As the saying goes, raising soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for a while. A gleam flashed in Tang Wenwen's eyes, and he said, our Kongming Tiangong has to show its minions from time to time, so that we can be worthy of the title of the #1 force in the northern continent of the Heavenly Void Realm. Well, that's right. Ling Fanbo echoed, this time the elder Taishang led us to go to Jian Kingdom, not only to destroy the Empress Wu Mingkong and the Chinese palace, but also to remind the people of Bizhu in the Tiangsu realm to remember the fear of being held by our Kongming Tiangong. Very good, very good. Tang Wenwen looked at the place where Yuan Ziren was in meditation, and said, the Supreme Elder has been in retreat for 3 days, and he hasn't come out until now. I don't know if he has gained anything. There should be. Ling Fanbo guessed, otherwise, the Supreme Elder would have come out long ago. Hope so. Tang Wenwen said, although there is a way to destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of the Qian Kingdom, coupled with the powerful strength of the Supreme Elder who has reached the 7th floor of the out-of-aperture realm, the Empress Wu Mingkong of the Qian Kingdom and the Chinese palace are completely powerless to resist. But it is always good if the strength of the Supreme Elder can be improved. It is also better able to deal with various emergencies. Who in the world would think that their own strength is strong, and who would think that their main combat strength is high? Ling Fanbo took it seriously and said, if the Taishang elders retreat this time, if he can improve his cultivation level, he might be able to destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of Qiangguo himself without even using any other methods. No way, no way. A slightly proud but also very humble sentence suddenly sounded, if no one can destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of the Gan Kingdom from within, even if the old man does it himself, it will be of no avail. Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo were stunned for a moment, and then they all stepped forward to salute happily, we have met the Supreme Elder. Don't be too polite. Yuan Ziren stroked his beard and said, the 3-day period has come, it's time to set off to conquer the country. Tang Wenwen hesitated for a moment, and asked, Elder Taishang, I wonder if you have gained anything after retreating. Of course there is. Yuan Ziren nodded quite proudly and said, this time, the old man retreated for 3 days, and finally broke through the original bottleneck, and his strength has increased from the 7th level of the Aperture Realm to the 8th level of the Aperture Realm. If it weren't for the urgent need to go to the Qian Kingdom and crusade against the Empress Wu Mingkong, the old man would continue to retreat for a while, I am afraid that his strength might be improved by several levels. Hearing the previous words, Tang Wenwen couldn't help but feel happy, and felt that it was safer for Yuan Ziren to lead people to conquer the country this time. After hearing what happened next, Tang Wenwen didn't think too much about it, and quickly apologized, Elder Taishang, it's all our fault for not doing enough to let these cumbersome things delay your cultivation. Ling Fanbo confessed without hesitation, Elder Taishang, Palace Master is right, it's all because of our incompetence, and let these cumbersome things delay your cultivation. What are you all doing? Collectively admit your mistakes. Yuan Ziren said noncommittally, actually, it's just a little delay, there's no need for this. Besides, after returning from the expedition to Qiangguo, the old man will continue to retreat and improve his strength. But... Tang Wenwen wanted to say something else, but Yuan Ziren interrupted impatiently, okay, don't gossip here, this matter is a decision made by the old man himself, and it has nothing to do with you at all. Also, it's getting late, the most important thing is to set off for the Qian Kingdom as soon as possible, and destroy the Empress Wu Mingkong and the Chinese palace. What you said is that if you leave early, you can come back early. Tang Wenwen had no choice but to respond respectfully, Elder Taishang, I'm here to wish you success. Well, it's a must to succeed. Yuan Ziren said confidently, Master, you should be ready to take over Qian Kingdom and expand Kongming Tiangong. After a pause, he then channeled his spiritual power into his voice, and said, Brothers and sisters from Kongming Tiangong, I believe everyone knows what the goal of this expedition is. Therefore, before setting off, everyone should follow the old man and shout a few words, Kongming Tiangong will win. Qian Kingdom will be destroyed. Empress Wu Mingkong must die. As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was stunned. Immediately, they reacted, and they couldn't help shouting excitedly, Kongming Tiangong will win. Qiangguo will be destroyed. Empress Wu Mingkong must die. The sound was so loud that it soared into the sky. In their view, there is nothing more exciting than destroying a big country and killing the emperor of this big country. Hearing the tsunami-like shouts in his ears, Yuan Ziren said to Ling Fanbo with satisfaction, Grand Elder, are you ready? Our Kongming Tiangong is going to embark on the road to defeat the Empress Wu Mingkong, destroy the Qian Kingdom, and unify the northern continent of the Sky Void Realm. The fighting spirit in Ling Fanbo's heart was completely ignited. He replied with a firm face, Elder Taishang, my sword is already very hungry and thirsty, and I really want to drink blood impatiently. Very good. Yuan Ziren said vigorously, this old man leads 1,000,000 soldiers, and I promise not to return them until the country is destroyed. The words fall. He looked in the direction of Qiangguo, and said coldly, Empress Wu Mingkong, are you ready to bear the wrath of Kong Ming Tiangong? Not only him, but also Tang Wenwen and Ling Fanbo all seem to have seen the scene where the Empress Wu Mingkong panicked when facing the army of the Kong Ming Tiangong. Besides, when the emotions of the people at the scene rose to a certain level, Yuan Ziran gave an order, announcing the start of the operation code-named Hunting Country. As a result, countless flying warships in Kong Ming Tiangong rushed towards the direction of Jian Kingdom. People who saw this scene along the way couldn't help being shocked and feeling fearful. No way. First, they all recognized the flags on these flying warships as the symbol of Kong Ming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhou and Tiangsu realm. Second, although they don't know who is on these flying warships and how strong they are, but just the number of these flying warships is enough to make them feel chills behind. Third, they have heard more or less about the battle on the banks of the Lu River. So they could guess with their toes that this must be Kong Ming Tiangong's after-the-fact revenge. Then, they could almost foresee how big an event such as Kong Ming Tiangong sending a large army to the Jian Kingdom to crusade against the Empress Wu Mingkong would have on Bizhou, and even the entire Tiangsu realm. Bizhou, which is peaceful on the surface, is about to be turbulent. There will be continuous conquests between countries and major forces. In the face of this overwhelming situation, they are nothing but insignificant ants, they just want to protect themselves. Chapter 201 When the storm is raging, the Black Dragon wakes up. The expeditionary army of Kong Ming Tiangong has really gone to the god capital of Qiangguo. Everyone who received this shocking news was shocked by it. Because this means that there is no possibility of relaxation between Kong Ming Tiangong and Qiangguo. The two sides must fight to the death until the winner is determined. Some ambitious people are happy to see this happen. They all wanted to see if there could be a fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman would benefit. With the fact that the Chinese palace has a background that may not be inferior to that of the Mingtian palace, coupled with the Jian Kingdom court represented by the Empress Wu Mingkong, it is no longer a one-sided situation for the Mingtian palace above, but will lose to both sides to a large extent. This gives them the opportunity to profit from it. And most people don't want to see this happen. After all, whether it is the victory of Kong Ming Tiangong, or the victory of the Jian Kingdom court represented by the Empress Wu Mingkong, or if both sides are seriously injured and there is no winner, it will greatly change the original pattern of Bizhou and Tiangsu realm. Under the chain reaction, the north continent of the Void Sky realm was completely chaotic. If all parties continue to conquer each other, they will not have a good life. Especially people from small countries and small forces feel even more anxious, feel that the road ahead is bleak, and they have lost hope. In addition, no matter what people in Bizhou or the entire Tiangsu realm think, they all understand that the battle between Kong Ming Tiangong and Jian Kingdom is inevitable. If you fail to respond in time, you will be rolled over by the wheels of history. As a result, ambitious people and those unwilling to sit still began to seek alliances and form allies to jointly deal with the great changes in the pattern of the North Continent in the Sky Void realm. No way, they had to do it. No matter it is the Kong Ming Tiangong, or the combination of the Qiangguo court and the Chinese palace, it is difficult for other countries or forces in the northern continent of the Tiangsu realm to compete alone. Besides, Kong Ming Tiangong has sent the Grand Elder Yuan Ziran to lead a large army to the Jian Kingdom, and it has caused an uproar in Bizhou, and even in the entire Tiangsu realm. Lu Beichen didn't know that he was releasing the Black Dragon from the storage ring right now. Because there are various indications that the Black Flood Dragon has successfully advanced and may wake up at any time. Sure enough, after a while, the Black Flood Dragon that looked like a little snake with long horns woke up. Master, where is this? The Black Flood Dragon asked in an ignorant manner, have we successfully reached the upper realm? Xiao He, this is not the upper realm. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, it's a place similar to the spirit world, called the Sky Void Realm. Heavenly Void Realm. The Black Flood Dragon thought for a while, then said doubtfully, Xiao Long doesn't seem to have heard of it before. After a pause, it seemed to remember something, and then asked, Master, where are Mr. Mo and your confidant friends? Could it be that they also came here? No, Mr. Mo and the others should be in the upper realm now. Lu Beichen briefly talked about what happened after the Black Flood Dragon used the turtle's breath method to feign death. It's so speechless. The Black Flood Dragon smiled wryly, we ascended to the upper realm without messing with anyone. Why did we encounter such a rare space-time turbulence? Lu Beichen spread his hands, and said with a wry smile, this kind of thing has happened, what else can we do? We can only blame our own bad luck, which made us stay here. The theory of luck is too mysterious. Xiao Long can't handle it. The Black Flood Dragon said, so, Master, why don't you tell me what's going on now? It is good. Lu Beichen didn't hesitate, he briefly talked about what he had experienced during the time he came to the Sky Void realm. Of course, in order to avoid destroying his tall and stalwart image in the eyes of the Black Dragon. When he was narrating, he took the initiative to skip the things that he plucked the wool of the Empress Wu Mingkong, beheaded the son of Destiny Ye Fan, and earned a lot of destiny points to restore his strength. The Black Flood Dragon was extremely fascinated. Awesome, how long has it been sleeping for? Calculating the time, it seems that it is less than 2 months, right? So many things happened to my master? Master, you are too arrogant, aren't you? The Black Flood Dragon said in disbelief. The strength has dropped to the second level of the Holy Master Realm, but in such a short period of time, the strength can be restored to the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm. To be honest, Xiaolong can't accept this. Lu Beichen responded noncommittally, I was just reduced to the 2nd floor of the Holy Master Realm by the turbulent flow of time and space. The original consciousness of the 4th floor of the Yuan Shen realm is still there. As long as you can persist in practicing diligently, your strength will recover faster, isn't that normal? The Black Flood Dragon pondered for a moment, and said, you seem to be saying the same thing. With the previous training experience, it is more normal for the strength to recover faster. Lu Beichen asked back, so what are you making such a fuss about? The Black Dragon replied with some embarrassment, didn't Xiaolong just wake up, and his mind hasn't turned around for a while. Please be considerate of Xiaolong. Excuse me for what? I don't blame you. Lu Beichen changed the subject and said, by the way, Xiao He, it's time for you to wake up. The gods of the country are about to break out in a big war, and you need to do your part at that time. No problem. The Black Flood Dragon said thoughtfully, you played the role of the mysterious powerhouse of the Chinese prince's mansion, and killed the left and right guardians of the Kongming Tiangong one after another. If Kongming Tiangong doesn't respond, it can't be called the most powerful force in Bizhu, Tiangsu realm. Yes. Lu Beichen nodded, and said, a few days ago, there was news that the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong, Yuan Ziren, whose strength is the 7th level powerhouse of the leaving aperture realm, is going to personally lead a team to come to Qiangguo God to take revenge. It is estimated that they have almost set off from Kongming Tiangong at this moment. Master, Yuan Ziren, the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong, is 2 levels higher than you. The Black Dragon hesitated for a moment, then said, this seems a bit risky, have you really decided to take action then? Xiao He, I know what you mean. Lu Beichen smiled confidently, and said, it's just a difference in strength between the 2 ranks, what are you afraid of? Your master, it's not like I haven't leapfrogged to kill enemies before. Besides, I feel that my strength can be restored to about the 6th level of the aperture realm before the arrival of the army from the Kongming Tiangong. Thus, I, who is full of divine attire, have a better chance of winning against Yuan Ziren, don't I? Although the Black Flood Dragon still felt some doubts. But thinking of Lu Beichen's monstrous past, it immediately calmed down. Master said yes. The Black Flood Dragon echoed respectfully, Xiaolong, this is another blessing to see you show off your supernatural power. Chapter 202 Fang Shizi, there seems to be something wrong with your snake. You may be disappointed. Lu Beichen said meaningfully, the person who wants to show off his power is the senior from Zhenyi's palace, not me. Besides, according to Shen Boyan, the national teacher of the Qian Kingdom, the ancestors of the Qian Kingdom's royal family left an extremely powerful guardian formation in the capital of God. The army headed by Yuan Ziren from Kongming Tiangong should have nothing to do about it, there is no way to break the formation. So it's still unknown whether the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion will make a move at that time. The Black Flood Dragon was stunned. It was almost stunned by Lu Beichen's words. It doesn't matter whether it is the so-called senior of Zhenyi's palace or the master who is showing great power, isn't it the same person? What is the difference? Could it be that the master has played a character, and what that character does has nothing to do with the master? After reacting, the corner of the Black Dragon's mouth couldn't help twitching, and said, Master, you are really, very funny. Absolutely. As long as its IQ is lower, it will not understand what Lu Beichen means. Funny. No way, no way. Lu Beichen responded, seeing that the gods are about to break out, I am afraid that you will be under pressure, so I just purposely enliven the atmosphere. Black Flood Dragon. The current strength of this seed has reached the 3rd level of the out-of-aperture realm. At that time, there is no need to fight against the strongest person in the army of Kongming Tiangong, that is, the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong, who is as powerful as Yuan Ziren at the 7th level of the leaving aperture realm. Where is the pressure? Not to mention the stress. When the army of Kongming Tiangong is facing me, they will feel the pressure, right? I thought so, but the Black Dragon said, thank you Master, Xiaolong was indeed quite stressed just now, but after your words, Xiaolong felt at ease. When it comes to acting, who is not a master at showing the love between master and servant? You are welcome. Lu Beichen responded, you need to know that Yuan Ziren, the elder of Kongming Tiangong, is stronger than me. It is normal for you to have doubts. Master really knows Xiaolong. The Black Flood Dragon replied like this first. Immediately, it seemed to remember something, and asked curiously, if Xiaolong guessed correctly, Empress Wu Mingkong is Xiaolong's future mistress, right? If you want to understand it that way, it's not wrong. Liu Beichen nodded, and responded truthfully, of course, what has not happened yet, who knows how it will develop in the future. Clear. The Black Dragon expressed his understanding. In short, when the relationship between the master and the Empress Wu Mingkong is completely settled, Xiaolong will treat her as a mistress again. Just as Liu Beichen was about to say something, the guards of Huangzhuang suddenly came to report that Empress Wu Mingkong had arrived. Xiao He, do you want to avoid it? Liu Beichen asked. No need. The Black Dragon responded, Xiaolong just wanted to see what is so special about Empress Wu Mingkong, and why she can walk into your heart. Okay, you can watch it if you want. Liu Beichen spread his hands and praised, to be honest, the little Empress is really charming, you will know when you see her. After a while, after Empress Wu Mingkong walked in, the black flood dragon that was originally in midair fell to the ground with a slap. Just listen to it muttering in its mouth, the master really didn't deceive Xiaolong, the Empress Wu Mingkong is really amazing. Empress Wu Mingkong was startled immediately. After realizing it, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Fang Shizi, we haven't seen each other for a long time, why did you suddenly raise snakes? Before Liu Beichen responded, the black dragon couldn't help retorting, wrong, this seat is not a snake, but a legendary dragon. Hey, I didn't notice just now, you little snake can actually speak human language. Empress Wu Mingkong felt even more surprised. She said to Liu Beichen, Fang Shizi, the snake you raise seems to have something. Look carefully at its appearance, if it is not too small, I would really think it is a legendary dragon. What does it look like? This seat is the legendary dragon. The Black Flood Dragon said and looked at Liu Beichen, meaning to ask if it could show its real body in front of the Empress Wu Mingkong now. Liu Beichen shook his head at it amusedly, and then defended it, Your Majesty, maybe you don't know that Xiao He was gifted to my minister not long ago by that senior. His old man said at the time that Xiao He Xiao was a little small, but he was indeed the legendary dragon. Fang Shizi, listening to what you said, it solved a doubt in my heart. Empress Wu Mingkong said thoughtfully, no wonder it spouts words, it turns out to be the legendary dragon. The Black Flood Dragon couldn't help saying proudly, so please don't reduce things like snakes to me. Skip this topic for now. Empress Wu Mingkong raised her brows, and said, you little dragon seems to be a bit disrespectful. When you address me, shouldn't you mean you? Black Flood Dragon. What the hell? Empress Wu Mingkong, you, a mere cultivator of the king-conferred realm, dare to challenge me, a strong man whose strength has reached the third level of the Aperture realm? Is it too brave? If it's not for your good looks and being the future hostess of this seat must teach you how to behave. Liu Beichen interjected, Your Majesty, although Xiao He can spit out people's words, he is still just a dragon. You can't ask him to be like a human and know so much. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, then nodded and said, Fang Shizi is right, it's because I have too strict requirements on Xiao Qiaolong. Forget it, it can call me whatever it wants, I don't care about it like it does. The Black Flood Dragon rolled his eyes. After all, who doesn't care about who? Humph, if the master didn't allow it, I really want to show my real body and scare you to death. Empress Wu Mingkong saw the Black Dragon's reaction, and turned to Liu Beichen and asked, Master Fang, does this little dragon you raise have any objections to me? No, don't think too much. Liu Beichen opened his eyes and said nonsense, this is just a habit of Xiao He, it often does this. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at him suspiciously, and said, Fang Shizi, what you said is wrong, right? Whose family raises a little dragon that rolls its eyes at people? The humble minister will be able to raise it. Liu Beichen said straightforwardly, with this ready-made example in front of you, you can't say that Wei Chen is deceiving you, can you? Empress Wu Mingkong. These words seemed to make sense, but she couldn't find anything to refute. After all, apart from Fang Chen, she has never heard of anyone raising dragons. Not to mention to prove whether the raised dragon has the habit of rolling eyes at people. Chapter 203 Immortal, When I, Liu Beichen, Dawn and number 039, T exist? This is the first time I've seen a creature like a dragon. I don't know what Jiaolong's temper is, and I don't know whether Jiaolong will habitually roll his eyes. Empress Wu Mingkong sorted out her words and said, however, since the little Jiaolong was raised by Fang Shizi, he naturally has the right to speak. That's why I decided to believe Fang Shizi's statement, and not to delve into this issue anymore. Black Flood Dragon. Shit, isn't it? Empress Wu Mingkong, how much ecstasy soup did my master pour into you to make you believe him so much? It's all nonsense, but you think it makes sense? Is it big breasts and no brains, are you stupid? Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Liu Beichen first made such a compliment. Immediately, he pointed to the black dragon and said, did you see it just now? Xiao He continued to roll his eyes again. Well, I saw it. Empress Wu Mingkong's pretty face was full of surprise. I've learned a lot. I never thought that the legendary dragon would have such a strange habit of rolling his eyes at people. Hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon became even more speechless. Please, Empress Wu Mingkong, can you have your own opinion? Don't worry about what the master says, just believe it. Here we go again. Fang Shizi, look quickly, your little dragon is rolling his eyes at me again. Empress Wu Mingkong looked pensive. I think it's really bad to have such a habit. If you hadn't explained it to me, I would have thought it had a problem with me. So, Fang Shizi, why don't you think about it and see if you can change this bad habit of Xiao Jialong? After all, what if Xiao Jialong's habit is misunderstood when you are not present? Maybe it will cause it to be clicked before it grows up. Who dares to mess with me and doesn't want to live anymore? The Black Flood Dragon originally wanted to refute such a sentence. Then I remembered that Lu Beichen didn't allow it to reveal its real body. It had no choice but to say directly to Lu Beichen, Master, you can figure it out yourself. 1. It's grown up. 2nd, it is the legendary Jiaolong, a powerhouse whose strength is the 3rd level of the Aperture Realm. 3rd, even if it rolls its eyes at other people, is misunderstood by others, and the two sides conflict, it is definitely not the one who suffers in the end. Lu Beichen knew this well. So he could only continue to make up, Your Majesty, in fact, I had the same idea as you at that time, trying to change Xiao Hei's habit. But it couldn't succeed at all, and then I asked Xiao Hei what was going on, and Xiao Hei said that this habit was born with it, and he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. I'll go, Master, can you talk a little more? The Black Flood Dragon was already powerless to complain, this habit of the gods is born, it's thanks to the Master for thinking it out. Fang Shizi, the little dragon you raised has rolled his eyes again. Empress Wu Mingkong said in a slightly pitiful tone, the flaws brought about by birth lead to frequent misunderstandings, so it should also feel helpless. It's not. Lu Beichen shook his head, and said, because so far, only that senior, my minister, and you have seen Xiao Hei. That is not bad. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, it's just that, Fang Shizi, you are not learning from that senior, are you? Raising a small dragon and hiding it, so that no one else will know about it. Lu Beichen was stunned, and said, that's right, Wei Chen really wants to raise Xiao Hei quietly, and then surprise everyone. Black Flood Dragon. That speaks like it's true. If not for the parties. Wrong, if the dragon in question hadn't been this seat, I would have believed in your evil master. Empress Wu Mingkong's eyes lit up, and said, Fang Shizi, your idea is not bad. If the little flood dragon can grow up, it will definitely shock many people when it makes its appearance again. Yes, yes. Lu Beichen couldn't make it up anymore. He quickly changed the subject and said, by the way, Your Majesty the Empress, is there something important for you to come to see Beichen so late? Fang Shizi, look at what you said. Empress Wu Mingkong asked back, could it be that I can't come to you because I'm fine? After a pause, she continued, however, when I came to you, I did have something to talk about. Lu Beichen nodded and said, please tell me, Beichen is listening. Well, according to the news sent back by the court's spies from Kongming Tiangong, Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, has brought people to God's capital. Empress Wu Mingkong said solemnly, and when they set off, they shouted the slogan of Yu and Qiangguo, or in other words, Yu and Zhen will never die. Is there such a thing? Lu Beichen asked, Your Majesty, is it convenient for you to say what slogan it is? What's the inconvenience of this? I believe that it won't be long before relevant news will spread throughout the entire Bazhu of the Sky Void realm. Empress Wu Mingkong said, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, Kongming Tiangong will win. Qiangguo will be destroyed. Empress Wu Mingkong must die. This is the slogan that the Kongming Tiangong army shouted when they went out. Ah this! Lu Beichen immediately scolded, Kongming Tiangong dares to be so defiant, do you really think they are guaranteed to win? I don't understand where Kongming Tiangong got the confidence to shout such a slogan. Empress Wu Mingkong expressed her worries, but since they have such confidence, have they found a way to break the guardian formation of the gods? This possibility does exist. Lu Beichen thought for a while and asked, I wonder if you have told Master Qiaoshi about this. I said it. Empress Wu Mingkong responded, the national teacher told me not to be suspicious. Because the old man has checked many times, and there is nothing wrong with the guardian formation of the gods. The national teacher is a person who has been here, and his old man said that there is no problem, so what are you afraid of? Lu Beichen comforted, you should relax and welcome this victory that represents the rise of the Qian kingdom. Of course, there was another sentence that he didn't say. That is, even if something goes wrong with the guardian formation of the gods, don't be afraid. And he, the so-called mysterious strongman of Jenny's palace, is in charge of the place. That's what it says. But I'm always a little uneasy. Empress Wu Mingkong said frankly, in order to relieve this emotion, I chose to come to Fang Shiza to relax now. Liu Beichen suddenly realized, no wonder you came to find Weichen so late, it turned out to be because of doubts in your heart. After a pause, he continued to ask, then, after some communication with Weichen, did it get any better? Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help smiling at Liu Beichen, and said, I have Fang Shiza by my side now, can it be good? Can you feel uneasy? Hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon seemed to have thought of something, and his face became a little weird. It suddenly looked forward to. If Empress Wu Mingkong knew that her master was the senior from the Chinese palace, and when she knew that it was already an adult dragon, how would she react? Chapter 204 A copy of the Emperor and number 039, S order to make the princes. Hearing Empress Wu Mingkong say this, Liu Beichen thought at first that Empress Wu Mingkong had discovered something. Or he didn't hide it well in some aspects, which exposed his role as the mysterious senior in the Chinese palace. Later, when he thought about it seriously, he realized that Empress Wu Mingkong was speaking politely. Your Majesty, you are joking. Liu Beichen sighed softly, and said, with this meager strength, sometimes I just want to help you, but it's also powerless. It's okay, as long as Fang Shiza has this heart. Empress Wu Mingkong explained, I don't know what's going on, I was still uneasy at first. Seeing Fang Shiza now, and talking to Fang Shiza, my heart immediately settled down. What? Does Weichen still have this function? Liu Beichen was taken aback for a moment, and said, anyway, it is my honor to be able to comfort you with the existence of this official. I should be honored. The Empress Wu Mingkong said sincerely, if it weren't for the presence of Prince Fang, I wouldn't even know how to get rid of the uneasiness in my heart. The Black Dragon's teeth were sour from hearing this. You are honored and I am honored? Master, Empress Wu Mingkong. Please, when you are thick and I am thick and affectionate, can you take this single dragon into consideration? Watching Empress Wu Mingkong leave happily, the Black Dragon couldn't help asking, Master, when are you going to tell Empress Wu Mingkong the truth? Liu Beichen responded, at the very least, I have to wait until my strength has returned to its former peak, about the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. The Black Flood Dragon nodded, and said, according to the recovery progress of your strength, Master, you should be leaving the 4th floor of Yuan Shen realm soon. In other words, it will soon be able to see the dramatic scene in which Empress Wu Mingkong is greatly shocked, or directly stunned. The Black Flood Dragon hesitated for a moment, and asked again, then you have kept it from her for so long, and when she learns the truth, will she blow up on the spot? Isn't it? Liu Beichen thought for a while, and said, shouldn't the little empress be very surprised to learn that her fiancé is so good? Hard to say. The Black Dragon disagreed and said, comparing your heart to your heart, if Xiaolong is her, if you suddenly learn such a shocking truth, I'm afraid you will be more frightened than pleasantly surprised. It seems so. Liu Beichen pondered, however, it is inconvenient for me to reveal the truth now, so I can only hide it from the little empress first. As for how she will react when she learns the truth, we'll talk about it then. After all, as her fiancé, I have such monstrous aptitude and powerful strength. For her, it should be considered a good thing, right? Okay, Master, you can figure it out yourself. Empress Wu Mingkong is your fiancé, not Xiaolong's fiancé. The Black Dragon teased, anyway, if you can calm her down by then there will be no problem. Okay. You actually talk to me in such a weird way. Liu Beichen glared at it, and said, could it be that you have been with me for a while, and you think I have a good temper, so you exposed your true nature? No no. The Black Dragon shook his head like a rattle, Xiaolong is just telling the truth, absolutely not trying to insinuate you. Really? Liu Beichen looked at it suspiciously, why doesn't it sound like it to me? Illusion. That's just your illusion. The Black Dragon quickly defended, Xiaolong is your mount, how dare he insinuate you? Is that so? Liu Beichen didn't intend to pursue it further, forget it, it's pointless to worry about it, we might as well spend our minds on cultivation. Master is wise. The Black Dragon complimented, Xiaolong here wishes you to restore your strength to about the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm as soon as possible, so as to give Empress Wu Mingkong a big surprise. Xiao He, what you said is wrong. Very wrong. Liu Beichen frowned and said, but if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. The Black Dragon said with some grievances, Master, is Xiaolong so wicked in your heart? Xiao He, I haven't accepted you as a mount for a long time. It's quite normal to not understand you, or to have some misunderstandings. Liu Beichen responded, when we get along for a long time, everything will be no problem. The Black Flood Dragon thought for a while, and agreed, Master, what you said makes sense. If it makes sense, this topic will end here. Liu Beichen responded, before the war in the capital of God has not yet come, I need to practice hard and see what level I can restore my strength to. As for you, you have just finished advancing, and you need to consolidate your strength, so let's do our own thing. Okay, master. Of course, the Black Flood Dragon with some emptiness in his heart had no objection to this. Besides, Qi Shinja, one of the elders of Kongming Tiangong. Although he instigated Guchens, the imperial palace official of the Qian kingdom, he made a great contribution. But he is not satisfied with the status quo, and is still very active in collecting relevant information about Qiangguo. And among these information, he discovered a very important thing. That is, Empress Wu Mingkong is very satisfied with and values Fang Chen, the son of Chinese prince. Therefore, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Do you want to arrest Fang Chen, the son of Prince Chinese? Then, use him to threaten the Empress Wu Mingkong? Or use him to threaten the Chinese palace not to intervene in the God capital war? Qi Shinja fell into deep thought. If Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong hadn't died one after another at the hands of the mysterious strongman from the Chinese prince's mansion, he wouldn't have even thought about it, and would have directly implemented this move. After thinking about it for a long time, Qi Shinja decided to do it to him. He bet that the so-called mysterious strongman in Chinese palace is not as strong as him. Because apart from Yuan Ziran, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, others don't know that his strength is actually stronger than Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong, and has reached the level of the great consummation of the king. Such a small warlord in the Chinese palace, a small force. Even if there is a powerful force hidden in the dark, it is impossible for a superpower to reach or surpass the great perfection of the king-conferring realm, right? This idea flashed in his mind. Qi Shinja wanted to capture Fang Chen, the heir son of Chinese prince, and tried to make another great contribution, and his idea became more and more determined. There is a saying in the ancients, coercing the emperor to order the princes. I am taking Fang Chen, the heir son of the prince of Chinese, to order the Empress Wu Mingkong, and to order the residence of the prince of Chinese. Having made up his mind, Qi Shinja quickly turned around and sped towards Huangzhuang where Lu Beichen was. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 205. Qi Shinja transformed himself into a masked man in black and sneaked into the imperial palace of Qian Kingdom. Perhaps because of his strength, no one could find his whereabouts at all. By the way, these guards at Qiangguo Huangzhuang are too rubbish, I feel like I'm in no man's land. Qi Shinja was very proud. Of course he can understand that this situation is not caused by the poor guards of Qiangguo Huangzhuang, but because of his too strong strength. In addition, Qi Shinja's heart suddenly moved at this moment, wondering if he had set his goal too small. The effect of capturing the Empress Wu Mingkong should be greater than capturing Fang Chen, the heir son of Chinese prince. Or, change the goal, turn around? Go to the palace of Qian Kingdom to capture the female emperor Wu Mingkong, and come to a real emperor to command the princes? This thought flashed through his mind, and Qi Shinja immediately denied it. After all, in the Crouching Tiger, hidden dragon in the palace of Qian Kingdom, no one knows what kind of strong man exists. For example, Shen Boyan, the national teacher of the Qian Kingdom, might not be his opponent. Therefore, the decision to go to Qiangguo Palace to capture the Empress Wu Mingkong is too risky. We should continue with the original goal and capture Fang Chen, the son of Prince Chinese. Thinking of this, Qi Shinja no longer hesitated, and his movement accelerated. Soon, he arrived at the information center, the courtyard where the son of Chinese Prince Fang Chen was. Besides, as a practitioner whose strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, Lu Beichen's spiritual consciousness is so powerful. Qi Shinja had just approached his yard when he spotted this unexpected visitor. Who are you? Lu Beichen couldn't help asking in a deep voice, the one who hides his head and tail? Why did you come to my yard? Who am I? You don't need to know, just know that I'm here for you. Qi Shinja first replied like this, and then he said with some doubts, by the way, Fang Shizi, how did you notice that I'm coming? He originally wanted to capture Chinese prince's son Fang Chen without anyone noticing. Who knew that the heir of Chinese prince Fang Chen would suddenly discover his whereabouts? What is happening? Could it be that the mysterious strongman from the Chinese palace protecting Fang Chen is nearby at the moment, and he sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen, reminding Fang Chen that I'm here? Lu Beichen didn't answer Qi Shinja's doubts. Instead, he responded in a serious manner, nonsense, you made such a big commotion, and the whole person is standing here carelessly. I'm not blind, so it's no wonder I can't see. Qi Shinja was stunned for a moment, he remembered that he didn't seem to make any movement just now, right? After thinking about it, Qi Shinja, who was puzzled in his heart, could only put his confusion aside. Fang Shizi, don't you wonder why I came to see you? Qi Shinja asked meaningfully. Not curious. Lu Beichen shook his head and responded, I never bother to guess what other people's actions mean. Because if you interrupt my practice without a suitable reason, the consequences will be very serious. So pretentious. It makes you look like a powerful master. Qi Shinja sneered, and said, summon the so-called strong man who protects you, Don't be too late, he won't have time to stop me from taking you away. The words fall. With all his energy, he observed the surroundings of the yard to prevent himself from being attacked. No way, no way. Beichen shook his head again, and responded, to deal with you, I am enough alone, why do you need other people's help? Fang Shizi, do you know what you are talking about now? Qi Shinja looked at Beichen with an absurd face, and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as I show off my momentum now, you won't be able to think of competing with me, understand? I understand. With this strength, you are indeed not a miscellaneous soldier. Beichen nodded and said, it's a pity that you are too old. If you are the same age as me, you will be about the same. Miscellaneous soldiers. You say I'm a miscellaneous soldier. At first Qi Shinja thought he had heard wrong. After reacting, he couldn't help laughing. Fang Shizi, are you serious? If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have even reached the great energy realm? How dare you call me a miscellaneous soldier? I have to say, this is really a big joke. In addition, do you feel that you can sleep peacefully since someone is protecting you in secret? You don't know that I am a super strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of king conferring realm. I am afraid that the so-called mysterious strong man in your Chinese palace is not my opponent. Have you laughed enough? Beichen said impatiently, if you want to take me away, then come here. Don't mess around here, it will make people look down on you. Hearing this, Qi Shinja stopped laughing. Immediately, he looked around with his divine sense in some doubt. Why did he reveal his true strength? Chinese prince's son Fang Chen can still be so calm and at ease? Could it be that the mysterious strongman who secretly protected Chinese prince's son Fang Chen still has the strength to compete with him? Therefore, Qi Shinja forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, cupped his hands towards the surroundings, and asked tentatively, Your Excellency, don't hide, can you show yourself? Hearing this, Beichen couldn't help but smiled mysteriously, and said, if you really want to see him, then I'll send you a word, far away in the sky, close in front of you. What do you mean? Qi Shinja asked with some doubts. That's what I mean. As Beichen said, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already by Qi Shinja's side. Qi Shinja was taken aback when he saw this. Because with his divine consciousness of the great perfection of the king's realm, he can't detect how the other party moves at all. Relating to what Beichen said just now, Qi Shinja couldn't help but asked in shock, aren't you Fang Chen? You, who are you? Fuck, the Fang Chen in front of me is not someone else pretending to be, right? Otherwise, how could Fang Chen, who has not even entered the great energy realm, have such a fast speed? Beichen didn't care so much, he was going to capture Qi Shinja directly. See if you can find out his origin and the purpose of arresting him. Qi Shinja didn't think too much about it, and hurriedly tried his best to slap Beichen. Due to the difference in strength between the two sides, Beichen easily deflected Qi Shinja's palm and restrained Qi Shinja. Qi Shinja was terrified by this. He is not an ordinary cultivator, but a super strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm. Now he couldn't even sustain a single move, so he lost to the opponent, also lost the ability to move? Made. The opponent is a super strong man whose strength is so much higher than him. But deliberately disguised himself as Fang Chen, the heir of the Chinese prince with low strength. Isn't this too disrespectful of martial arts? Chapter 206 Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger in the legend? The more he thought about it, the more Qi Shinja wanted to cry. He just wanted to make another great contribution before the Supreme Elder led the people to the capital of God. I never wanted to capsize in the gutter and meet an old monster who is good at camouflage. Who is your excellency? Qi Shinja asked unwillingly, why do you want to impersonate Chinese Prince Fang Chen? You think too much. Beichen responded noncommittally, I don't change my name when I'm in business, and I don't change my surname when I sit. Fang Chen, the son of Prince Chinese. Are you lying to me? Qi Shinja said in disbelief, the Prince of Chinese is only about 17 years old, how can he have such great strength? Lie to you. Beichen sneered, and said, do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you at this point? Qi Shinja was speechless. However, if Fang Chen, the heir son of the Chinese prince in front of him, is not pretended by someone else, how evil should his qualifications be? How can he cultivate his strength to the point where he can be defeated in seconds when he is only about 17 years old? By the way, that mysterious strong man from Chinese palace. Qi Shinja seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly realized, you just said that you are far away in the sky, but you are close in front of you, do you mean that? Beichen interjected, now, I won't hide it from you. That's right, I am the mysterious strongman from the Chinese prince's mansion. I see. Qi Shinja lost his mind and said, it seems that everyone has been deceived by you, Mr. Fang. Who would have thought that Fang Chen, the eldest son of Chinese prince, who was only around the age. It turned out to be a super strong man who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and whose strength is far beyond that of the great perfection of the king-conferred realm. Then what do you want to do to me? Qi Xin asked calmly. Tell me your origin and the purpose of coming here. Liu Beichen responded, then, I'll think about what to do with you. Qi Shinja thought for a while, his own life was in the hands of Fang Chen now, so it didn't matter if he said it. So he briefly talked about his origin and the purpose of wanting to catch Liu Beichen. Qi Shinja, the elder of Kongming Tiangong. Liu Beichen nodded and asked, is there anything else you haven't said? Qi Shinja replied, Fang Shizi, I have said everything that needs to be said. Perhaps he was lucky enough to hide the fact that he had instigated rebellion against Jianguo's imperial palace to enshrine Guqins. Really? Liu Beichen smiled slightly and said, I don't believe it. Qi Shinja felt bad. He only heard him say in horror, Fang Shizi, don't be fooled. Not only did Liu Beichen not reply, but he also searched Qi Shinja without hesitation. As a cautious person, of course we have to use this method to verify it. However, what Liu Beichen didn't expect was, he tried to search Qi Shinja's soul without success. Once a person from Kongming Tiangong becomes a high-level person, he must enter the forbidden area. Then, set a prohibition that if someone searches for the soul, he will explode on the spot. Qi Shinja smiled miserably, and said, Fang Shizi, you are going to waste all your efforts. As soon as the words fell, his whole body exploded immediately, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Looking at the courtyard destroyed by the powerful shock wave in front of him, Liu Beichen felt a little lucky. If it wasn't for his quick reaction. Now he's probably, maybe slightly injured? Fuck, there are such anti-human restrictions. Liu Beichen couldn't help complaining in his heart, the evil Kongming Tiangong really shouldn't exist in this world. The black flood dragon climbed out of the ruins with a dazed expression, and asked, Master, what happened just now? It just arranged a small formation to consolidate its own strength. Why was it suddenly buried in the rubble? Liu Beichen responded calmly, just now a guy who is stronger than the miscellaneous soldiers came to trouble me, I restrained him, and then blew himself up. Looking at the ruined courtyard, the black dragon was quite speechless. By the way, Master, do you have any misunderstandings about miscellaneous soldiers? Self-detonation can have this kind of power? The strength of the incoming person is at least around the level of Daifeng King Realm Dzogchen, right? After thinking about it from another angle, the black dragon felt that what Liu Beichen said was really normal. After all, Liu Beichen can subdue it. If you are under the age, you will cultivate your strength to the existence of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Master, this is the Emperor's village of Jian Kingdom, right? The black dragon calmed down and said, do you want to find a reason or an excuse to explain this matter? Liu Beichen answered very simply, isn't it okay if I push all of this to that so-called senior? Just now a masked man in black sneaked into my yard, trying to plot against me, and was discovered by his old man. Then the old man had a big fight with the masked man in black. One of them didn't pay attention and accidentally knocked out the masked man in black. Afterwards, something happened to his old man, he brushed off his clothes, hid his achievements and fame, and left without saying anything. Look, isn't my weaving very good? Very good. Black Flood Dragon. To be honest, it was really good. If it didn't know that the so-called senior was its master, it would definitely believe its master's nonsense. And Qi Shinja's self-explosion made a lot of noise. So whether it was the guards of Huang Chuang, or Qin Zhengqing and others, they all rushed over. When everyone asks what happened to Liu Beichen didn't blush, and without a heartbeat, he pushed all of this to the senior in the Chinese palace he played. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasped. Fortunately, there is that senior. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fu Xiao quickly looked Liu Beichen up and down, and asked with great concern, My lord, are you okay? Do you need Qin Gongfeng to help you check and see if you have been secretly injured? Yes. Qin Zhengqing also echoed with concern, Xiao is right, my son, how about I help you take a look? Need not. Don't worry, I'm fine. Liu Beichen responded, that senior is so powerful, if I really suffered some hidden injury, he will definitely tell me on the spot. Therefore, since the old man didn't make a sound, then I don't have any secret injuries. Fu Xiao and Qin Zhengqing thought about it too. The strength of that senior far exceeds them. Therefore, the old man is probably much more aware of Shiza's physical condition than they are. Not only them, but everyone else present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Fang Chen is the future heir of the Chinese palace and the link between the Chinese palace and the Qian Kingdom court. Once something happens, whether it is for the Chinese palace or the Qian Kingdom court, it is a great loss. Chapter 207 The Attacking Empress. Because Liu Beichen's original yard became ruins, it was impossible to live there. The guards of Qiangguo Huangzhuang had to arrange another residence for Lu Beichen. Before Lu Beichen left, he seemed to think of something, and said to Qin Zhengqing, by the way, Qin Gongfu, please send someone to repair this place. Okay, Prince. Qin Zhengqing nodded and said, I guarantee that it will be restored exactly as before. Okay, then Lao Qin will be enshrined. Not long after Lu Beichen went to the new residence, Fu Xiao came quietly. What are you trying to do? Lu Beichen asked with some vigilance. My lord, why are you so guarded against slaves? Fu Xiao bit her pink lips, and said, I just saw that you were too scared today, so I couldn't rest assured, so I came here specially to take a look. Really? Lu Beichen looked at her suspiciously, it doesn't look like it. My lord, are you suspicious of your servant? A mist welled up in Fu Xiao's eyes, and said, Wu Yu, this servant was just afraid that you would be overwhelmed and affect your happiness in the future, so you acted so overstepped. It's fine if you don't understand the good intentions of the servant, but you still don't believe what the servant said. I really complied with that sentence. I would have set my heart to the light, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. I believe you, okay. Lu Beichen reached out and rubbed the top of Fu Xiao's head, and comforted him, it doesn't matter if your usual words and deeds go too far, but the news of my attack should reach the ears of Her Majesty the Empress soon. I'm sure she won't be able to sit still, and she will come to visit me soon, and come to my place. So I'm afraid that when she sees some unsuitable pictures for children, it will be bad. Is that so? Fu Xiao said with a guilty conscience, I'm sorry, my lord, but this servant has never thought about this. After a pause, she argued, however, isn't your worry a bit unnecessary? Because the servant girl is not going to do anything to you. Is it? Lu Beichen responded perfunctorily, that's good. Not suitable for children. Fu Xiao rolled her eyes, approached Lu Beichen, exhaled like blue, and said, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, words come from the heart. Are you holding back so hard that images that are not suitable for children appear in your mind? Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, then he stretched out his hand angrily and tapped Fu Xiao's white and smooth forehead lightly, and said, a word I said casually was misinterpreted by you like this. Is the servant girl wrong? Fu Xiao first asked a rhetorical question to prove it. Immediately, she stuck out her tongue and said, forget it, this servant will leave now, so as not to be bumped by the Empress and misunderstand that this servant is doing something shameful with you in the room. The words fall. Without waiting for Lu Beichen to respond, she left quickly with a silver bell-like laughter and a gust of fragrant wind. Lu Beichen. To be honest, for Fu Xiao, the little goblin who teases him all the time. If he is not strong enough, he really can't grasp it. Besides, things turned out as Lu Beichen expected. Empress Wu Mingkong immediately came to visit Lu Beichen with a fruit basket after receiving the news of Lu Beichen's attack. Empress Wu Mingkong put the fruit basket in her hand on the table, and asked with concern, Fang Shizi, are you okay? Fine. Lu Beichen shook his head, and used his fabricated rhetoric to fool Empress Wu Mingkong. Empress Wu Mingkong has no doubts about him. She breathed a sigh of relief, and said, fortunately, that senior is here, otherwise, I really dare not think about what will happen. After a pause, she then said regretfully, it's all because I didn't think carefully, and didn't arrange more people to protect your safety in advance. Your Majesty the Empress is serious. Who would have imagined that people from Kongming Tiangong would target Beichen? Lu Beichen comforted, besides, isn't there nothing wrong with Beichen? What's more, there is that senior who is secretly protecting this official, no one can threaten the safety of this official, right? That's true. A look of admiration flashed across Empress Wu Mingkong's pretty face, even the uninvited guest who is the great consummation of the king-conferred realm can blow up, that senior's cultivation is really too strong. In addition, since the person here has the strength to reach the great consummation of the king-conferred realm, he must be one of the high-ranking members of Kongming Tiangong. His old man can solve it, it can be regarded as eliminating a powerful enemy for Qiangguo. It's just a coincidence. Lu Beichen responded, who told someone to set their target on Beichen, and just happened to meet the senior who protected Beichen. Fang Shizi, from what you said, the person here is really unlucky. Empress Wu Mingkong said with emotion, there is an example where the two guardians of Kongming Mingtian Palace died one after another in the hands of that senior, how dare he still dare to attack you? Should I say his courage is commendable? Or is his courage commendable? He probably has too much confidence in his own strength. Lu Beichen guessed, after all, as a strong man whose strength has reached the great consummation of the king-conferred realm, there will not be too many practitioners in Bisu of the Skyvoid realm who can compete with him. But he happened to meet that senior with unpredictable strength. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled and said, in the end, it's because of his unlucky luck. Her Majesty the Empress said so. Lu Beichen first echoed this. Immediately, he pointed to the fruit basket on the table and said, by the way, I haven't asked you what it is. I'm here to comfort you. Empress Wu Mingkong responded subconsciously, when you visit others, don't you all do this? No. Liu Beichen thought for a while and said, bringing a fruit basket, is that the way to visit patients? Is there such a saying? Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, why don't I seem to have heard of it? Liu Beichen responded, maybe the customs are different in each place. Wrong and wrong. It doesn't matter if he's customary or not. Empress Wu Mingkong took out an orange from the fruit basket, peeled it, and handed it to Liu Beichen. Fang Shizi, I have eaten it before and found it delicious, try it. Her movements are like flowing clouds and flowing water, very natural. Liu Beichen froze for a moment, then took it pretending to be flattered, put it in his mouth and ate it. Well, the taste of this orange seems to be similar to the previous life. It was the first time Liu Beichen ate oranges since he traveled to the fantasy world. Of course, it's not that the fantasy world lacks the fruit of oranges. It's something that doesn't help his cultivation, and he never thought of paying attention to it. It's pretty good, juicy and sweet. Liu Beichen praised. Fang Shizi, then you should eat more. Empress Wu Mingkong felt an inexplicable, unexplainable sense of shyness. In other words, she even forgot how long she hadn't done such an intimate move towards someone like now. Chapter 208 Unexpected News. Master, our flying fleet in Kongming Tiangong has added a lot of little tales recently. On the flagship King Tianzhou, Chen Yuxi respectfully asked the great elder Ling Fanbo, I wonder if I should bring someone to solve them. It's not necessary. Ling Fanbo denied, this time our Kongming Tiangong's expedition to the country is very important. Before the Empress Wu Mingkong is killed and the Chinese palace is destroyed, there should be no extra problems. Chen Yuxi said a little unwillingly, then we let them follow behind like this, turning a blind eye. They like to follow, let them follow. Ling Fanbo responded, the elder Taizhang said not long ago that not only should Jian Kingdom become a stepping stone to revive the prestige of our Kongming Tiangong, but also use this to deter those who dared to disrespect our Kongming Tiangong in the past. The battle of the gods is about to break out. This is a scene for our Kongming Tiangong to show its strength. The more audiences, the better. If you think about it seriously, keeping these little tales to help us promote the publicity is actually very good. Of course, there are some things he didn't say. That is, if he and Yuan Ziren don't make a move, other people in the flying fleet will face these little tales, and there is a certain risk. It was not easy for him to receive Chen Yuxi, a relatively satisfied apprentice, and he didn't want any accidents to happen to Chen Yuxi. Chen Yuxi thought so too. Seeing that the war in God's capital is imminent, it is indeed not appropriate to make extra troubles at this time. Besides, without the audience, who would know the awesomeness of Kongming Tiangong? Master said so. Chen Yuxi nodded, and complimented, you are still thoughtful. Stop talking about that. Ling Fanbo seemed to have remembered something, and asked, didn't I ask you to arrange someone to contact Elder Qi? How is the contact going? Failed to make contact. Chen Yuxi shook his head, and responded, Elder Qi is very strange, he seems to have disappeared, and there has been no news of him. What? How could this be? The expression on Ling Fanbo's face instantly became serious, could it be that something happened to Elder Qi? I don't know. Chen Yuxi responded with a wry smile, the people sent by the disciples can't contact Elder Qi, and they don't even know what's going on with Elder Qi. No reason. Ling Fanbo said strangely, Elder Qi is just lurking in the god capital of the Qian Kingdom, and when our army from the Kongming Tiangong arrives, we will come to cooperate with the inside and outside. According to reason, it is impossible for him to have any accident. In addition, the elder Taizhang revealed to him that the real strength of Elder Qi has reached the point of the great consummation of the King realm. Even if the traces of the traces are accidentally exposed, they should be able to escape from the god capital of Qiangguo safely. Tuer is also very confused about this matter. Chen Yuxi said with a puzzled expression, with Elder Qi powerful strength, it won't happen that there will be no news all of a sudden. Now we're in big trouble. Ling Fanbo frowned and said, Elder Qi played a key role in our Kongming Tiangong's expedition to the god capital of Qian Kingdom. If I can't contact him, I'm afraid it will affect the situation of the battle. Before coming, the palace lord told him that the internal response of Kongming Tiangong and Qian Kingdom was instigated by Elder Qi. That's why he specifically ordered Chen Yuxi to send someone to contact Elder Qi. Didn't expect to be unable to get in touch now? Chen Yuxi was puzzled and said, although Elder Qi is strong, the person who can affect the situation of the battle is not the Supreme Elder. There are some inside stories that you don't know, that's why you say that. Ling Fanbo responded, Elder Qi will play a role in the upcoming Great War of Gods, definitely not less than Elder Taizhang. Chen Yuxi hesitated for a while, and asked for advice, Master, this disciple doesn't quite understand, can you explain it in detail? This, you will know when the time comes, it's not convenient for the teacher to say it. Ling Fanbo replied with some embarrassment, after all, only 4 people, including the teacher, the Supreme Elder, the Palace Master, and Elder Qi, know about this matter. All right. Chen Yuxi said with some disappointment, I understand. Yuxi, it's not that the teacher doesn't believe you. It's that this matter is too important, and it is related to the victory or defeat of our battle between Kongming Tiangong and Qian Kingdom. Ling Fanbo explained, as a teacher, I'm afraid that you will not pay attention. If you leak your word, both you and my master and apprentice will become sinners in Kongming Tiangong. Thank you, master. Teacher understands your approach. Hearing Ling Fanbo's words, Chen Yuxi couldn't help feeling cold behind her back, and didn't dare to continue exploring. If he happened to know such important information, he might be silenced. Ling Fanbo said with a look of relief, yeah, it's good that you can understand what you should do as a teacher. Chen Yuxi responded, because you have taught your disciples that sometimes it is rare to be confused, and you should never ask about things that should not be asked. Not bad. As the saying goes, blue comes from blue and is better than blue. As a teacher, I look forward to how far you can grow in the future. Ling Fanbo praised him first, and then said, okay, you can send some people to contact Elder Qi to see if there is really no reply from him. Yes, master. Watching Chen Yuxi leave after being ordered, Ling Fanbo's face became serious again. No. Elder Qi is concerned about whether he can destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of Qian Kingdom. What if something happened? Wouldn't the expeditionary army of Kongming Tiangong be blocked from the god capital of Qian Kingdom and return without success? If you can't get back the face of the Mingtian Palace in time and space, let alone say, you have to throw it to your grandma's house ashamed, became a big joke? This thought flashed in his mind. Ling Fanbo didn't care about it, and hurried to find Yuan Ziren to discuss the countermeasures. No way. Upon hearing the news suddenly, Yuan Ziren couldn't help being slightly taken aback. He originally wanted to wait until Shi Qi Shinja launched the internal response to instigate rebellion and destroyed the guardian formation of the god capital of the Qian Kingdom, so that he could lead the army of Kongming Tiangong to march straight in and kill the Empress Wu Mingkong. Who knew that Qi Shinja could not be contacted now? I have already asked Yuxi to send some people to contact Elder Qi. Ling Fanbo said that he was worried. It would be great if I could get in touch with Elder Qi. But if we can't get in touch, what should we do? Don't panic. Yuan Ziren thought for a while and said, perhaps Elder Qi didn't contact us because he was afraid of revealing his tracks. Ling Fanbo hesitated for a moment, then asked, Elder Supreme, what if something really happened to Elder Qi? A gleam flashed in Yuan Ziren's eyes, and he responded, if Elder Qi path fails, I can only try to see if the guardian formation of Qiangguo God capital is really as powerful as it is said in the legend. Chapter 209 The authorities are confused, bystanders are clear. After returning from visiting Lu Beichen, the Empress Wu Mingkong kept smiling vaguely at the corner of her mouth. Because as she took the initiative to attack, the relationship between her and Fang Chen seemed to break through a layer of barriers, and the relationship between the two parties went further and became closer. And the inexplicable uneasiness in Empress Wu Mingkong's heart had dissipated long ago without a trace. After all, Shen Boyan, the national teacher of the Qian Kingdom, personally assured that there is no problem with the guardian formation in the capital of God, and it is indestructible. Coupled with the backing of the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion, who can easily blow up even its Oakchan powerhouse in the king-conferring realm, she couldn't think of any reason to worry about the upcoming battle of the gods. Li Weiwei entered the imperial study room, and saw Empress Wu Mingkong's little daughter's posture. She couldn't help being stunned, thinking, why does Her Majesty the Empress seem to be a different person recently? Could it be that the power of love is really so great, can easily change a person's personality? In addition, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Her Majesty, the unsmiling Empress, would sit there alone and giggle. Besides, her arrival did not attract Empress Wu Mingkong's attention, so Li Weiwei could only salute respectfully, I have seen Her Majesty the Empress. Hearing her words, Empress Wu Mingkong came back to her senses and said, oh, Commander Li is here. No need to be polite. Li Weiwei. If she keeps silent, will Her Majesty still ignore her arrival? This thought flashed through her mind, and Li Weiwei felt sore and uncomfortable. Your Majesty the Empress, when you fell in love, did you forget about the friendship you have had for so many years? Commander Li, why are you just looking at me like this if you don't speak? Empress Wu Mingkong asked puzzledly, is there something wrong with me? It's so wrong. You have fallen into the river of love and cannot extricate yourself. Li Weiwei thought so in her heart, but she responded in her mouth, I don't know why, I feel that you are more radiant and energetic. Is it anything else? Empress Wu Mingkong stretched out her hand to caress her pretty face, and said, maybe it's the result of my strength advancing to the 5th level of the king-conferring realm. What? Li Weiwei exclaimed, Your Majesty, your current strength has reached the 5th level of the king-conferring realm. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, that's right, probably stimulated by that senior's supernatural power, My strength has been raised by 3 ranks in succession since the battle on the banks of the Liuhe River. After being confirmed, Li Weiwei couldn't help saying with admiration, Empress Wu Mingkong, you are really amazing. She said this sincerely, without any false elements. Because in her opinion, Empress Wu Mingkong is only around the age of about dash, and being able to cultivate her strength to the 2nd level of the king conferring realm is already very impressive. Not to mention that it can be promoted to the 5th level of the current king conferred realm. This is simply not ordinary heaven-defying. As usual, after hearing Li Weiwei's compliment, Empress Wu Mingkong was more or less proud. It can be seen that the senior in Chinese Palace played by Liu Beichen killed the left and right 2 guardians of Kongmingtian Palace, which was as easy as killing a cat and a dog. She felt that her current achievements did not seem to be very good. Therefore, Empress Wu Mingkong responded with a wry smile, what a ghost. With my current strength of only the 5th level of the king conferring realm, I'm afraid I can only play a soy sauce role in the upcoming battle of God's capital. Your Majesty, you are too modest. Li Weiwei disagreed and said, if you don't talk about the Void Realm, you can talk about the entire Bizhu. In terms of aptitude and strength, there are not many who can compete with you. Even I have never heard of a practitioner who can compare to you among my peers. It's not because I'm too modest. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head, and said, Commander Li, you were the one who reported the news of Fang Shi's attack just now. The battle of the gods has not yet come, and a super strong man with the strength of the king conferred great perfection has fallen from the Kongming Tiangong. If you were Zhen, on the premise of knowing this kind of news, would you feel complacent that your strength has reached the 5th level of the king conferring realm? That's what it says. But think about it carefully, what you said is not quite right. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, with your current strength at the 5th level of the king conferred realm, you may not be able to play a decisive role in the upcoming battle of God's capital. But don't forget, your current age is just that. If I can give you time to grow up, no matter whether it is the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong, the senior of Chinese Palace, or Tang Zhiji, the old palace master of Kongming Tiangong, they may not be your opponents. Empress Wu Mingkong pondered for a while, and said, well, Commander Li, you are right, but I am a bit confused and have fallen into a misunderstanding. That's right, she is still young, so she is not as powerful as Yuan Ziran, the Grand Elder of Kongmingtian Palace, the senior of Chinese Palace, and Tang Zhiji, the old palace lord of Kongmingtian Palace. But if she is given time to grow up, she will definitely be able to overwhelm these strong men and stand on the pinnacle of the Sky Void Realm. Your Majesty the Empress, you are obsessed with the authorities, and the bystanders will understand that sentence. Li Weiwei once again said with admiration, from the humble point of view, you can now have the cultivation base of the 5th level of the king conferring realm, which is really amazing. All right. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, I believe you didn't deliberately flatter me. After a pause, she continued to ask, by the way, you have been here for so long, and you haven't said anything about looking for me. As soon as these words came out, Li Weiwei woke up like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. I saw Li Weiwei reached out and patted her white and smooth forehead, and responded a little embarrassedly, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, the humble job is too shocking to your qualifications and strength, and I almost forgot the business. Fine. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hands indifferently, and said, you can tell the so-called business now. Okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Li Weiwei responded respectfully, according to the news from the front, the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong has entered our Qian kingdom, and the officials and soldiers along the way are all asking if they want to attack it. Beichen hurriedly came to see you this time, just to ask your opinion on this. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, and then ordered, Commander Li, after a while, you will pass on an order to tell them not to pay attention to the expedition army from Kongming Tiangong, just pretend they can't see it. Anyway, the decisive battle is on Chengdu's side, and she doesn't want the officials and soldiers of the country to make unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 210 A Creepy Thought. Yuxi, what's the matter? Have you not contacted Elder Qi until now? Seeing that the army from Kongmingtian Palace was about to reach the god capital of Jian Kingdom, and there was still no news from Qi Xinjia, Ling Fanbo couldn't help feeling a little restless. Although with Yuan Ziran's strength as high as the 8th level of the Aperture Realm, it may not be impossible to forcibly break the guardian formation of the god capital of the Jian Kingdom. But it would be the best if Qi Xinjia's nephew, who instigated rebellion, could follow the original plan and inadvertently destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of Jian Kingdom. I don't know. Chen Yuxi shook his head with a wry smile, and said, no matter how many people I sent to contact Elder Qi, I couldn't get in touch with him. After a pause, he continued, Master, something may have happened to Elder Qi. Yuxi, don't draw conclusions yet. Ling Fanbo stabilized his mind, and said, actually, I have gone to the Elder Taishang about this matter. He said that perhaps the martial law is being enforced in the capital of the gods of the country. Elder Qi is afraid of revealing his identity, so he didn't contact us. Therefore, we have to wait until we reach the outside of God's capital of Qian Kingdom before we can confirm whether something happened to Elder Qi. All right. Chen Yuxi nodded, and said, at this point, we can only hope that Elder Qi will not be able to contact him because of the reason you mentioned. Correct. At this time, Ling Fanbo seemed to have remembered something, and asked, after the army of our Kongming Tiangong entered the Qian Kingdom, how did the journey go smoothly, and no one came out to stop it? Tuer also feels very strange. Chen Yuxi responded with a strange expression, according to reason, even if the officials and practitioners of the Qian Kingdom are afraid of our Kongming Tiangong's expedition army, it will not be the case now. How should I put it? Well, yes, they all seem to be blind. They didn't react at all when they saw our army from Kongming Tiangong going to the god capital of Qiangguo. Something wrong. Definitely a problem. Ling Fanbo guessed, if they are not organizing a large-scale attack against us behind the scenes, they may have received some orders from the top of the Qian Kingdom, such as the order from the Empress Wu Mingkong, to let our expeditionary army from the Kongming Tiangong go to the god capital of the Qian Kingdom. After all, it's no surprise that the upcoming war in God's capital is the key battle that will determine who wins and who loses between Kongming Tiangong and Qiangguo. Master said so. Chen Yuxi first echoed this respectfully. Immediately, he stated his conclusion, Tuer thinks the latter one is the most likely. Because, as you said, the upcoming battle of Shendu is the key battle that will determine who wins and who loses between Kongming Tiangong and Qiangguo, so it doesn't make much sense for them to organize a large-scale attack against us behind the scenes. Makes sense. Ling Fanbo took it seriously and said, probably the female Emperor Wu Mingkong gave the order not to stop us from Kongming Tiangong to go to the god capital of Qian Kingdom. Speaking of Empress Wu Mingkong, Chen Yuxi was very puzzled and said, she went back to the gods of Qiangguo without fear. Could it be that she's not afraid of the Supreme Elder, or our army from Kongming Tiangong? As the saying goes, people with high skills are bold. Empress Wu Mingkong has unparalleled aptitude and extraordinary strength. It's quite normal for her to have such courage. Ling Fanbo responded, also, this is more of the confidence given to her by the legendary Qiangguo God's Guardian Array. Master, it's not that disciples don't believe in the ability of the Supreme Elder. Chen Yuxi hesitated for a moment, and said, as far as I know, the legendary Qiangguo God guards the formation and is extremely powerful. Can the old man really break it? Hard to say. Ling Fanbo responded, who said that since the establishment of the Qian Kingdom for so many years, no one has ever tried the edge of the Qian Kingdom's gods guarding the formation. Of course, we'll have to wait and see whether the Supreme Elder can forcefully destroy the guardian formation of the gods of all nations. Speaking of this, he hoped that nothing would happen to Qi Shinja. Originally, it was a matter of certainty to use the inner power to break the guardian formation of the gods of the country. It can be frustrating to suddenly become unknown. Chen Yuxi just wanted to ask, what should I do if the Supreme Elder fails to break the guardian formation of the gods of the country? All turned around and returned in vain? Afterwards, he felt that this was a little bit of aspirations for the country and destroyed the prestige of the elders. Therefore, he could only nod his head and said, yeah, Tuer understands. Yuxi, don't think too much. Ling Fanbo persuaded, just do your job well. Watching Chen Yuxi's leaving back, Ling Fanbo couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. Fortunately, the elder Taishang is nominally the leader of the army going out to the Kongming Tiangong. In fact, he practiced diligently in the room all the way, and he didn't care at all when he was the shopkeeper. As a result, as the second person in the army of the Kongming Tiangong expedition, he can only take over these miscellaneous things and delay his own practice. Forget it, anyway, the Supreme Elder has always been a generous person, and he will definitely compensate me afterwards. After Ling Fanbo comforted himself, he felt much better after wondering. Besides, the expedition army from Kongming Tiangong is about to reach the capital of God. Therefore, Shen Boyan, the national teacher of the Qian Kingdom, gathered all the people who presided over the guardian formation of the gods, so as not to be too late to activate the guardian formation of the gods. My lord, what happened? Guchens couldn't help asking nervously. There is no way, he has a ghost in his heart at this moment, and he is extremely sensitive to any trouble. Shen Boyan did not doubt him. Because other people at the scene also had more or less similar reactions to Guchens. Without him, we have to be more cautious about the fact that the army from Kongming Tiangong came to attack Shendu this time. Shen Boyan responded, therefore, Gu Gongfeng, and all colleagues present, I hope that you will not be too far away from the eyes of the formation guarding the gods during this period of time. After a pause, he then asked, please tell me loudly, can you do it? Guchens and others were stunned for a moment, and then they all responded in unison, yes, Master Kuashi. At the same time, Guchens couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Made, Shen Boyan's precautionary actions startled him. Did he almost think that the fact that he served as an internal response to Kongming Tiangong had been exposed? Then, Shen Boyan was planning to kill him before the battle, to eliminate future troubles, and to boost morale by the way. Fortunately, things are not as he imagined. Master Kuashi, in order to repay your kindness for scaring me just now, I decided to find a few more loopholes about the guardian formation of the gods, so that the guardian formation of the gods will collapse faster. Gu Jun's had a respectful expression on the surface, but actually a creepy thought flashed in his heart. Chapter 211 System, Yudon and number 039, T want me to lose, do you? On this day, while Empress Wu Mingkong was still approving the memorial, Li Weiwei came in and reported that according to the news from the spies ahead, the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong was not far away from God. Is the Great War in God's capital finally coming? Empress Wu Mingkong's eyes flashed brightly, and she ordered, Commander Li, pass on an order that, except for those who preside over the formation, no one else is allowed to approach the place where the formation is set up until the great battle of the gods is over. Otherwise, all the consequences will be at your own risk. Clear. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and asked, Your Majesty, is there a martial law in the capital of the gods, and people are forbidden to move around? It doesn't have to be. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while and replied, Everything can be done as usual. So that everyone can see the power of the gods guarding the formation, and strengthen everyone's confidence in the future of the Qian kingdom. Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Li Weiwei said respectfully, the humble officer will pass the order. In other words, she also wanted to see how powerful the legendary guardian formation of the gods was. And many more. Empress Wu Mingkong stopped Li Weiwei and asked, Does the national teacher know the news? Before I came to see you, I sent someone to notify the master of the state teacher. Li Weiwei responded, It is estimated that the master of the national teacher may be summoning the people who will preside over the formation at this moment, and prepare to fight. That's good. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded in satisfaction and said, Commander Li, you really deserve to be my right-hand man, you really stand out. You are rude. Li Weiwei said modestly, Master National Teacher has been preparing for the battle, and he has his own eyes and ears. He probably has heard the news a long time ago. Perhaps it's just superfluous to do so in a humble position. Don't be afraid of dash, just be afraid of what happens. I don't think your actions are superfluous. Empress Wu Mingkong disagreed, I don't know if the national teacher has been under a lot of pressure recently, but the old man is actually practicing hard, trying to strengthen his own strength. As a result, I am a little worried that the guardian formation of the gods will not be able to operate in time before the arrival of the army from the Kongming Tiangong. Now that you have sent someone to inform him, it has added a guarantee to us. Master National Teacher has been practicing diligently recently, and I have heard about it. Li Weiwei nodded, and said, the old man's strength has unexpectedly increased by 1 level, and he has reached the 2nd level of the out-of-aperture realm, and his confidence has greatly increased. Is this why he started to practice hard? But I think it's just because the national teacher has accumulated a lot of money. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled wryly and said, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. It is simply impossible for the old man to improve his strength to the point where he can compete with the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong before the battle. Li Weiwei asked uncertainly, Your Majesty the Empress, what do you mean? The national teacher is a little dazed. It's obvious. Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, and said, I have raised this issue with the national teacher, he doesn't take it seriously. Since you can't persuade me, then don't persuade me. Li Weiwei said, it doesn't matter whether Master Kuashi is in a daze or not, and whether his strength can be raised to the point where he can compete with the Supreme Elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong before the battle, as long as there is no problem with the guardian formation of Shendu, we don't need to panic. Empress Wu Mingkong thought so too. The sky is falling, and it is supported by the guardian formation of the gods. No matter how bad it is, there is the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion as the backing, so there won't be any problems. This thought flashed in my mind, and the trace that surged up in Empress Wu Mingkong's heart disappeared again. Okay, without further ado, Commander Li asked you to deliver the order. Empress Wu Mingkong said fiercely, after the order is issued, whoever dares to approach the place where the Divine City Guardian Array is arranged will be arrested as a suspicious element. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Li Weiwei accepted the order and left with a respectful face. Watching Li Weiwei's leaving back, Empress Wu Mingkong suddenly lost the mood to approve the memorial. After all, winning or losing the Shendu War is related to the future of Qian Kingdom in her life and death. No, I have to go to the national teacher to have a look to be at ease. Empress Wu Mingkong quickly packed up the memorials on the table, and then began to go to the place where the guardian array was arranged in the capital of the gods. In fact, Li Weiwei forgot to mention the news that the army from Kongming Tiangong was about to arrive in the capital of God. Not only did she send someone to notify Qianguo Kuashi Shen Boyan, but she also sent someone to notify Lu Beichen. Maid, these guys from Kongming Tiangong came a little too fast. My strength has now returned to the 6th level of the out-of-aperture realm. Liu Beichen was full of displeasure and said, System, come out for a while, isn't my bloodline all transformed into a chaotic demon heart body? Why is my cultivation speed so slow? The Destiny's villain system responded angrily, Host, you are so unscrupulous. As long as the strength of every practitioner has reached the state of leaving the body, if he wants to continue to break through, there will be many difficulties. You can improve your strength from the 5th level of the aperture realm to the 6th level of the aperture realm in such a short period of time. It's already very good, don't you know? Know what a ghost? Liu Beichen said disapprovingly, I have heard that Shen Boyan, the national master of the Qian kingdom, has recently improved his strength from the 1st level of the aperture realm to the 2nd level of the aperture realm. Could it be that his bloodline is about the same as my Chaos Devil's heart and Dao body? Host, please don't secretly change the concept. The Destiny villain system retorted, How old is he? How old are you? Do you have the nerve to compare yourself with him? Besides, you don't ask how long he has stayed in the out-of-aperture realm, and his strength has been raised to a level, is it strange? That's what it says. But my strength is indeed improving slowly. Liu Beichen said meaningfully, System, since I am your host, you don't want me to be defeated by Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, right? This. The Destiny villain system responded, Host, I certainly don't want you to be defeated by the supreme elder Yuan Ziren of Kongming Tiangong when you appear on the stage. Hearing this, Liu Beichen immediately stated his purpose, Well, how about lending me some destiny points so that I can raise my strength a few more levels? After a long circle, it turns out that you want to encourage me to change the rules again. The Destiny villain system first said something like this suddenly. Immediately, it said resolutely, Host, I'm afraid your efforts will be in vain. Also, let me reiterate once again, the rules are the rules, I will not change it, and I can't change it. Liu Beichen. Drunk? The Destiny villain system he is bound to now is not only a joke, his behavior is extremely unscrupulous, but he is also a stubborn old man who doesn't know how to adapt. Well, there are a lot of disadvantages. It seems that compared with the golden fingers of other traversers, it doesn't seem to have much advantage. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 212. Seeing the Empress Wu Mingkong coming, Shen Boyan and others couldn't help saluting her, I have seen your majesty the Empress. Exemption. Empress Wu Mingkong waved her hand and said, I heard that everyone is here, so I came here to take a look. Your majesty, you have a heart. Shen Boyan said, as soon as I received the news that the army from the Kongming Tiangong was about to arrive, I summoned all my colleagues who presided over the Guardian Formation of the Gods. Now, with just an order from Beichen, the Guardian Formation of Gods capital can be opened immediately. National teacher, of course I can rest assured that you are doing things. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, I just don't know when do you think it's more appropriate to activate the Guardian Array of the capital of God. That's it. Shen Boyan thought for a while, and responded, the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong will reach the outside of Chengdu in less than an hour. That's why Beichen is going to activate the Guardian Array of the capital of the gods now, so as not to cause any accidents due to long nights and dreams. Master, I agree with your approach. The Empress Wu Mingkong thought it was true and said, although it is a waste of spirit stones to say that opening the Guardian Formation of the Divine City ahead of time. But for the sake of prudence, it's still worth it. Your Majesty the Empress is wise. Shen Boyan said to everyone present, my colleagues, I believe you have also heard the conversation between the old man and His Majesty the Empress. It's not too late, let's activate the Guardian Formation of the capital of God, and prepare to face the army of Kongming Tiangong. Everyone at the scene responded respectfully in unison, yes, Master National Teacher. With the opening of the Guardian Formation, a blue energy shield suddenly flashed over the sky of Chengdu. It looks very beautiful, but I don't know if its power is as powerful as in the legend. Empress Wu Mingkong sighed, since I grew up, this is the first time I have seen the opening of the Great Guardian Formation of the Gods. You want to know the power of the gods guarding the formation? Shen Boyan smiled slightly and said, Beichen can help you try it. Empress Wu Mingkong asked curiously, how about trying to see it? Beichen's strength has now reached the 2nd level of the out-of-aperture realm, which is relatively strong in the Basu of the Sky Void realm. Shen Boyan responded, as for how to try it out, of course I should go outside and use all my strength to attack the Guardian Formation in the capital of God to see how strong the defense is. Empress Wu Mingkong's eyes lit up, and said, okay, then I will trouble the national teacher to test it. No trouble, no trouble. Shen Boyan responded, if you don't tell me, I also want to know whether the Guardian Formation of the Gods is still as powerful as before. The words fall. He asked the person in charge of the Chengdu formation to let him go. Then, when he reached the outside of Chengdu, he began to use the spiritual power in his body with all his strength, and sent a sharp blow towards the guardian formation of Shendu. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the blue circle of light shrouded in the sky of Shendu only wavered slightly, and then returned to its original shape. When Shen Boyan came back from outside the divine city, the smile on his face never stopped. Your Majesty, the guardian formation of the divine capital is all right. The full blow of the servant didn't even hurt the fur of the guardian formation of the divine capital. Empress Wu Mingkong echoed with satisfaction, as the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing, I am completely at ease now. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, Gujins, who was presiding over one of the great formations in the capital city, couldn't help flashing an inexplicable look in his eyes that was not noticed by others. Besides, the expedition army from Kongming Tiangong came faster than Empress Wu Mingkong and Shen Boyan expected. Looking at the god capital of Qiangguo shrouded in the blue light circle, Ling Fanbo couldn't help but look cold, and said, I didn't expect that the guardian array of the god capital opened quite quickly. Empress Wu Mingkong probably received the news that our army from Kongming Tiangong is about to arrive. Chen Yuxi next to him speculated, otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to waste so many spirit stones. That makes sense. Ling Fanbo nodded, and asked, by the way, the expedition army of our Kongming Tiangong has all arrived outside the god capital of Qiangguo. Haven't you contacted Elder Qi yet? No. Chen Yuxi shook her head, and responded, if the apprentice guesses correctly, something may have happened to Elder Qi. After a pause, he then asked, Master, what do you think we should do now? You wait here first. Ling Fanbo pondered and said, as a teacher, go and ask the Supreme Elder for instructions. No need. The one who spoke was Yuan Ziran, the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong. Ling Fanbo and Chen Yuxi hurried forward to salute, we have met the Supreme Elder. Don't be too polite. Yuan Ziran waved his hand and said, I heard all of your conversation just now. Whether Elder Qi didn't contact us because he was afraid of revealing his whereabouts, or something really happened, I believe it will be verified soon. Ling Fanbo asked with some puzzlement, Elder Supreme, what do you mean? The news that our Kongming Tiangong has arrived outside the god's capital of the Qian Kingdom must have spread throughout the god's capital of the Qian Kingdom by now. Yuan Ziran responded, if nothing happened to Elder Qi, he will definitely launch the internal response instigating the rebellion in time and destroy the guardian formation of the god capital of Qian Kingdom. Ling Fanbo hesitated for a moment, then said, then we just wait. It's not. Yuan Ziran smiled and said, it's not the old man's style to wait, it's to go straight. The words fall. Without waiting for Ling Fanbo's response, he used his body skills to fly from the flagship King Tianzhou to the sky above the city gate of the god capital of Qian Kingdom. The people in the turtle shell listened carefully. This old man is Yuan Ziran, the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong. I only heard Yuan Ziran say arrogantly, you have half an hour to close the tortoise shell, and I'll come out and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame the old man, and the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong for being rude. The Supreme Elder Yuan Ziran of Kongming Tiangong, right. Shen Boyan responded tit for tat, it is impossible for us to surrender. If you're really capable, don't gossip here, just destroy the guardian formation of our god capital. The old man has seen your portrait. Yuan Ziran said in a cold voice, isn't it Shen Boyan, the master of the Qian Kingdom? Do you think this tortoise shell can withstand our army from Kongming Tiangong? Who doesn't talk big? Shen Boyan responded noncommittally, I still say that, if you are really capable, don't gossip here, just break the guardian formation of our god capital. Yuan Ziran felt a little angry. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Shinja wasn't sure what was going on there, he would have gone to attack the guardian formation of the god capital of Qian Kingdom. It's strange, the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong has arrived outside the god city, why hasn't Elder Qi contacted me yet? Let me start destroying the god city guarding the formation. Guchins, who was the answer in Kongming Tiangong, felt a wave of doubts in his heart, forget it, wait a little longer, if Elder Qi still hasn't contacted me, then follow the plan, destroy the guardian formation of the gods, and let the expedition army of Kongming Tiangong come in. Chapter 213 He and number 039, S coming, he and number 039, S driving a flood dragon. Listening to Yuan Ziran and Shen Boyan confronting each other for a long time, Guchins finally couldn't help but began to secretly destroy the guardian formation of Shendu. It was too late when the other people who presided over the guardian formation of the gods realized that something was wrong. Seeing the blue protective cover disappearing over Shendu, Yuan Ziran couldn't help laughing, sure enough, he is a gentleman who knows current affairs, knowing that our Kongming Tiangong is powerful, and deliberately closed the turtle shell. Shen Boyan was startled for a moment. Immediately, he yelled at the person in charge of the formation, damn it, who told you to shut down the gods to guard the formation? Quick, start it up again. Guchins circulated his movements and flew not far from Yuan Ziran before responding, Master Qiaoshi, it's useless. If you don't repair it for 10 days and half a month, you won't be able to activate the guardian formation of God's capital again. Shen Boyan immediately said angrily, Gu Gongfeng, what benefits did Kongming Tiangong give you? You actually betrayed Jianguo and became the inner ghost of Kongming Tiangong. As the saying goes, those who know current affairs are heroes. Gu Zhens responded naturally, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong is right. I advise you to put yourself in the arms of Kongming Tiangong and not to be buried with Empress Wu Mingkong. After all, the guardian formation of the gods is gone, who can resist the army of Kongming Tiangong? Pooh! Shen Boyan said angrily again, you judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, and you think that everyone is like you, and you like to be a second or fifth child, right? I, Shen Boyan, the national teacher of the Qian kingdom, no matter what the circumstances, I swear not to surrender, and I swear to live and die with Her Majesty the Empress. Following his voice, other Gan people on the scene also shouted, we swear to live and die with His Majesty the Empress. Empress Wu Mingkong learned that Gu Zhens had betrayed Qiangguo, destroyed the guardian formation of the gods, and became an assistant in Kongming Tiangong, and she was extremely disturbed. Seeing this scene suddenly, her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with water mist involuntarily. With so many people in the country who support her, she will have no regrets even if she falls today. The person enshrined in the Grand Imperial Palace of Qiangguo, and the person who presides over the guardian formation of the gods is actually the inner response of Kongming Tiangong. Qin Zhengqing only felt that his three views had been subverted. After reacting, he quickly asked Liu Beichen, my lord, the senior who may have to trouble you to protect you will take action later. I wonder if you can contact him now. Could not be reached. Liu Beichen shook his head, and responded, but please rest assured, the old man should be able to see this sudden situation, and will not sit idly by. In other words, he also did not expect that there would be an internal response from Kongming Tiangong in the court of Jian Kingdom, and it was one of the top officials in the court of Jian Kingdom, which was beyond his expectation. Qin Zhengqing sighed softly and said, I hope so. Up to now, only the appearance of that senior can solve the dilemma that Empress Wu Mingkong is facing now. The reactions of Li Weiwei, Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui were similar to Qin Zhengqing's, and they felt a little panicked. Because once the guardian formation of the gods was broken, the side of the female emperor Wu Mingkong was completely at a disadvantage, and no one could compete with Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong. It seems that the people of Jian Kingdom love Her Majesty the Empress very much. Liu Beichen pretended he couldn't bear it and said, no, I'm too sentimental to see the scene, so I have to find a place to relax before we talk. Qin Zhengqing and others didn't think much, and let Liu Beichen leave the scene. After Liu Beichen left the scene, he immediately summoned Xiao He. The Black Flood Dragon couldn't help teasing, Master, is it time for you to pretend? What the hell? Liu Beichen responded angrily, I'm going to go out to rescue the scene, okay? Also, it's not that you don't know that I wish the guardian formation of the god capital of the kingdom can block the army from the Kongming Tiangong, so that I don't have to do it myself. Xiao Long is joking with you, so you can liven up the atmosphere. The Black Dragon said, what's more, if you go out to save the field now, it's no different from pretending to be aggressive. Stop talking nonsense. Liu Beichen took out the silver outfit from the storage ring, and replaced the original clothes. It's not too late, you should grow up quickly, so that I can drive to support the little empress. Okay, Master. Hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon no longer hesitated, and flew into the mid-air, instantly growing in size. Seeing this, Liu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver, immediately flew up and landed on top of the Black Dragon. Very good. You are planning to bury Empress Wu Mingkong together, right? Then if the old man doesn't fulfill you, it won't be justified. Yuan Ziren sneered again and again, and when he was about to order the army of Kongming Tiangong to enter the god capital of Jian Kingdom, a dragon chant suddenly came from his ears. At first, Yuan Ziren thought he heard it wrong. Then, he looked towards the source of the sound. Only then did I know that there was indeed a dragon coming to the scene, or a dragon covered in pitch black. A black flood dragon? Or the one that has been tamed? Seeing the masked silver-clothed man standing on top of the black flood dragon, Yuan Ziren couldn't help flashing fear in his eyes. Ah, it's the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion who is here. His old man drove the legendary dragon to save the scene. Empress Wu Mingkong, Qin Zhengqing and the others were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were all surprised. Shit, isn't it? The masked silver-clothed man driving the black dragon is the mysterious strongman from Zhenyi's palace. Seeing this, Shen Boyan was astonished, but also pleasantly surprised. Because of the strength of the masked man in silver, he still doesn't know yet. But since the opponent can subdue the legendary adult flood dragon, he must be no weaker than the supreme elder Yuan Ziren of Kongming Tiangong. What? Is he the mysterious strongman from Zhenyi's palace? Hearing the words of Empress Wu Mingkong and others, Yuan Ziren couldn't help thinking that it was bad. He is not a fool, he must know that a practitioner who can subdue a full-grown dragon will not be inferior in strength. Therefore, Yuan Ziren forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, cupped his fists at Liu Beichen, who had turned into a masked man in silver, and said, Your Excellency, as a member of Chinese Palace, do you really want to participate in the dispute between our Kongming Tiangong and the Qian Kingdom Court? What the hell? The Chinese Palace is just a small warlord and a small force, but it actually has a super strong man who can subdue a full-grown dragon? Aren't you talking nonsense? Liu Beichen didn't give him any face, since the old man chose to come out, it was to help the little empress fight against your Kongming Tiangong. Besides, the last time this old man killed the left and right guardians of your Kongming Tiangong one after another, it means that this old man has participated in the dispute between your Kongming Tiangong and the Qian Kingdom Court. Chapter 214 Shake the audience. Senior is wise. It's really great that you can see through Yuan Ziren's trick. Empress Wu Mingkong echoed, the reason why he said that is just to defeat them one by one, and he didn't mean to reconcile with the Chinese palace. The little empress is absurd. Liu Beichen smiled, and said, no matter what the guy on the other side thinks or plots, it can't change the unbreakable alliance between the Chinese palace and the imperial court. Therefore, if you have something to do, the old man will naturally not sit idly by. Thank you, senior. Empress Wu Mingkong hesitated for a moment, and said, according to rumors, Yuan Ziren is very powerful. Do you have the confidence to deal with him? Must have. Liu Beichen continued to smile, and said, I can even subdue the dragon, so why can't I deal with a mere supreme elder in Kongming Tiangong? Then I'm relieved. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled sweetly and said, Senior, will I be lucky enough to see you show off your might again? Not bad. Please wait and see. Liu Beichen didn't seem to take Yuan Ziren seriously at all, this old man will take him down, so that the people of Kongming Tiangong will know that this is not a place for them to be arrogant. Hearing the conversation between Liu Beichen and the Empress Wu Mingkong, who seemed to have no one there, and the fact that Liu Beichen's few words seemed to determine his life and death, Yuan Ziren almost exploded with anger. Aren't you overconfident? Yuan Ziren resisted the urge to attack immediately, and asked, it is indeed very capable to subdue a legendary dragon as a mount. But you said that it will not be so easy to take down the old man, right? There is a little trouble. But after all, there is only a little bit. Liu Beichen responded disdainfully, if the old man can't take you down, will he still use it in the sky world? Seeing himself being underestimated by Liu Beichen time and time again, Yuan Ziren couldn't bear it anymore. Very well, the tone is so good, I want to test how much you weigh. After a pause, he continued, please enlighten me. After the words fell, he turned around and bullied towards Liu Beichen's position. The spiritual sense can't see through the strength of the masked silver-clothed man, and it's a lie to say that he is not afraid. But as a super strong man whose strength has already reached the 8th level of the leaving aperture realm, if he is indifferent to being ridiculed by the opponent one after another, where will he save his face? Seeing this, the Black Flood Dragon eagerly said, Master, let Xiao Long come first. As the saying goes, people with high skills are bold, and it is no exception. Okay, no problem. Liu Beichen nodded, and responded, Xiao He, I'll let you discuss with him first. Although there is still a certain gap between Xiao He's strength and Yuan Ziren's at this time. But Xiao He is the legendary dragon, and if they fight, Yuan Ziren must be unable to deal with Xiao He in a short time. Okay, Master. The Black Flood Dragon flicked its tail, and greeted Yuan Ziren who was attacking, Old man, take this dragon's tail. Court death. An evil animal dares to bully this old man. Yuan Ziren swung a punch violently, and shouted angrily, look at the move. Shentian Jimi fist. With his movements and voice, various scenes of extinction of all things began to flash around him. Boom. A deafening bang. A group of dazzling rays of light erupted at the confrontation between Yuan Ziren and the Black Dragon, and the surging energy shock wave surged towards the surroundings. Some flying warships of the Kongming Tiangong that were closer lost control and fell from mid-air. As for Shendu, because it is relatively far away and Shenboyan is there, only a few buildings have been lost. However, the fluctuations caused by the two sides' confrontation made everyone present feel dumbfounded. It doesn't matter if Yuan Ziren is strong. Why is this legendary dragon so strong that it can fight Yuan Ziren without falling behind? In addition, the strength of the Black Flood Dragon is so strong. Isn't the masked silver-clothed man who can subdue it so powerful? Everyone at the scene could think of this level, so of course Yuan Ziren could too. Therefore, he couldn't help saying in a deep voice, Your Excellency may really have the strength to compete with the old man, but the strongest in our Kongming Tiangong is not the old man, but the unfathomable old palace master. Once he makes a move, you and the Chinese palace will only be destroyed. So the old man advises you to think carefully about whether you want to help the Qian Kingdom court against our Kongming Tiangong. You talk too much. Lu Beichen responded impatiently, do you need to remind? The old man dared to oppose your Kongming Tiangong, didn't you think about it? As soon as this statement came out, not only Yuan Ziren was shocked, but also the other people present. After all, Tang Zhuji, the old palace lord of Kongming Tiangong, had advanced to the Yuan Shen realm many years ago. After such a long time now, I don't know how strong its strength is. The masked man in silver actually doesn't care about Tang Zhuji, the old lord of Kongming Tiangong? What does this mean? It means that if it's not that the masked silver-clothed man has the strength no less than Tang Zhuji, or there is a super strong man in the Chinese palace who can compete with Tang Zhuji. This thought flashed in my mind. The background of the Chinese prince's mansion was infinitely elevated in the minds of everyone present. Their original idea was indeed correct. The background of Chinese palace is really not weaker than that of Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu and Tiangsu realm. Yuan Ziren is numb. Now he has the feeling of being unable to get off a tiger in his heart. The master is mighty. The Black Flood Dragon said to Lu Beichen with his mind. Just now Xiaolong and the old guy in front of him fought each other. Although it looked like a tie, Xiaolong knew that he was not his opponent. Because the difference in strength between Xiaolong and him will slowly reveal itself as the time goes by. Okay, then leave everything to me. Lu Beichen responded, I watched the whole process of this old guy's fight with you just now. His strength seems not as strong as I thought. So I think there should be no problem in killing him by stepping up the steps. Are you serious? So determined to fight against our Kongming Tiangong? Yuan Ziren swallowed, and said, it's not a good habit to hit a swollen face to pretend to be fat. Nowadays, even telling the truth is questioned. As Lu Beichen said, he flew up from the top of the black dragon and landed not far from Yuan Ziren. Since I've said this to this point and you still don't believe it, then I'll make you believe it. Also, I hope you can work harder later, hold on longer, and don't let me beat you a few times, and your soul will be wiped out. There was a lot of banter in the tone of voice. Chapter 215. Seeing signs of a big fight between Lu Beichen and Yuan Ziren, everyone at the scene behaved, and they chose to stay away from the battlefield one after another, so as not to hurt Qi Yu. Seeing that Lu Beichen couldn't be persuaded, Yuan Ziren gritted his teeth, feeling ruthless in his heart. He can't believe it. For so many years, I have cultivated my strength to the astonishing 8th level of the out-of-aperture realm. I will not be able to defeat this guy who dare not even show his true colors. Stubborn. Do you really think the old man is afraid of you? Yuan Ziren sneered, and responded, to tell you the truth, this old man is a super strong man whose strength has reached the 8th level of the out-of-aperture realm. When we fight, it's still unknown who will win. Very good. Lu Beichen said meaningfully, with ambition, it seems that we can have a good fight. The mount is good, but I don't know how strong you are. Yuan Ziren talked about running his body, and quickly bullied towards Lu Beichen's position. Of course it is stronger. Lu Beichen replied like this first. Immediately, he sneered and said, you don't even say hello, do you want to preemptively gain the upper hand? It's a pity that what you are facing is not someone else, but this old man. Therefore, I am going to disappoint you. The words fall. He took out the magnetic U and magnetic Ape from the storage ring, and greeted Yuan Ziren who was attacking. Shentian Nirvana Fist. Final form. Yuan Ziren already regards Lu Beichen as the strongest opponent he has ever met in this life. So when he makes a move, it is the strongest move. If you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. Make it or break it. Almost at the same time, Lu Beichen also drew his sword. A seemingly slow, unremarkable sword. But it emitted countless bright sword lights. Abnormally dazzling. It even contains extremely mysterious principles. What kind of sword technique are you using now? Yuan Ziren was inexplicably horrified. Because following Lu Beichen's actions, he found that his movement seemed to be restricted by something, and he started to show signs of stagnation. The name of this sword art, I haven't figured it out yet. Lu Beichen smiled, and responded, the old man will call it the sword that kills you, or the sword that destroys you. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned for a moment, and then thoughtfully said, why did I feel familiar watching this scene? It turned out to be exactly the same as when Senior killed Zhao Nanlong, the right guardian of Kongming Tiangong, on the bank of the Lu River. Qin Zhengqing, Li Weiwei, Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui also reacted. I go. Her Majesty the Empress said it well. Isn't this history repeating itself? Could it be that Yuan Ziren, the supreme elder of Kongming Tiangong, was easily killed by the senior of Chinese Wangfu just like Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong? Thinking of this, their eyes all lit up. If the situation develops as they expected, their side is about to win this battle of gods. Maid, is this old man not taken seriously by you? Yuan Ziren felt extremely puzzled in his heart. The most important thing is that he seems to be unable to parry the moves that others use casually. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. That is, when Zhao Nanlong fought against the opponent, was he as helpless as he is now? Without thinking too much about it, Yuan Ziran's punch had already slammed heavily on the Yuan magnetic heavy sword held in Liu Baiken's hand. Boom! Another deafening bang. Yuan Ziran vomited blood on the spot and flew backwards. But Liu Baiken didn't do anything, he was shaken a bit. Isn't it? That's it. Not only were everyone dumbfounded, but even Liu Baiken himself was stunned. He never thought that Yuan Ziran, whose strength was 2 levels higher than his, would be so ruthless. After thinking about it for a while, Liu Baiken quickly figured it out. It is estimated that Yuan Ziran's ability to reach the 8th level of the out-of-aperture realm is due to excessive reliance on pills or other external forces to improve it. Therefore, when he met such a jerk like him, it didn't show his true colors. Before everyone at the scene could react, Liu Baiken continued to pursue the victory, brandishing the Yuan magnetic ape in his hand, and launched an attack on Yuan Ziran. How could this be? Why can't the old man beat him? What is the situation? After Yuan Ziran stabilized his figure, he was even more puzzled. Because his spiritual sense just clearly felt that the opponent's strength didn't seem to exceed the 6th level of the out-of-aperture realm. But the opponent was able to seriously injure him with one move, and nothing happened? Fuck. Ruined. Seeing Liu Baiken attacking him with a sword inadvertently, Yuan Ziran subconsciously tried to dodge with his movements. However, at this time, he was horrified to find that he could no longer move. Then, he could only watch helplessly as countless bright sword lights rushed into his body. No. Yuan Ziran let out a shrill scream. Before he had time to regret it, he disappeared on the spot. Seeing this astonishing scene, everyone present was stunned. Oh my god! The Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong, Yuan Ziran, who is the 8th level powerhouse of the leaving aperture realm, unexpectedly fought against the masked silver-clothed man in less than 2 moves, and his soul was completely destroyed, and he ceased to exist. By the way, isn't this senior from Zhenyi's palace too strong? Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes widened. Some couldn't believe that Yuan Ziran, who had put so much pressure on her, was easily killed by Liu Baiken. The reactions of Shen Boyan, Qin Zhengqing, Li Weiwei, Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui were similar to those of Empress Wu Mingkong. They all wondered if what they saw just now was an illusion. It wasn't until the Empress Wu Mingkong took the lead to react and shouted excitedly, "Senior is mighty. Senior's mana is boundless, and his strength is astonishing." They finally confirmed that Yuan Ziran really died at the hands of Liu Baiken. Therefore, the people standing on the side of Qiangguo couldn't help shouting excitedly after the Empress Wu Mingkong, "Senior is mighty. Senior has boundless magic power, and his strength is astounding." Corresponding to it is. Ling Fanbo and other people in Kongming Tiangong were all shocked and looked at each other. After all, Yuan Ziran is the most powerful person in the army of the Kongming Tiangong, and he can't beat the masked silver-clothed man with 2 moves. Well, let's not say that they can stand up to the masked man in silver, maybe they don't even have the courage to attack the masked man in silver. All of a sudden, a weird scene formed at the scene. All the people in the god capital of Qiangguo were cheering endlessly. Outside the god capital of Qiangguo, it was terribly silent. On the countless warships covering the sky and the sun, there was only the sound of each other's rising and falling breathing. And Liu Baiken, who stood on the top of the Black Dragon again, faced the so-called army of 1 million expeditions in the Kongming Tiangong, with the powerful momentum of being invincible and invincible. Chapter 216. Who else? Liu Baiken asked, "Would you like to come out and fight this old man?" There was no sound from the army going out from Kongming Tiangong, and no one answered. "Never mind. I'll do it myself." Liu Baiken didn't want to continue spending time with the army of Kongming Tiangong. He first used his powerful spiritual consciousness to find out the practitioners whose strength was at or above the Marquis realm. Then, he controlled the Black Flood Dragon and killed them all. Only then did he say, "Little Empress, I will leave the rest to you." The words fall. Liu Baiken drove the Black Dragon and disappeared into the sky. Empress Wu Mingkong didn't think much about it, and quickly ordered to chase down the army of Kongming Tiangong who was fleeing the scene in all directions. Under the leadership of Jianguo Qiaoshi Shen Boyan. Without Yuan Ziran and Ling Fanbo's high-end combat power, Kongming Tiangong's expeditionary army is completely powerless to resist. Except for some diehards, the others can only obediently raise their hands and surrender. Probably because he didn't expect the Battle of Shendu to end in this way, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help exclaiming, "That senior is really a god." Hearing her words, Qin Zhengqing, Li Weiwei, Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui all nodded in agreement, expressing their agreement. With just 2 moves, he can easily kill Yuan Ziran, the Supreme Elder of Kongming Tiangong, who is the 8th level powerhouse of the leaving aperture realm. And killing Ling Fanbo and other Kongming Tiangong to go to the top of the army is no different from killing a chicken. That senior is not a god man, what else could he be? In addition, they have a vague guess in their hearts at this moment. That means that maybe even Tang Zhiji, the most powerful old palace lord of Kongming Tiangong, is here, and he is not the opponent of that senior. Little Empress, come to the steamed bun shop on the west side of the God City, the old man has something to look for you. At this moment, the voice of the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion suddenly came from the ear of the Empress Wu Mingkong. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned for a moment. Immediately after she realized it, she told Li Weiwei, Commander Li, you stay here to help the imperial teacher handle the remaining affairs. I still have some things to do, so I have to leave first. Although Li Weiwei felt a little puzzled, she still responded respectfully, yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Empress Wu Mingkong doesn't know where the steamed bun shop on the west side of the capital is. However, she has the spiritual consciousness of the 5th level of the king-conferred realm, so of course she found the steamed bun shop that Liu Beichen mentioned very easily. After Empress Wu Mingkong went to her destination, Liu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver clothes, appeared and said, Little Empress, you have won my heart with your swift and resolute style of conduct. Senior has won the prize. Empress Wu Mingkong replied modestly first, and then she asked, I don't know why you are looking for me. The battle of the gods is over. Liu Beichen responded, it's time to fulfill your marriage contract with Shizi. Empress Wu Mingkong hesitated for a moment, and asked again, this time Kongming Tiangong's conquest of Qiangguo failed, I think they will not let it go, and they will definitely come out next time. If I marry Fang Shizi at this time, do you think it's appropriate? Of course it fits. Liu Beichen responded, Little Empress, don't worry, since the old man can help you deal with one wave of expeditionary troops from Kongming Tiangong, I can help you deal with another wave of expeditionary troops from Kongming Tiangong. All right. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, with your words, I will make arrangements as soon as I get back. Okay, the old man came to you for this matter. Liu Beichen responded, Little Empress, I hope you can keep your promise and marry your son as soon as possible. The words fall. He disappeared from where he was, as if he had never been here before. Strange. Why did Senior urge me and Fang Shizi to get married as soon as possible? Could it be that Fang Shizi proposed something in front of his old man? The Empress Wu Ming spun her body, and with full of doubts in her heart, she galloped in the direction of the palace. When Empress Wu Mingkong left the scene, Liu Beichen appeared again, with complicated eyes. This time Kongming Tiangong's expedition to Qiangguo failed. As the most powerful old palace owner of Kongming Tiangong, Tang Zhiji, there is a high probability that he will come to find the place in person. But his current strength is not Tang Zhiji's opponent. So in order to earn destiny points to improve one's own strength, he could only use the so-called senior from the Chinese palace to urge the Empress Wu Mingkong to marry him as soon as possible. Host, you are really decisive. The destiny villain system praised, I just made this proposal, and you implemented it immediately. No way, time waits for no one. Liu Beichen sighed softly, if I don't do this, who will deal with Tang Zhiji, the most powerful old palace lord of Kongming Tiangong who came to visit me? That's true. The destiny villain system teased, however, you are about to marry the Empress Wu Mingkong, who will go up and who will go down when you are sleeping. Why do you care so much? Liu Beichen responded angrily, it doesn't matter who goes up and who goes down, okay. The important thing is how much destiny value I can earn, and whether I can raise my strength to the point where I can compete with Tang Zhiji. Host, please rest assured, there will be absolutely no shortage. The destiny villain system said, because this is something that will change the life of Empress Wu Mingkong. Besides, Empress Wu Mingkong really kept her promise, and when she returned to the palace, she arranged for people to prepare for the big wedding. Whether it is Qin Zhengqing and other people from Zhenyi's palace, or Shen Boyan and other Qiangguo gods, they are all happy to see such a happy event. Everyone really wants to see what kind of huge power the Qian Kingdom Court and the Zhenyi's palace will combine to form after the wedding of Empress Wu Mingkong and Fang Chen. Only Fu Xiao was not very happy, feeling that her eldest son would be snatched away by the Empress Wu Mingkong forever. On the day of the wedding, Liu Beichen did not show his true cultivation. Therefore, when serving the bed, he can only be suppressed by the charming and powerful Empress Wu Mingkong. However, for this situation, not only did he not resist, but he also enjoyed it. In short, he below is just as cool. In addition, what makes Liu Beichen even more enjoyable is he earned a full 4,000 destiny points by virtue of his great marriage with the Empress Wu Mingkong. The 7th floor of the aperture boundary. The 8th floor of the aperture boundary. The 9th floor of the out of aperture realm. / the 2nd floor of Dao realm. Liu Beichen used the 4,000 destiny points he earned to directly cross the primordial spirit realm, raising his strength from the 6th level of the aperture realm to the 2nd level of the Dao slashing realm. Incredible. Liu Beichen felt that he was about to swell. Because now, don't talk about Tang Zhiji, the most powerful old palace master of Kongming Tiangong. Even if there were a few more so-called superpowers similar to Tang Zhiji, he would have to be easily beaten to death by him. Chapter 217. At this point, it's time for the little Empress to know the truth. Liu Beichen made an important decision. He was going to tell Empress Wu Mingkong the fact that he was not Fang Chen, the heir son of Zhenyi's prince, and that the senior in Zhenyi's palace was played by him. Empress Wu Mingkong thought Liu Beichen was joking with her at first. It wasn't until Liu Beichen told the black dragon to regain its figure and become bigger that she realized that what Liu Beichen said was indeed true and he wasn't teasing her. Empress Wu Mingkong felt that she would be shocked by this incident for the rest of her life. If you are not Fang Chen, then who are you? I am Liu Beichen, the heir of the Liu family of the ancient fairy clan in the upper realm. Liu Beichen replied like this first. Immediately, he slowly explained how he came to the Sky Void realm and why he pretended to be Fang Chen. So you're really not Fang Chen, even the senior in the Zhenyi's prince's mansion was played by you. A dangerous gleam flashed in Empress Wu Mingkong's eyes. It's because I trust you so much. I never thought that you've been cheating on my feelings all this time, right? Your Majesty, please calm down. Liu Beichen explained, when I first came to the Sky Void realm, I happened to meet Fang Chen, the son of Zhenyi's prince's mansion, who was hunted down and killed. My dying wish was for me to promise him and continue to live as him. At that time, my strength had declined a bit, and for the sake of my own safety, I reluctantly agreed to his request. All right. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and asked, if that's the case, why do you choose to tell me the truth now instead of continuing to hide it? Because there's no need to hide it. Liu Beichen responded, Your Majesty, I'm not afraid to tell you that my strength has now reached the second level of Dao-slashing realm, and I should be considered completely invincible in the heavenly void realm. What? The second level of Dao-slashing realm? Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but gasped. Based on her current strength at the fifth level of the king-conferred realm. The Fang Chen in front of him, no, isn't the Liu Beichen in front of him nearly 20 steps taller than her? Well, is it convenient for Fang to tell me how old you are? Empress Wu Mingkong asked curiously. She had reason to suspect that the guy in front of her was an old monster. What about that and that? Liu Beichen first responded with some dissatisfaction, you have to continue to call me Chen Lang, don't forget that we have already worshipped each other and slept in the house. After a pause, he continued, as for my age, I'm actually about the same age as you, just on the left and right. Isn't it? Your youth is only left and right. Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful face was filled with disbelief. No way, it's not that she made a fuss. But she couldn't imagine how such a young Liu Beichen could cultivate his strength to the second level of Dao-slashing realm. Can I still lie to you? Liu Beichen responded, besides, do I look old? It's not. Empress Wu Mingkong said truthfully, the reason why I ask this question is because your strength is too strong, and it is not possible for a practitioner who is only around the age to reach it. No one else can. It doesn't mean I can't. Liu Beichen blinked at Empress Wu Mingkong, and said, what's more, haven't you experienced it? Whether I can do it or not, you have the most say. Empress Wu Mingkong was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she remembered the charming picture of herself and Liu Beichen being entangled together, and her pretty face blushed immediately. Chen Lang, we are talking about business. Empress Wu Mingkong scolded, why are you bringing up those indecent things? Activate the atmosphere. Liu Beichen said, looking at the Empress Wu Mingkong with sincere eyes, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. It's true that I like you. Faced with Liu Beichen's sudden confession, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help but roll tears in her eyes. It had to be said that what she was most worried about was how Liu Beichen viewed their relationship. Liu Beichen reached out his hand to wipe away the tears for Empress Wu Mingkong, and said, why are you crying? Your husband is so good, shouldn't you be happy? Empress Wu Mingkong burst into tears and said with a smile, this is what I am happy about. Crying and laughing, like a child. Liu Beichen joked, those who don't know, think I've done something to you. Isn't Chen Lang about the same age as me? Empress Wu Mingkong countered, when you speak, you are arrogant, like an old man. Oh, you think I'm old, don't you? Liu Beichen stretched out his hand and hugged Empress Wu Mingkong into a princess hug, I have to teach you a good lesson for my husband. Empress Wu Mingkong nudged Liu Beichen in shame, and said, Chen Lang, put me down quickly, if someone sees me, where will I put my face? Don't let it go. Liu Beichen didn't blush, and responded without a heartbeat, what's wrong with hugging your wife for your husband? Which guy dares to make irresponsible remarks, see if I don't kill him. Empress Wu Mingkong. Her Chen Lang is full of martial arts, swollen, right? No, why did you go into the room? Your Majesty, don't tell lies in front of real people, this time I will be on top. Ah, this, you can do whatever you want. After Liu Beichen had a friendly exchange with Empress Wu Mingkong, he said, I'm going to go to Kongming Tiangong tomorrow and destroy it. Empress Wu Mingkong winked and said, Chen Lang is mighty. I believe that your trip will be successful. Liu Beichen asked with great interest, aren't you worried about my safety? Do not worry. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head and said, you are so powerful, who will be your opponent? If the news that Liu Beichen is the senior from the Chinese prince's mansion, and that his strength has reached the astonishing second level of Dao slashing realm spreads out, I wonder how much of a commotion it will cause in the Sky Void realm. Makes sense. Liu Beichen smiled ambiguously, and said, do you mean that before going to Kongming Tiangong, you were my husband's opponent? No. Empress Wu Mingkong quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Hey. Let's not talk about how many times Liu Beichen and Empress Wu Mingkong had friendly exchanges. Let's just say that all kinds of news about the war in the capital of the gods spread, and the people in Bisu of Tiangsu realm, and even the other 4 continents of Tiangsu realm were greatly shocked. They never imagined that the army of Kongming Tiangong would lose so miserably when they had Yuan Ziren who had already reached the 8th level of the Aperture realm. It never occurred to me that a small faction in the Chinese palace would show up a super strong man who could easily defeat Yuan Ziren with only 2 moves. Therefore, they were terrified and did not dare to act rashly. Everyone is waiting to see how Kongming Tiangong will react to this, and what follow-up actions will be taken. While everyone in Jenny's palace was boiling again, Jenny's Wang Fang Qingyu became more confused and confused. He even wondered if the Chinese prince's mansion was really hiding a powerful force that he didn't even know about. Chapter 218 The Finale. Kongming Tiangong, inside Saiwei Hall. At this moment, the second elder Liu Qiatao was asking Tang Wenwen, Palace Master, hasn't the old Palace Master responded yet? In fact, he was somewhat unwilling to Yuan Ziren to arrange for him to assist Tang Wenwen in stabilizing the rear. I think this will make him lose a lot of credit. However, when the news came that Yuan Ziren fell into the hands of the mysterious strongman in the Chinese palace and the entire army of Kongming Tiangong was wiped out, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. After all, if he had insisted on his own opinion at that time, he might have fallen outside the god capital of Qiangwo now. No. Tang Wenwen shook his head, and replied in a deep voice, I have sent a letter to the old man a long time ago, but I haven't received a reply yet. Then what should we do? Liu Qiatao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and said, the matter has come to this point, only when the old man leaves the customs and leads us to conquer the Qian kingdom, can we win. I know. Tang Wenwen nodded, and said, but even if I can't contact the old man, there is nothing I can do. Liu Qiatao smiled wryly and said, Palace Master, Empress Wu Mingkong and Prince Jenny's son Fang Chen have just got married recently, and the Qian Kingdom court and Jenny's prince's mansion have joined together. I believe they will send a large army to attack our Kongming Tiangong soon. If there is no news from the old Palace Master, our Kongming Tiangong must be finished immediately. It needs to be known that except for the old Palace Master, none of us in Kongming Tian Palace are opponents of the mysterious strongman in Jenny's palace. Of course I understand the seriousness of the matter. Tang Wenwen sighed softly, and said, for the current plan, I can only send another letter to the old man later, and hope that the old man can reply sooner. Liu Qiatao hesitated for a moment, then said, Palace Master, how about we try to find a way to open the door of the old Palace Master's retreat? Second elder, are you crazy? Tang Wenwen responded with an absurd face, once a practitioner retreats to practice, he should avoid being disturbed by others. Truly do as you said, the old Palace Master will not let go of us first. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. Liu Qiatao spread his hands and said, we should just wait for death, or simply surrender. Second elder, what kind of depressing words are you talking about? Tang Wenwen was about to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Tang Wenwen and Liu Qiatao were stunned for a moment, and then they realized that they couldn't help but stepped forward to salute happily, we have seen the old Palace Master. I saw that the person who came was not Tang Zhiji, the old Palace Lord of Kongming Tiangong, who else could it be? Don't be too polite. Tang Zhiji waved his hand, turned to Tang Wenwen and asked, tell me, you are urging me so fast, is there something important? Yes, old Palace Master. Tang Wenwen quickly told what happened to Kongming Tiangong recently. Tang Zhiji was shocked after hearing this, and suddenly lost his composure. I didn't expect this old man to see the Supreme Elder for the last time before this retreat. Tang Zhiji said with a grim face, go and prepare, the old man will lead an army to the Qian Kingdom tomorrow to avenge the Supreme Elder and the others. Yes, old Palace Master. Tang Wenwen and Liu Qiatao first replied in unison in such a respectful manner. Immediately, they looked at each other, and they all saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The old Palace Master is here. No matter how strong the foundations of Qiangwo Court and Jenny's Palace are, and how many mysterious powerhouses there are, they will all be wiped out and cease to exist. Oh no! At this moment, a palace guard came to report nervously that a masked silver-clothed man driving a black dragon was forcibly breaking into the Kongming Temple. Isn't it? The old man hasn't settled with him yet, but he sent it to his door automatically. Tang Zhiji couldn't help sneering again and again. You really think our Kongming Tiangong is easy to bully, right? After finishing speaking, he turned around and quickly flew towards the door. Seeing this, Tang Wenwen and Lu Qiatao looked at each other again, and they both saw the cold sweat on the other's forehead. They are all thinking and terrified in their hearts. Because if Tang Zhiji left the customs a little later, Kongming Tiangong would definitely suffer heavy losses. Also, whether they can save their lives is another matter. After calming down, Tang Wenwen said, Second Elder, let's go and see who the hell is the guy who can easily kill the Supreme Elder within 2 moves. Okay. Lu Qiatao nodded, and said, I also want to see where he has the courage to dare to break into our Kongming Tiangong like this. However, before they left the Ziwei Palace, a palace guard ran in and said, It's not good, the old palace master, he's gone. Tang Wenwen thought he had heard it wrong. Why is the old palace mistress gone? Make it clear. The palace guard responded with a look of horror, Palace master, what I mean is that the old palace master just went out and met that masked silver-clothed man who was driving a black dragon, and he was instantly killed by him. What? Tang Wenwen and Lu Qiatao's eyes widened almost at the same time, as if they had rehearsed it, and expressions of disbelief flashed across their faces. The mysterious strongman in Chinese palace is very strong, they all know it, but the strength of the old palace master is not weak either. How could it be possible to be instantly killed by someone else? Unreasonable. This is simply too unreasonable. Tang Wenwen reached out and grabbed the palace guard's collar in a loss of composure, and said, Tell me, are you lying to us? As soon as the words were finished, there was a loud noise from the top of Ziwei Hall, breaking a big hole. Several people at the scene subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a masked man in silver flying and driving a black dragon. Whether it was Tang Wenwen or Lu Qiatao, a thought flashed across their hearts involuntarily. Kongming Tiangong is completely over. After all, if Tang Zhiji hadn't fallen, it is absolutely impossible for his old man to allow the masked man in silver to make such a move to stomp the face of Kongming Tiangong on the ground. Goodbye, everyone. After Lu Beichen said this, he waved the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand. Poor Tang Wenwen and the others just had a horrified look on their faces, before they disappeared and became Lu Beichen's ghosts under the sword. In the autumn of 3088 of Jian Kingdom, under the leadership of the mysterious powerhouse in Zhenyi's palace, Jian Kingdom began to organize a large army to counterattack Kongming Tiangong. Tang Zhiji, the old palace lord of Kongming Tiangong, was instantly killed by a mysterious strong man from Zhenyi's Wangfu on the spot. Palace Lord Tang Wenwen and other high-level officials were all killed in battle. So far, after countless years of existence, the Kongming Tiangong, known as the most powerful force in the Tiangsu realm, just disappeared and ceased to exist. Upon hearing this amazing news, people from all major forces in the Sky Void realm felt panicked, fearing that they might follow in the footsteps of the Kongming Tian Palace. And some people with small powers are all doing badly, and a day is a day. Because anyone with eyes can see that. Regardless of the background of the Qiangguo court and the Zhenyi's palace. As long as there is that mysterious strongman from the Zhenyi's palace, it will be a matter of time before Qiangguo wants to unify Bezhu, or even Tiangsu realm. A few months later, Lu Beichen used the destiny value he earned from the female emperor Wu Mingkong, as well as diligent practice from time to time, and finally cultivated his strength to the great perfection of Dao's slashing realm. At this moment, he understands that he can be regarded as the kind who is completely invincible in Tiangsu realm. Because he could feel the rejection of him from the Void realm in the dark. So he couldn't help asking Empress Wu Mingkong if he wanted to go back to the upper realm with him. Empress Wu Mingkong answered very simply. It is said that marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog, husbands and wives follow, wherever Lu Beichen goes, she will follow. Lu Beichen asked in amazement, Your Majesty, don't you think about it? I have been thinking about it for several months, and I have already thought about it clearly. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled and said, Since the day you told me the truth, I have had this awareness. Didn't you notice that Zhendu has chosen an heir and is planning to let her take over the throne of Jian Kingdom? I see. Lu Beichen said thoughtfully, I thought you chose the heir just in case. I won't be the Empress of Jian Kingdom soon. Empress Wu Mingkong said, Chen Lang, don't you think you are too out of touch? Sorry, I can't change it after getting used to it for a while. Lu Beichen smiled and said, Do you want to think about it again? After all, before I return to the upper realm, I will definitely help the Jian Kingdom to unify the heavenly void realm and lay down a huge country. Chen Lang, I've thought it through very clearly. Empress Wu Mingkong Qiao's face was full of determination, no matter how good the country is, no matter how charming the power is, without you by my side, I will feel that everything is meaningless. It is good. Lu Beichen stretched out his hand and hugged the Empress Wu Mingkong, I think I understand what you mean. Okay. Empress Wu Mingkong rested her head on Liu Baiken's arms, feeling extremely peaceful in her heart. It didn't take long before Liu Baiken led the army of the Qian kingdom to go out again, and with the force of the wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, he unified the sky and the void world. Soon, Empress Wu Mingkong retreated behind the scenes, abdicating the throne of Emperor Qian to her chosen heir. In addition, in order to prevent Jenny's prince's mansion from being broken, Liu Baiken deliberately stuffed Jenny's Wang Fang Qingyu with a lot of women. And Fu Xiaohu also learned the truth from Liu Baiken. She hesitated a little, and then decided to go back to the upper realm with Liu Baiken. After arranging everything in the sky void realm, Liu Baiken took out the boundary-breaking talisman from the storage ring and held it in his hand. Immediately, he looked at Wu Mingkong and Fu Xiao beside him, and thought of Gu Qingxiu, Zhang Qingguan, Ye Qishuang, Mo Lao and the others, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart, "Please wait in the upper realm. I, Liu Baiken, the heir of the Liu family of the ancient fairy clan, will be back soon." Book complete. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.